is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our best. Show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me. For you, no matter the circumstance, no, I won't back down. No matter how they show up to lose.
Yo, I'm back with my squad, fight for my squad, chasing that hot glory, trying to make a story, never been the one to own it, now's the chance to show it, huh? PUBG Mobile, striving to be a mogul, get your hopes up, number uno, not so far from you, so move on.
No matter what, I won't back down. I'm not afraid. I'm here and I ain't going nowhere till I reach the finish line. Won't give up, no, I will keep on fighting, winning right here by your side.
Don't ever know, don't wait it, we're made frozen. Gotta ever know, don't send my love.
Just when you thought it was over, better keep goals on different types of mode, keep your focus, feet below, your hope is an enemy, and so keep yourself cautious. Never seen me strike like that, y'all never ever been hit like that, I'm built like that, Hakeem like that, I'll never ever lose, I've been like that.
I was born to be at the pinnacle. I can't go back down, gotta win it all. Let everybody know I'm invincible. Not afraid, baby. We'll forget. No matter what, I won't back down. I'm not afraid. I'm here and I ain't going nowhere till I reach the finish line. Won't give up, no, I will keep on fighting, winning right here by your side.
Krizi geçirmiş olabilirim galiba.
Alo. Anneciğim ne yapıyorsun?
Anneciğim. İyiyim bebeğim. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyi, ben de çok iyiyim valla. Maçları izledin mi?
Oo izle, ben olur mu? Ben krizleri geçirdim ben burada. Bana 2'ye çıktınız, ikinci oldunuz, geri 3'e düştünüz, geri 2'ye çıktınız. Ben kriz geçiriyordum yani o sıra. Neyse mutluyum annem. O da diyorum ya, 3 gün formayla takıldım.
Valla
3 gün formayla gezdim. İş yerinde öyleyim. Görmüyor musun? Resmi atıyorum ya iş formada.
iş yerinde de formayla yani şey yaptın değil mi? Formayla gittin.
Evet, evet.
İyi, sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyiyim anneciğim. Özledim seni, sadece seni özledim.
Ben de seni özledim valla.
Aradım akşam, bakmadım hayırlı olsun demek için.
Uyumuşum, bir de uyuyakalmışım.
Ben de dedim kutlamaya mı gittiler, ne yaptılar bunlar?
Öyle işte.
Tamam anneciğim.
Tamam.
Seni seviyorum, öpüyorum.
Ben de seni seviyorum, öptüm hadi.
Hadi arkadaşlarına çok çok selam söyle.
Aleykümselam.
Yok annem, canın sağlığı. Bunları da tebrik ettiğimi söyle, ilet hepsine tek tek.
Tamam, aleykümselam. Onların da selamı var sana.
Tamam, aleykümselam anneciğim, hadi görüşürüz.
Hadi görüşürüz, öptüm, bay bay.
gördüm. Tebrik ederim
İzliyor
aşkım.
muydunuz?
İzlemez miyiz anne?
Nasıl heyecanlı
Ellerim
heyecanlı
titriyor,
mıydı?
Nasıl titriyor? Nasıl titriyor?
Alo anne sesim geliyor mu?
Alo geliyor anne.
Ne yapıyorsun anneciğim nasılsın?
İyi aşkım sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyiyim ben de. Maçlar bitti. Böyle bizimkilerle
Gördüm anne. Gördüm. Tebrik ederim
İzliyor
aşkım.
muydunuz?
İzlemez miyiz anne?
Nasıl heyecanlı
Ellerim titriyor,
heyecanlı
titriyor,
mıydı?
Nasıl titriyor? Nasıl titriyor?
Valla. Biz burada
Vallahi
çok bir şey
anneciğim.
yoktu ya. Yaptık. Şükürler olsun çıktık finale.
Ama aynen şükürler olsun. 2-3 hiç fark etmez.
Evet. Siz ne yapıyorsunuz?
Çok güzel.
Nasılsınız?
İyiyiz annemlerin yanındayız.
Ha,
Oturuyoruz.
iyi. Çok özledim sizi. Uzay'ı, babamı, abimi, seni.
Ah ben seni çok özledim annem.
Canım annem.
Şeyler ne zaman başlıyor finaller?
Finaller 12'sinde galiba. 12 sonunda galiba.
Ha,
Hadi bakalım.
o kaç gün sürecek? 3 gün mü?
O da 3 gün evet. Ona hazırlanacağız önümüzdeki süreçte.
Tamam annem.
Tamam
çok
anneciğim.
böyle gene böyle bir şekilde sakin oynayalım.
Tamam anneciğim. Var mı bir isteğin?
Yok aşkım
Tamam
dikkat et
anneciğim
kendine.
size çok dikkat edin. Çok seviyorum sizi.
Tamam çok seviyorum ben de seni
Hadi
aşkım. Çok
anneciğim.
öpüyorum.
Hadi dikkat edin. Görüşürüz.
Tamam görüşürüz
Bay
bebeğim.
bay.
Bay bay oğlum.
Stay focused.
Ok, có chứ, qua cô Vũ chứ, sao bỏ được?
Alo,
Alo,
không biết hôm nay sếp có xem bọn em bắn không?
có, anh coi mà, anh hét quá trời. Con anh vậy luôn. La mập đó, lúc mà tốt nghiệp nóc được giết được 2 người nữa, xong rồi lúc mà thêm 2 mạng cuối á, là anh thấy như là dương điểm rồi, anh hét trời rồi.
Này
Bạch
căng gì thôi.
chúc mừng mấy đứa.
Ngày 10 sếp bay qua đây à?
Bữa lại bay qua lần nữa.
Thế thì xem bọn em bắn chung kết luôn.
Ok, có chứ, qua cô Vũ chứ, sao bỏ được. Muốn khách sạn, muốn vé máy bay, nó lúc anh nhận ở Amsterdam, muốn vé máy bay mấy đứa đừng để anh bị vé. Sao đặt mục tiêu anh em lần này tới nhận đến sao?
Thì khi mà bọn em vô thì bắn chết bà tụi còn lại thôi, sợ gì đâu. Lết mấy cái vòng này lết cho vô ấy mà, còn vô rồi thì dí tụi nó bắn thôi.
Rồi, cố lên, anh qua cô Vũ. Ok.
Rồi, cảm ơn anh nha.
Rồi, chúc mừng em.
Ok, bye bye anh.
Bye bye.
reworked samjen.
Миний хэд дэлхийн авар болоод хүрээдэг гэж заа юу?
Байна.
Ano?
За юу байна нэ?
Тэндо зэфигэжин.
За
Юу юм?
лигээс финал хайрхийг авсан.
Тийм үү. Тэс монтэй.
Авраг авч ирэх явлаа. Тэгээд
Тэс монтэй. Баяр хүргэе.
баярлалаа. Тэгээ 3 удаа яг ногоон бүрэлдэхүүн байгаа.
Тэгш тийм. Дараагийн тэмцээний хизээ хэрэг.
Финал нь 12-наас 14-ний хооронд. Reworked samjen.
Миний хэд дэлхийн авар болоод хүрээдэг гэж заа юу?
Эцэнд авч ирсэн.
Ихтэй шүү заа.
За хайртай шүү.
Амжилт.
За. Баяртай.
ชนะรางวัลที่1ไปฝันเขาก็มึงกาฝันอยู่มึงโชว์ถ้วยอยู่ไปโกหกก็ว่าไงแต่
ป่าทำอะไรอยู่กินเตี๋ยวเหรอ
ใช่
ป่าทำงานที่ไหนเนี่ย
เปลี่ยนแอร์
อ๋อ
ได้ไงได้เท่าไหร่ที่เท่าไหร่
เมื่อวานแข่งรอบกลุ่มเข้าที่3เข้าไฟนอลพอดีชนะแต้มเดียวเลยเข้าพอดี
ได้ชิงเท่าไหร่เนี่ย
ก็เข้าไฟนอลแข่งอีกที12 13 14
เดี๋ยวแม่ก็พาปู่ไปชิง
แล้วป่ามาไหม
เดี๋ยวดูก่อนนะ
น่าจะมาวันท้ายแหละมันจะไม่รู้เหมือนกันเมื่อวานก็มาแหละ14อะวันท้ายอะมาวันท้ายก็ได้
ได้เดี๋ยวนัดกันไปเดี๋ยวดูวันสู้
ได้เข้าไฟนอลแล้วเนี่ย
เต็มที่โอเคสู้ลูกสู้ใจนิ่งๆไม่ต้องรีบ
ได้นี่เป็นพรเนี่ยล่ะ
ขอชนะรางวัลที่1ไปฝันเขาก็มึงกาฝันอยู่มึงโชว์ถ้วยไปโกหกก็มีฟ้าหลับตื่น
เมื่อวานชนะแค่แต้มเดียวนั่งชนะทีมเวียดนามกับทีมจีน
โอ้โอเคสู้เต็มที่ลูก
ได้
ฟ้าเห็นอยู่โอเคสู้ลูก
ได้โอเคระวังด้วยนะทำงานอ่ะ
ระวังแล้ว
โอเคครับครับสวัสดีครับบ๊ายบาย
galiba.
Alo. Anneciğim ne yapıyorsun?
Anneciğim. İyiyim bebeğim. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyi, ben de çok iyiyim valla. Maçları izledin mi?
Oo, ben olur mu? Kalp krizleri geçirdim ben burada. Bana 2'ye çıktınız, ikinci oldunuz. Geri 3'e düştünüz, geri 2'ye çıktınız. Ben kalp krizi geçiriyordum yani o sıra. Neyse mutluyum annem. O da diyorum ya, 3 gün formayla takıldım.
Vallahi
3 gün formayla gezdim. İş yerinde öyleydim. Görmüyor musun? Resmi atıyorum ya iş formada.
iş yerinde de formayla yani şey yaptın değil mi? Formayla gittin.
Evet, evet.
İyi, sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyiyim anneciğim. Özledim seni, sadece seni özledim.
Ben de seni özledim valla.
Aradım akşam, bakmadın hayırlı olsun demek için.
Uyumuşum, bir de uyuyakalmışım.
Ben de dedim kutlamaya mı gittiler, ne yaptılar bunlar dedim.
Öyle işte.
Tamam anneciğim.
Tamam.
Seni seviyorum, öpüyorum.
Ben de seni seviyorum, öptüm hadi.
Hadi arkadaşlarına çok çok selam söyle.
Aleykümselam.
Yok annem, canın sağlığı. Bunları da tebrik ettiğimi söyle, ilet hepsine tek tek.
Tamam, aleykümselam. Onların da selamı var sana.
Tamam, aleykümselam anneciğim, hadi görüşürüz.
Hadi görüşürüz, öptüm, bay bay.
Ok, có chứ, qua cô Vũ chứ, sao bỏ được.
Alo,
Alo,
không biết hôm nay sếp có xem bọn em bắn không?
có anh coi mà, anh hét quá trời. Con anh vậy luôn. Ra mập đó, lúc mà tốt nghiệp nóc được giết được 2 người nữa, xong rồi lúc mà thêm 2 mạng cuối là anh thấy như là dương điểm rồi, anh hét trời ơi.
Này căng gì thôi luôn.
Chúc mừng mấy đứa.
Ngày 10 sếp bay qua đây à?
Mười lại bay qua lần nữa.
Thế thì xem bọn em bắn chung kết luôn.
Ok, có chứ, qua cô Vũ chứ, sao bỏ được. Muốn khách sạn, muốn vé máy bay, nó lúc anh ở Amsterdam, muốn vé máy bay, mấy đứa đừng để anh bị vé. Sao đặt mục tiêu anh em lần này tới nhận kết sao?
Thì khi mà bọn em vô thì bắn chết bào tụi còn lại thôi, sợ gì đâu. Lết mấy cái vòng này lết cho vô thôi, mà còn vô rồi thì dí tụi nó bắn thôi.
Rồi, cố lên, anh qua cô Vũ. Okay.
Rồi, cảm ơn anh nha.
Rồi, chúc mừng em.
Ok, bye bye anh.
Bye bye.
Нэрвэгтэй санаж байна.
Миний дэлхийн авраг болоод хүрээдэг ирээ заа юу?
Байна уу?
Байна.
За юу байна нэ?
Тэндөө зэсэгэлэдин.
За
Юу юм?
PMGC финал хайрхийг авсан.
Тийм үү. Бис монday.
Авраг авч ирэх явдаа. PMGC
Баярлалаа.
баярлалаа. Тэгээ 3 удаа яг ногоон групптэй боллоо.
Тэгш тийм. Дараагийн тэмцээний хизээ хэрэг.
Финал нь 12-наас 14-ний хооронд. Нэрвэгтэй санаж байна.
Миний дэлхийн авраг болоод хүрээдэг ирээ заа юу?
Эцэнд авч ирсэн.
Ихтэй шүү заа.
За хайртай шүү.
Амжилт.
За. Баяртай.
ขอชนะรางวัลที่หนึ่งฝันเขาฝันอยู่โชว์ถ้วยอยู่ไปโกหกก็ตัวไงแต่
ป่าทำอะไรอยู่กินเตี๋ยวเหรอ
ได้
ป่าทำงานที่ไหนเนี่ย
เปลี่ยนแอร์
อ๋อ
ได้ไงได้เท่าไหร่ที่เท่าไหร่
เมื่อวานแข่งรอบกลุ่มเข้าที่ 3 เข้าไฟนอลพอดี ชนะแต้มเดียวเลยเข้าพอดี
ได้ชิงเท่าไหร่เนี่ย
ก็เข้าไฟนอลแข่งอีกที12 13 14
เดี๋ยวแม่ก็พาปู่ไปชิง
แล้วป่ามาไหม
เดี๋ยวดูก่อนนะ
น่าจะมาวันท้ายแหละมันจะไม่รู้เหมือนกันเมื่อวานก็มาแหละ14อะวันท้ายอะมาวันท้ายก็ได้
ได้เดี๋ยวนัดกันไปเดี๋ยวดูวันสู้
ได้เข้าไฟนอลแล้วเนี่ย
เต็มที่โอเคสู้ลูกสู้ใจนิ่งๆต้องรีบ
ได้นี่เป็นพรเนี่ยล่ะ
ขอชนะรางวัลที่หนึ่ง ฝันเขาฝันอยู่โชว์ถ้วยไปโกหกก็มีฟ้าหลับตื่น
เมื่อวานชนะแค่แต้มเดียวนั่งชนะทีมเวียดนามกับทีมจีน
โอ้โอเคสู้เต็มที่ลูก
ได้ครับ
ฟ้าเห็นอยู่โอเคสู้ลูก
ได้โอเค ระวังด้วยนะทำงานอ่ะ
ระวังแล้ว
ดีครับครับสวัสดีครับบ๊ายบาย
Am I lost in a dream? Can't find nowhere to hide. No sign of home, so I just stand up cool. I keep calling you, do you hear it all? When my voice break through the static and meet you in the fire, I'm crawling. I might lose it all, but it's worth the pain if I'm pushing through. 'Cause every time I'm without
2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship, coming to you live from Bangkok, Thailand.
I hear a shout, it shatters the silence in the morning. Call your name, I see the doubt. We're falling too fast without a warning. But if you stay, you'll battle by my side. They'll never ever win the day. No matter what they say, this mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear. Fight to the end. Here we go again. The scars are still fresh, but we will overcome the pain. The lights will never fade. This mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the end. I never will hide from choices that we have made. I never will lie, forget the rules we're breaking through. Can we fight till the end? I will carry you. I'll never abandon you. I'll fight until the end with you.
Welcome to the Wall of Champions. It's day one of the PMGC 2025, and as you can see behind me, we have the helmets of each and every one of our 16 finalists that's right here, trying to claim that championship. We have the stunning trophy to my left as well. But if I direct your eyes over here, we have our Wall of Champions. As you can see, Nova Esports going back to back. Can D+ Kia do the same thing? There's only one way to find out.
The wait is over. The stage is set. And the chase for glory begins right now. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and I'm here with the two best analysts in the business, Maxman and the 7WG. How are you guys feeling today, Max? I'm starting with you.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, finally, it's the PMGC Grand Finals. We're going to crown one more champion. Maybe D+, maybe a new team. We'll have to wait and see.
I got absolutely tired of talking to the players. I think it was time that I came to the desk so I can rip some of these teams apart if they do something crazy in their gameplay.
Let's get it going, guys. Well, we are finally here live in Bangkok, Thailand. These teams have been battling all the way from the Gauntlet stage to the group stage, and now we are here at the big show, guys. So, right, going into today, Max, right? Which team in particular? I'm gonna start off right off the rip, right? D+ Kia's here, right? I know you're excited to see that. Plus, we got an invited team, right? Vampire as well. We got all kinds of good stuff coming up.
Have you seen D+? I'm looking at Korea, but I'm looking at DRX. Human in particular. They're my prediction. I think they can go really far here. They have had such a good initial stage, right? Unfortunately, not quite able to make it in the initial stage of the Gauntlet, but in the group stage, oh my goodness, they were on point.
Yes, I mean, and for me, DRX, right? That's yours. Mine is going to be D+, and also Regnum Karia, because that squad, I mean, they were able to just completely change what they were able to do from Gauntlet to the actual groups. It seemed like they were more cohesive. Their tactical play was on point too. Their timing was on point as well. And I'm hoping that's going to continue here in the championship if they want to try to get a chance, especially for Silas, get that second championship.
Dude, Silas wants that thing so dang bad. We've been hearing all this kind of crazy stuff backstage between these squads, and we'll get into that in just a little bit, right? But I'll tell you what, this has been just by far one of the most incredible shows we've seen so far. I know you guys, hopefully we'll get a little sneak peek of it a little bit, but dude, we just saw one of the craziest Thai boxing things earlier. It was wild, right?
It was entertaining. I was not expecting. I was like, coming for PUBG Mobile, I was like, wait, there's Thai boxing over here too. Absolute peak cinema right now, all over the place, and also so many fun activities. So I know after the game's end, we're gonna have some real fun on the outstage.
We were already going, and I was trying to get everything that I could possibly see until I got told no. I was like, is that free? Yes? Okay. In my pocket it goes.
He is a goblin, okay? He's looting IRL.
I'm not even lying. I'm not making this up, all right? I got some PUBG United stickers.
Let's go! Hey, gotta get that swag. Gotta get that swag.
Thank you.
Yeah, Max Band was trying to get some stuff, but you know, Seven was just stealing away from him every second he could possibly get. But I'll tell you what, guys, you know, we have finally made it here, okay? The Gauntlet stage was wild, right? We definitely saw some teams be able to make it, some teams that dropped out, right? When it comes to the group stage, right?
Yeah.
Which team do you feel in particular, right, just like had a huge, huge pop-off performance?
There's one.
You want to go for it?
There's one that just stands. You know what? Let's say the name on the count to 3. 3, 2, 1.
Alpha
APG!
Gaming. Oh, you said the
well,
shortened name.
yeah,
That didn't work. We could have done that way better, to be honest. But no, Alpha Gaming, of course. They were like, Gauntlet, APG trolling.
Yep.
Now we're going into Group Green. Now that was the APG that we expect to have, hopefully, in these grand finals, right? Hopefully no docketing, because this is a team that we know, especially with Top, right, Seven. They can win global events. They've gotten so close so many times. Maybe this will be their opportunity to make it happen.
I mean, we'll go even more in depth in regards to APG, but just going back to the Gauntlet, I just want to talk about that stage on its own, right? Because the top 7, we're going to be able to go to the grand finals. And a lot of the teams, and especially because I was here talking to the players, they were saying that the gameplay didn't quite feel like PMGC just yet. Because it was top 7, it was almost a 50-50 to be able to qualify here to the grand finals. And for those squads, we didn't see the urgency. We didn't see all the craziness that happened during the group stages, especially in Last Chance. So for all the squads that qualify via Gauntlet, I'm really intrigued to see what they're going to be coming up with here on the first day of Grand Finals, where there's a lot of stake. You want to be in first place, but let's look at the schedule, Jukes.
Yes, as we can take a look, we got the schedule going on. Gauntlet, Group Green, Group Red, Last Chance, all that's over. We are here in the Grand Finals, baby. 3 days of action, and man, am I excited to see it, Max.
Oh, it's going to be an exciting Grand Finals. Every single one of these stages leading right to the Grand Finals. Gauntlet was very exciting. And actually, talking about the Gauntlet, there's a little bit of an advantage. A majority of the teams in the Grand Finals lobby have played the Gauntlet at some point in time. Meaning, if you play the Gauntlet, you have a little bit of an advantage because this lobby is not too far off what we have today.
Yeah, as you can see right here, we got those teams, and we got that one slot, the host country invite, Seven, and that is Vampire Esports. Now, this squad hasn't played at all. How do you feel about that coming in here?
I'm intrigued to see what they're going to be doing in regards to their drops, right? We saw the mayhem that happened in Neox Factory, in Rondo specifically. At one point, we ended up seeing 8 teams, absolute mayhem. I want to see what Vampire, if Vampire wants to get into that mix, but do we want to say what we know yet, Max?
All I said is the Sir Tanny is looking towards Neox Factory. He said he's quite intrigued about it.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, I'm intrigued about this prize pool, baby. $3 million on the line. And the good old-fashioned point system that we have here, those eliminations are going to come in big. For anybody that just hasn't caught up, right, on the esports this year, right? Rondo, baby. Rondo is in the mix, and it is going to be some serious business, Max.
Look, if you miss Sanok, I'm sorry, but man, Rondo's bringing the heat from pretty much Circle 1, the hot drops, the 3-1 splits right here, Savin. Kept happening the entirety of PMGC. Was so exciting to see happen.
Yeah, especially when we ended up going to group stages, Last Chance as well. I mean, some of the squads were absolutely popping off. We talked about that 8-team drop that we had in Neox Factory when we're talking about Rondo. The amount of eliminations, too, that we were seeing within the first 7 minutes of the game, it was absolutely insane.
We had 67 elims at one point in Circle 5, which is... How do you have that? That's pretty much much an entire game, pretty much, right, Seven? It's madness happening there. So if you want to try and create a big lead on Rondo, game 1 of each day, that's the time to make it happen.
Out of all these teams right here, Max, and Jukes as well, I kind of want you to go in this. Jukes, you know what? You'll go in this one first. Is there any team that kind of surprises you a little bit? My pick right away had to be R8 with the Gauntlet, finishing as champions of the Gauntlet. Absolutely nobody expected R8 to be the champions out of that, and that's going to be a big question mark for me for the finals.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. R8, definitely a big contender here, especially after their performance. You know, another team, I mean, I got to talk about Regnum Karya, right? The fact that they didn't make it in the Gauntlet was a little wild to me, right? But then, after day 2 of their stage and group, they just started popping off. So, when it comes to Regnum Karya, I'm expecting some big things from them here. What about you, Max?
Look, one thing I've learned over the years of doing PUBG Mobile Esport, never doubt Silas, okay? He has a plan, and he will stick to it until the very end of whatever tournament he's played in, so Regnum Karya are going to be looking good. But back to your point about R8, Mina winning Gauntlet was just a genuine surprise. And you know what? Sure, you got Ida, great player, you got Prestige. Amori, the off angle, just suppressing fire from this guy was second to none for the MENA region. I wonder, can they replicate this here for the grand finals?
And not only that, the thing that was impressive with this team is how aggressive they were playing. They weren't really scared. I got a chance to talk to Ida, and they're like, we're not playing scared. We got absolutely nothing to lose. We just got to be able to make it to top 7. I'm hoping that some of the aggressiveness that we saw there out of Gauntlet translates here in the grand finals, because we've seen the timing absolutely improve from some of these squads. I mean, D+, at one point, they knocked one player, and they ended up just eliminating everybody on a full push.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and take it to Barney to see what we got going on in the fan zone.
Welcome to the Fan Zone. Now, for PUBG Mobile fans all around the world, it isn't just simply about esports, this event. This is about everyone coming down and having something to do. So many activations and interactive things to take part in. Right behind me, we have World of Wonder. We've also got Metro Royale over here. Like I said, so much to do here. PUBG Mobile really are pulling out all of the stops, and I can't wait for you guys to come down to Cyan Paragon and check it out.
Dude, if you aren't here, you're missing out. I'm gonna say that, because this is crazy, dude. That was just a tiny glimpse of what was happening over here. But man, you know what? They had a crane game, right, to go and pick up some crates. I was at the front of the line and was immediately denied 7.
The employees were like, sir, sorry, you cannot do it.
Dude, if the winch could talk, it would be screaming. You know, it would just be like, heck no. But it was awesome. It was so great to see.
I mean, that's where we got to watch the Muay Thai fights, and I think that's why we were mimicking some of that. And at one point, I think it was 2 sisters fighting each other, which I was really hoping somebody would get knocked out, because the Muay Thai, that happens, and it was awesome, but it didn't happen, sadly.
Dude, we saw like a front flip head kick. That was crazy.
I missed that.
Oh my gosh, it was great.
Damn.
It was a spinning elbow at one point, too. Blank and I looked at each other like, if that would have connected. If that would have connected.
Gone.
It would have been over, baby. You know what? But man, you know what? There's all kinds of goodies here. So for those of you guys that are here, enjoy it. You know, for those of you guys that missed out, we're going to have a whole bunch of stuff in-game as well. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. But you know what, 7? You've been here this entire time.
That's
right. We've been at home during the league stage. 7, you've been boots on the ground. What kind of rumblings have you possibly heard from some different players? Just give us a little bit of the inside scoop since you've been here.
I mean, some rivalries that have been building up through the stages as well. Teams just pretty much eliminating each other and then just turning back around and saying, yeah, that's right, don't come to our drop. And I think that's a lot of those teams didn't end up making it here to the grand finals.
Yeah, all I see is Silas. He's like, oh, I don't want to talk to the Korean team. He's not happy about that.
I think the main one that we actually need to focus on, if we're actually talking about the grand finals, is what I want to end up seeing, and what some of these teams want to end up seeing as well, is when we end up moving out of Rondo, I want to see what those hot drops are looking like. Because this is a big topic that you guys were talking about and that you and I have been talking about for quite a long time, Max, and it's you cannot really afford to have any hot drops, even if you end up winning this, because look what happened to some of the other squads that ended up hot dropping in the Gauntlet, right?
Yeah.
You had GS team, they're not here. OG, guess what? They're not here too. So a lot of those squads, and right here in the grand finals, only 18 matches, maybe even less because of the smash roll on the final day. You cannot hot drop, and Miramar's going to be spicy.
Oh, yeah, if you miss out, no more last chance. You know, it's grand finals for a reason.
Yes.
But yeah, looking at Miramar, Picardo, it's 2 teams in particular. Regnum Karya, they've dropped there the entire time, right? Going into the Gauntlet, into the stages for the league stage. Vampire, also dropped there. And from what we've heard, that is going to be happening, and that's going to be a spicy one. And you have it at the end of each day. That's a good way to end these matches of grand finals.
Well, let's take it on over to the stage to open the show.
Lost in a dream, can't find nowhere to hide. No sign of home, so I just stand like cool. I keep calling, do you hear it all? Let my voice break through the static and meet you in the fire. I'm crawling, I might lose it all, but it's worth the pain if I'm pushing through. 'Cause every time I'm without you, I'm fighting on in the shadows. So tell me, how can I find you? How can I win if I'm on my own? Say we're gonna reload. I can't do this no more. Say we're gonna reload. Say we're gonna reload. Say we're gonna reload. Say we're gonna reload.
Hey, Vox! What a grenade!
Rock stays alive.
What in the world?
4 minutes. I see getting rolled. Oh, he's actually getting his team in. And in a mishmash of chaos. It's my signature salient. Built up the chaos, wasted the fire. This is the path that I choose to
ช่วงเวลาแห่งประวัติศาสตร์นะคะกับ PUBG United 2025 นั่นเองค่ะและก็อยู่กับแผนพัฒนธรโพคินนั่นเองนะคะบอกเลยว่านี่คือครั้งแรกที่เราได้รวมเอาไว้นะคะกับ PGC 2025 และ PMGC 2025 Grand Finals เข้าไว้ในสถานที่เดียวกันเวทีเดียวกันและปิดท้ายด้วยการเฉลิมฉลองร่วมกันนั่นเองค่ะ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bangkok, Thailand! And welcome to a historic moment that is the PUBG United 2025. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the incredible Pan. And today we stand together for the first ever PUBG United. That's PGC 2025 and the 2025 PMGC Grand Finals. One venue, one stage, one celebration.
และแน่นอนนะคะตั้งแต่วันนี้ไปจนถึงวันที่ 14 ธันวาคมนี้ค่ะทุกคนเหล่าทีมที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดระดับโลกจะมารวมตัวกันอยู่ที่นี่ไม่ว่าจะเป็นจาก PUBG Battlegrounds และก็ PUBG Mobile นั่นเองนะคะในงานสุดยิ่งใหญ่เพื่อชิงชัยสู่การเป็นที่หนึ่งถึงแม้ว่าพวกเขาจะมาจากเส้นทางที่ต่างกันแต่แน่นอนกับเป้าหมายที่เป็นหนึ่งเดียวกันนั่นก็คือการพิสูจน์ตัวตนสู่การเป็นตำนานในเวทีที่ยิ่งใหญ่ที่สุดในปีนี้ค่ะ
This weekend, the world's strongest teams from both PUBG Battlegrounds and PUBG Mobile will be gathered here for one unforgettable event. Different journeys, but all of them with the same goal, in order to prove their legacy right here on the biggest stage of the year.
และต้องบอกเลยว่านี่เป็นมากกว่าแค่งานการแข่งขัน e-sports นะคะแต่คือการเฉลิมฉลองของทั้ง2 communities ที่ได้มาร่วมพลังกันภายใต้ธีมหรือวิสัยทัศน์กับ2 ผู้ชนะในโลกใบเดียวกันค่ะ
This is more than just an esports event. This is a celebration of 2 communities coming together under one vision. One world, 2 champions.
และเตรียมตัวกันให้พร้อม และนี่คือ PUBG United และช่วงเวลาแห่งประวัติศาสตร์ของเราได้เริ่มขึ้นณบัดนี้ค่ะ ขอเชิญทุกคนได้พบกับ 32 Grand Finalist Team ไปพร้อมๆกันกับจังหวะของ PUBG United 2025 ค่ะ
And so, Bangkok, are you ready? This is PUBG United, and history is about to be made, and it starts now. Let's meet our 32 grand finalists and welcome them to the main stage.
Let's welcome PGC 2025 Wildcard Team, Full Sense, and PMGC 2025 Host Country Invite Team, Vampire Esports.
I keep calling, do you hear it all? Let my voice break through the static and meet you in the fire. I'm crawling, I might lose it all, but it's worth it.
And now, please welcome to the main stage, FN, Pochon, and Alter Ego Ares.
So tell me, how can I find you? How can I win if I'm on my own? Say we're gonna reload. I can't do this from home.
Up next, here comes 17 Gaming and Team Flash.
Say we're gonna reload. Say we're gonna reload. Took me way too long now, I realize I wanna run, let the time dry.
Up next, it's Navi and Goat Team.
I'm far away, been disconnected by its own love. The ground beneath me growing so cold, and now I'm losing all of my control. 'Cause every time I breathe out you, I'm fighting on in the shadows.
Put your hands together for Asla Pentagram and E Arena.
Say we're gonna reload. Say we're gonna reload. Say we're gonna reload. So what you waiting for? You gotta realize.
Make some noise for Nemiga Gaming and Regnum Carrier Esports.
Welcome to the stage, Bagel Paw and Alpha Gaming.
The time has come, so see we are fate. Pain and scars of past mistakes. We stay strong and refuse to break. You know what is yours to take.
Make some noise for DN Freaks and DRX.
Time to take a stand. What is in our hands? And you can feel the weight. Circles closing in.
Make some noise for T1 and Mad Balls!
Here comes BB Team and Kara Esports!
Welcome to the stage, Twisted Minds and Thunder Talk Gaming!
Make some noise for Team Falcons and RAD Esports!
And now it is time for your PGC 2024 champions, the Expendables! And your PMGC 2024 champions, D plus Kia!
Here we go again. The scars are still fresh, but we will overcome the pain. The lights will never fade. This mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead.
และ PGC และ PMGC ได้รวมพลังเป็นหนึ่งอยู่บนเวทีแห่งนี้แล้ว มาร่วมเชียร์ไปด้วยกันและร่วมค้นหาว่าใครจะได้เป็น2ผู้ชนะบนโลกใบเดียวกันค่ะ
PGC and the PMGC now stand united on one stage. Stay tuned until the very end to check out the two champions in one world.
Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship, coming to you live from Bangkok, Thailand.
I hear a shout, it shatters the silence in the morning. Call your name, I see the doubt. We're falling too fast without a warning. But if you stay, you'll battle by my side. They'll never ever win the day. No matter what they say, this mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the end. Here we go again. The scars are still fresh, but we will overcome the pain. The lights will never fade. Shout our fear, fight to the
Нэр хүүхдээ санаж байна.
Миний хэд дэлхийн авраг болоод хүрээдэг ирээ заа юу?
Байна.
Байна.
За юу байна нэ?
Тэндөө зэсэгэлэдин.
За
Юу ийм?
лигээс финал хайрхийг авсан.
Тийм үү? Эс монтэй.
Авраг авч ирлээ авлаа. Тэгээд
Баяр хүргэе.
баярлалаа байна. Тэгээ 3 удаа яг ногоон группт орлоо.
Тэгш тийм. Дараагийн тэмцээний хизээ хэрэг.
Финал нь 12-наас 14-ний хооронд. Нэр хүүхдээ санаж байна.
Миний хэд дэлхийн авраг болоод хүрээдэг ирээ заа юу?
Тэнцэнд авчих.
Ихтэй шүү заа.
За хайртай шүү.
Амжилт.
За. Баяртай.
Son iki maçta kalp krizi geçirmiş olabilirim galiba.
Alo. Anneciğim ne yapıyorsun?
Anneciğim. İyiyim bebeğim. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyi ben de çok iyiyim valla. Maçları izledin mi?
Oo izlemeden olur mu? Kalp krizleri geçirdim ben burada. Bana 2'ye çıktınız, ikinci oldunuz. Geri 3'e düştünüz, geri 2'ye çıktınız. Ben kalp krizi geçiriyordum yani o sıra. Neyse mutluyum annem. O da diyorum ya 3 gün formayla takıldı.
Vallahi.
3 gün formayla gezdim iş yerinde. Görmüyor musun? Resim atıyor ya iş durmadan.
İş yerinde de formayla yani şey yaptın değil mi? Formayla gittin.
Evet, evet.
İyi sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyiyim anneciğim. Özledim seni, sadece seni özledim.
Ben de seni özledim valla.
Aradım akşam, bakmadım hayırlı olsun demek için.
Uyumuşum bir de uyuyakalmışım.
Ben de dedim kutlamaya mı gittiler, ne yaptılar?
Öyle işte.
Tamam anneciğim.
Tamam.
Seni seviyorum, öpüyorum.
Ben de seni seviyorum öptüm hadi.
Hadi arkadaşlarına çok çok selam söyle.
Aleykümselam.
Yok annem, canın sağlığı. Bunları da tebrik ettiğimi söyle, ilet hepsine tek tek.
Tamam aleykümselam. Onların da selamı var sana.
Tamam aleykümselam anneciğim, hadi görüşürüz.
Hadi görüşürüz öptüm bay bay.
beklenmedik pozisyonda kim oynuyor?
Silas. Berkan abi. Silas.
İlk başta fight atarken kim ölüyor?
Silas. Silas hata. Ben.
Fight içerisinde fight olarak değil de genel olarak panik yapabilen kimdir?
Panik mi? Arda mı? Tabii ki oğlum. Ha, tamam Arda, ben de o zaman
Fight'ı ben değildir ben. Fight'ı bana göremem. Mahmut olur ben. Mahmut olursa işim.
Ben panikli. En iyi karar veren Silas, en iyi aim de bence
Hepimizin
White'dır ya, aynen. Diyeceğim ben.
Evet, yanlış yere geldi.
en kötü kararda bir koşu gidemedi adam koydu.
Takımda en iyi aim'e sahip olup da kötü kararlar verebilen
Devam edelim ya, kötü kararları.
Benim.
da IG'li hiç dinlemeyen, kendi kafasına göre hareket eden kim?
Buna acil karar versin.
Ben olabilirim.
Sence kim?
Gelsin acele karar versin.
Ya kimse yok ya. No one.
En fazla konuşan kimdir?
Berkin abi.
Silas.
Küçük kardeş statüsünde kim var?
Wild.
Ben mi?
En küçük sensin oğlum.
Takımda diğer oyuncuları en çok kim güldürüyor?
Wild.
En fazla şikayetçi olan kim?
Loxi.
Mahmut.
Loxi. Net Loxi bu arada.
Bir şikayetimiz yok ya.
En geç uyanan kim?
Wild.
En fazla yemek yiyen kim?
Ya bu nasıl bir soru yani?
Yani
şöyle.
Bizi izlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok komik bir takımız. Görüşürüz.
За сайн байцгаана уу? Намайг Алтан гэрлээ өгтөө Бүрэн Баяр гэдэг. За тэгээд топ нэрээр Alpha Gaming баг тоглодог. Анх ерөнхийдөө Astra Academy гэдэг багаас ерөнхийдөө мэрэгжлийн төвшин рүү одоо ингээд яг хөл тавьж ирсэн. South Asia Championship гэдэг тэмцээнд ерөнхийдөө авраг аваад яг мэрэгжлийн төвшөнд ингээд тоглож болох юм байна гэдгийг ойлгосон. За хуучин Star-Wars тахад манай багт IGL гэдэг үсэн Pika гэдэг манай IGL байсан. Ерөнхийдөө яг Pika-гийн явснаас хойш ерөнхийдөө миний тоглолт бол амар унсан. Амар унаад тэгээ ерөнхийдөө аюул жоохон тийм шантрах маягтай байсан л да. Тэгээд за Pika-гийн явсан ч гэсэн одоо надад том зорилго байгаа гэж амар тийм бэлтгэлээ ерөнхийдөө амар ахиу хийгээд тэгэл ер нь гайгүй темпэндээ орсон да. За өмнөх хэдэн жилүүдэд ерөнхийдөө одоо ингээд харахад байн ингээд ам гарч ирсэн санагддаг. Одоо заавал авраг аваа ингэн тэгэн гээл одоо ерөөсөө тэгж бодохгүй. Яа тэгэхээр бүх багууд яг ингээд скейл ур чадвар одоо бүх юмараа ингээд дэлхийн бүх багууд яг адилхан түвшинд очсон учраас ерөнхийдөө яг нэг тийм амар улаарахгүй байгаа. Тэгээд яг хоо одоо өөрсдийнхээ бэлдсэн юм аа гаргаад үзнэ. За ерөнхийдөө яг өдийг хүртэл явхад намайг одоо ингээд хамт бүтээлсэн хүмүүс байгаа. Тэгээд аав ээж эхнэр одоо тэгээд хайртай дотны хүмүүс, найз нөхөд одоо биднийг дэмжиж байгаа фэнүүд тэгээд одоо бүгдэнд нь баярлалаа. Бүгдэнд нь маш их баярлж өгдөө шүү л гэж одоо хэлээ да. Тэгээд бидэд одоо энэ тэмцээнд ерөнхийдөө чадхаараа сайн хичээгээд орноо.
Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship, coming to you live from Bangkok, Thailand.
the silence in the morning. Call your name, I see the doubt. We're falling too fast without a warning. But if you stay, you'll battle by my side. They'll never ever win the day. No matter what they say, this mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the end. Here we go again. The scars are still fresh, but we will overcome the pain. The lights will never fade. This mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the
Нэрүүхтэй санаж байна.
Миний хэд дэлхийн авраг болоод хүрээдэг ирээ заа юу?
Бана.
Эно.
За юу вэ нэ?
Тэндо зэсэгэсэдин. Юу юм?
Лигээс финал хайрхийг авсан.
Тийм үү. Эс монтэй.
Авраг авч ирлээ авлаа. Тэгээд
баяр хүргэе.
баярлалаа. Тэгээ 3 удаа яг ногоон групптэй боллоо.
Тэгш тийм. Дараагийн тэмцээний хизээ хэрэг.
Финал нь 12-наас 14-ний хооронд. Нэрүүхтэй санаж байна.
Миний хэд дэлхийн авраг болоод хүрээдэг ирээ заа юу?
Тэнцэнд авч
Хэвтэй шүү за.
За хэвтэй шүү.
Амжилт.
За. Эртээ.
galiba.
Alo. Anneciğim ne yapıyorsun?
Anneciğim. İyiyim bebeğim. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyi, ben de çok iyiyim valla. Maçları izledin mi?
İzlemeden olur mu? Ben krizleri geçirdim ben burada. Bana 2'ye çıktınız, ikinci oldunuz. Geri 3'e düştünüz, geri 2'ye çıktınız. Ben kalp krizi geçiriyordum yani o sıra. Neyse mutluyum annem. Bu da diyorum ya, 3 gün formayla takıldım.
Vallahi.
3 gün formayla gezdim. İş yerinde görmüyor mu? Resim atıyor ya iş durmadan.
To you live from Siam Paragon in Bangkok, Thailand. Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the incredible Natcha. And we proudly welcome you to the long-awaited Grand Finals.
สวัสดีค่ะและยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านนะคะเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2025 ค่ะถ่ายทอดสดจากสยามพารากอนนะคะดิฉันเนยณัชชาและพิธีกรคู่สุดหล่อคุณบานี่ค่ะยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านนะคะเข้าสู่รอบ Grand Final ที่ทุกคนรอคอยค่ะ
16 of the best PUBG Mobile teams will go head-to-head across the next 3 days of competition, but only one will walk away as the 2025 PMGC champions. But before the tournament officially begins, let's look ahead at what's coming in 2026. In the 8 years since PUBG Mobile's global launch, the game has faced countless challenges and received tremendous support from players worldwide. So what new opportunities lie ahead?
ต้องบอกว่าทั้ง 16 ทีมนะคะจะดวลเดือดกันตลอด 3 วันค่ะแต่ว่าจะมีหนึ่งเดียวเท่านั้นนะคะที่คว้าแชมป์ PMGC 2025 ไปครองนะคะก่อนที่การแข่งขันจะเริ่มขึ้นในวันนี้ค่ะเดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปดูกันว่าในปี 2026 จะมีอะไรใหม่สำหรับ PUBG Mobile กันบ้างตลอด 8 ปีที่ผ่านมานะคะเกมเนี่ยได้ผ่านทั้งความท้าทายแล้วก็ได้รับแรงสนับสนุนจากผู้เล่นทั่วโลกค่ะปีหน้าเราจะเดินหน้าไปในทิศทางไหนเดี๋ยวเราไปรับชมพร้อมๆกันได้เลยค่ะ So let's take a look together and see what the future has in store.
Hi everyone, I'm Rick. As 2025 wraps up, thank you for being with us this year. Together, we explored the Golden Dynasty, fought in Rongzhou, joined the Transformers, and started new adventures with Ghost and Arctic creatures. With World 1.0's launch, PUBG Mobile World of Wonder Creator became a new identity for many with 5.4 million maps. Reaches a single-day player peak of over 8.5 million, growing our community stronger than ever. Active creators reaches a single-day peak of over 30,000. We are also committed to your experience, taking firm action against over 13 million cheating and harmful behavior. Thank you for being a vital part of our journey. PUBG Mobile is evolving. We are no longer just the world's biggest Battle Royale mobile game. We are now beyond Battle Royale. What does beyond mean? You, our players, define the world's boundaries. Every map and idea you contribute helps build the game. In 2026, we are upgrade World of Wonders editing tool and add AI-assisted features to boost your creativity. Thank you. Your vision drives us beyond. To show our gratitude. In 2026, we are boosting support for your creativity with the 10 million incentive pool to invite creators worldwide to join the world ecosystem. Let's make next year our best yet. Our Beyond Battle Royale vision brings a new quick BR mode, a fast-paced 10-minute match with intense action and deep skill combinations. You can build your play style that's truly your own. Battle launches next year if all goes well. Going beyond also means expanding possibilities together. You have collected nearly every supercar brand. Now, PUBG Mobile will be partner of the Scuderia Ferrari HP in 2026 and will have an integration of their sports car in our world. Plus, Scuderia Ferrari HP official reserve driver Zhou Guanyu has a special message for you. Stay tuned for updates, and we hear your requests for more, from animation to sport, and they are on our list. As our world grows, every player counts. Our new vision for every number one. In the game, we are introducing a more diverse visual style and deeper avatar performance, giving you more ways to express your self-instincts. In 2026, 2 global open tournaments will welcome all players to the global stage. We are partnered for more campus, expo, and festival events, bringing esports excitement to everyone. To launch this chapter, our 8th anniversary will be our biggest celebration yet, with reward in-game and in real life. Thank you for being the heart of our journey. Together, we'll continue to build what's next. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next year.
Thank you so much to all of the developers. This is truly exciting. We would also like to thank all of the players for their long-term support of PUBG Mobile. In 2026, player creativity will continue to bring fresh energy to the game. Thank you so much for all of your passion and dedication to PUBG Mobile. Next up, we will be presenting the Creative Vision Awards 2025. It commemorates all of our beloved creators out there for the love of PUBG Mobile. And the first award will be the World of Wonder Creator Annual Ceremony. Let's see this year's WoW Annual Gold Award winner.
และต่อไปนะคะก็คือการประกาศรางวัล Creative Vision Award 2025 ค่ะเพื่อเป็นเกียรติให้กับเหล่าครีเอเตอร์ทั่วโลกที่สร้างสรรค์ผลงานให้กับ PUBG Mobile นะคะโดยรางวัลแรกก็คือ World of Wonder Creator Annual Ceremony ค่ะเดี๋ยวเราจะมาดูกันนะคะว่าผู้ชนะรางวัล Gold Award ปีนี้คือใครค่ะ So now let's watch the video
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our presenter to the stage, Senior Director of Global Esports Center, Level Infinite, Tencent Games. It is, of course, James Yang.
ขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับด้วยค่ะ
Now we would like to invite our winning representatives of WoW, Sheeta Black, Osed, Yasso, Murshad, Muhammad Ali, and Ahmed Alouk to the stage to receive their awards.
ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยค่ะ
Thank you so much to every WoW creator for your creativity and your passion. Join the global WoW ecosystem. Our ongoing support will fuel your creative dreams to new heights.
ขอแสดงความยินดีกับผู้ชนะของเราด้วยนะคะต้องบอกว่าผลงานของทุกคนค่ะเต็มไปด้วยความคิดสร้างสรรค์แล้วก็เป็นแรงบันดาลใจให้กับผู้เล่นทั่วโลกค่ะ
Thank you so much to all of our winners. You may now exit the stage.
ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆอีกครั้งหนึ่งค่ะ
Thank you to all of our creators. Because of you, PUBG Mobile continues to thrive. This year, PDP continues to encourage players' creativity and innovation, and we look forward to seeing even more amazing contributions. And now, we will be presenting the PDP Creator Annual Ceremony.
ต้องขอบคุณครีเอเตอร์ทุกท่านนะคะเพราะว่าทุกคนเนี่ยคือกำลังสำคัญของ PUBG ค่ะและต่อไปนะคะเป็นพิธีมอบรางวัล PDP Creator Annual Ceremony ที่สนับสนุนความคิดสร้างสรรค์ของผู้เล่นทั่วโลกค่ะเดี๋ยวเรามาดูผลงานที่โดดเด่นของปีนี้ไปพร้อมๆกันค่ะ Please enjoy the video
would like to invite our winning representatives of PDP, Pam Ryder, Ari Estrada, Peachful, Crate, LD Sebas, Mr. Anderson, Yuta, Rutendo, Shaz Tokyo, and SG Toyota. That's right, make some noise, everyone. Come on.
ขอเสียงดังๆด้วยค่ะ
We are proud to introduce South Africa's top creator, SG Toyota. He was recently named Person of the Year by NAG Magazine, South Africa's leading gaming media outlet. This shows that PDP and its creators are gaining recognition from more and more established areas.
ยินดีกับผู้ชนะทั้ง10 ท่านด้วยนะคะต้องบอกว่าทุกผลงานคือการโชว์พลังความคิดสร้างสรรค์อย่างแท้จริงและช่วยผลักดันให้ชุมชนครีเอเตอร์ของเราเติบโตอย่างก้าวกระโดดนั่นเองค่ะขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆอีกครั้งหนึ่งค่ะ
Thank you so much to our winners. You may now exit the stage. Thank you.
เรียนเชิญได้เลยนะคะ
Next up, we will be presenting the PUBG Mobile Banpan Investigator of the Year. We would love to show our appreciation for the dedication of the volunteer investigators who keep our gaming environment safe by analyzing gameplay and reporting cheaters.
ต่อไปนะคะคือรางวัลสำหรับฮีโร่หลังบ้านของเกมเราค่ะนั่นก็คือเหล่าอาสาสมัครแบนแพรนะคะที่ช่วยตรวจจับผู้เล่นโกงวิเคราะห์เกมเพลย์และทำให้การแข่งขันของเราเป็นธรรมที่สุดค่ะ Let's watch the video.
Welcome our Gold Investigator representatives, Dila, Jenin, Sol, TC Senior, and G3 ADA to the stage. We would like to sincerely thank all the creators and investigators. Your boundless creativity has enriched PUBG Mobile with a variety of designs and a spirited, creative energy. We really appreciate having you all with us. Congratulations.
ยินดีกับผู้ที่ได้รับรางวัลทุกท่านด้วยนะคะต้องบอกว่าพวกเขาคือกำลังสำคัญที่ทำให้ PUBG Mobile ของเราเป็นสังคมเกมที่ปลอดโปร่งและน่าเล่นที่สุดค่ะ
Thank you so much to our winning representatives. You may now leave the stage. Thank you. Okay. Up next is a very special segment. I will take a microphone, please. Sorry. Thank you very much. It's very special because this has become a true tradition, hasn't it? This is our annual PUBG Mobile esports announcement, presented by none other than Mr. James Yang. Woo.
Thank you, Bonnie. Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in Thailand and across the world. Yes. My name is James Yang, the Senior Director of Global Esports Center at Rebel Infinite. After a spectacular year of PUBG Mobile esports, we are finally here again at the biggest global tournament of the year. Now, I'd like to share our announcement of what PUBG Mobile esports will be in 2026. In recognition of the incredible esports experience we've cultivated with our pro teams, players, and you, the fans, we are delighted to share that PUBG Mobile won the Mobile Esports Game of the Year at recent Esports Award for the second time. Thank you. But we are just getting started. In 2026, we'll offer a lot more opportunities to players looking to be the next number one. Before we jump into 2026, let's take a look at what we have done in 2025. This year, PUBG Mobile Esports took over the world with over 1 million participants across 180 countries and regions. With that in mind, we've reworked the tournament circuit for 2026. Next year, we'll be hosting over 30 PUBG Mobile National Championships across more than 8 regions, leading into regional qualifier that will determine the teams advancing to the PUBG Mobile Global Open. I'm sure you will notice that PMGO appears twice, and that's right. We are increasing our tournament with the second PMGO, splitting with Season 1 and Season 2. This new form of qualification will replace the existing PUBG Mobile Super Leagues, with all tournaments being open to all amateur, semi-pro, and pro players. This means more chances at qualification for global tournaments and more opportunities for a wide range of players. With one click, you can join the PUBG Mobile esports ecosystem as a player. Thank you. For those looking to start or continue their esports journey, the 2025 PMGO season's teams will be determined by performance in 2005, alongside the teams from the regional tournament. Points will be accumulated across the PMGO seasons to earn a spot at the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Championship for the final fight to be the one. So I'm already excited to see who will make it. Our 2026 esports circuit kicks off with the PMGO Season 1, which I'm pleased to announce will be hosted in Southeast Asia. Yes. With an impressive prize pool of $500,000. This will be the first chance for all the players to start racking up the PMGC points need to step onto the PMGC stage. The brand new PMGO Season 2 will be held in Pakistan. It's for the first global tournament in this vibrant country. Season 2 will offer a chance for another 500,000 prize pool and plenty more points for PMGC qualification. After PMGO Season 1, PUBG Mobile Esports will return to the 2026 PUBG Mobile World Cup and Esports World Cup, once again held in Riyadh with a prize pool of $3 million. Since 2024, the PMWC has showcased some of the best players with the best teams in the prestigious Esports World Cup. Okay, for the final and the biggest tournament of 2026 PUBG Mobile Esports Circuit, we are delighted to bring the best players in the world back to Turkey. Wow. Wow. The top teams in 2026 PMGC will face off on the world stage for the lion's share of $3 million prize pool. Will the best teams of 2025 will hold on their glory for another year? Or will new teams emerging from the PMGC seasons to claim the champion title? The chance is wide open, and you can also be the one. PUBG Mobile will also be updating the esports experience through 2026. We'll be upgrading the in-game participation system to make it possible for players across the world to join an esports tournament with just a few clicks. For those coming to PUBG Mobile Esports offline events, we'll be updating an entertainment experience with the expanded presence at the beloved events worldwide, including food and music festival alongside the gaming and esports conventions. Finally, building on our platform for third-party tournaments, we'll be also upgrading this experience to streamline the registration process. That's great, right? With this, hosting your own official PUBG Mobile Esports tournament will be easier than ever before. With all these brand new updates, PUBG Mobile Esports will continue to provide more exciting tournaments, more chances for amateur and pro players, and more ways for fans across the world to engage the best Battle Royale esports experience. So thanks for listening, but just before I wrapping up, we have one more surprise that we are very excited to share with you all here in Bangkok. So please join me to welcome Butterbeer. Nice to meet you, and yeah, it's really great to see you. You are so cute, amazing. There are so many fans of you. So as a local icon, can you teach me how to greet in Thai? Nice, thank you. So, okay, everybody, see you at the battleground. And please be the one!
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Mr. James Yang. Let's give him another round of applause, James Yang. And of course, thank you to Butterbeer for joining us as well. If you haven't already, make sure to visit the PUBG Mobile Butterbeer collaboration in the Fan Zone and Siam Paragon.
ค่ะขอบคุณคุณเจมส์ยังมากๆเลยนะคะแล้วก็ขอบคุณน้องหมีเนยด้วยนะคะที่มาร่วมสร้างสีสันกับเราในวันนี้ค่ะสำหรับใครที่ยังไม่ได้จับจองเป็นเจ้าของพลาดไม่ได้นะคะอย่าลืมแวะไปชมโซนพิเศษ PUBG Mobile X Butterbeer บริเวณโซนแฟนโซนณสยามพารากอนแห่งนี้ด้วยค่ะ
Now, before we officially begin the competition, we are pleased to introduce a brand new element debuting at this year's PMGC, the Egg Smashing. This is reserved exclusively for our champions. This exciting feature adds a unique twist to the celebration, offering special rewards from Infinix and a memorable moment for the winning team.
ใช่แล้วค่ะปีนี้นะคะต้องบอกว่า PMGC เนี่ยมีลูกเล่นใหม่ที่เปิดตัวเป็นครั้งแรกด้วยนั่นก็คือกิจกรรม X Smashing นะคะที่สงวนไว้เฉพาะทีมแชมป์เท่านั้นค่ะซึ่งกิจกรรมนี้นะคะก็จะเพิ่มความพิเศษแล้วก็ความสนุกสนานให้กับช่วงฉลองชัยชนะนะคะพร้อมกับมีของรางวัลพิเศษจาก Infinix ด้วย
And now, to give everyone a clear look at how it all works, please turn your attention to the screen as we present the official introduction video and what each team secretly selected the eggs that they wanted the chance to smash.
ก่อนแข่งเนี่ยแต่ละทีมนะคะเขาได้แอบเลือกไข่ค่ะที่อยากทุบเอาไว้แล้วนะคะและตอนนี้ถึงเวลามาดูกันแล้วค่ะว่าแต่ละทีมไฟนอลของเราเนี่ยเลือกไข่ใบไหนกันไว้บ้างนะคะเดี๋ยวรอไปชมพร้อมๆกันค่ะ Let's watch the video.
In the grand finals of the 2025 PMGC, 16 teams have fought their way to the ultimate honor. Each of them now stands as one of the world's best, and each is represented with the golden egg marked with their team logo. Inside every egg lies a special reward card provided by Infinix. A GT pad, a GT phone, or GT earphones, an exclusive gift waiting to be claimed. Before the grand finals begins, every team chooses 3 opponents whose eggs they would most like to smash. And now with the world watching, only one team has risen above the rest. One champion, one chance to get the ultimate bonus reward. If the champion wins by the smash roll, they may smash 3 eggs and take all the Infinix rewards hidden within. But if the victory comes by points, they may choose only one. One egg, one moment, one prize. This is the 2025 PMGC Egg Smashing Ceremony. This is the one you're looking for. Let the champion step forward and let the smashing begin.
And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. 16 of the world's strongest teams clash on the grand stage of PUBG Mobile's Global Championship, carrying the pride of their regions and the weight of every fan behind them for one purpose, to raise the ultimate trophy.
และตอนนี้ค่ะก็คือช่วงเวลาที่ทุกท่านรอคอยค่ะ 16 ทีมที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดจากทั่วโลกกำลังจะขึ้นเวทีประชันกันนะคะเพื่อคว้าแชมป์สูงสุดกลับบ้านค่ะและตอนนี้ขอเสียงเชียร์ดังๆให้ทั้ง 16 ทีมหน่อยได้ไหมคะ
That's right, Bangkok, make some noise! Ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championships Day 1 starts now.
ไปชมกันเลยค่ะ
Now that is how you start a show. Goodness gracious. We saw James Yang on the stage with some crazy announcement. 7. Which one stood out to you the most?
I'm hyped. We're going to get Max. Not just one PMGO, 2 PMGOs. Season 1 is going to be in Southeast Asia, 500K prize pool. That's really nice. But the one I'm actually more hyped about, baby,
it's Pakistan.
Yeah!
In a circle. Better make it. We're looking, okay?
Yeah, I'm super hyped, honestly. It's a chance for some of the other new players to kind of shine, right? That's kind of what happened this year with PMGO. A lot of new players were able to shine when we went to Uzbekistan. I can't wait to see what other talent we're going to see from Southeast Asia and also what other talent we're going to see from Pakistan.
Yes, indeed. But of course, this all wouldn't be possible without the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone for 2025 PMGC. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory. Go get yours today so you can outplay the rest. We also got all kinds of stuff going on in the game, guys, so make sure you log in right now and get you some free skins. We got a mini 14 skin coming out right now, so go ahead and make sure that you get that here in just a short time period. Besides also that, these squads need to get these predictions going. So in the game, you got 2 days. So guys, oh goodness gracious, right? We got Rondo coming up first, all right? Neox Factory, that is where my eyes are locked in. How are you guys feeling going into Rondo?
Scared for Neox Factory in particular. I think this is a trend we're going to see happening every single time here, 7. And I think we're even going to go further where people might even start to target the solos that are trying to do the recall of their teammates. I think that is a very big weakness in that 3-1 hot drop inside of Neox Factory. And it sets the pace, right? Who's going to be able to get maybe a 20 elimination bomb right from the get-go is going to set you so far apart from the lobby. Rondo, as it replaces Sanok, has been such a big impact in the esports scene. And you know what, 7? I'm loving every single second of those Rondo matches.
The amount of eliminations that you are going to be able to achieve. And on top of that, if you do end up winning the match, it's going to set you up perfectly, like you mentioned. is just a trampoline to the top, and it gives you a bit of a cushion when we end up going to Erangel if for some reason things don't end up working out. One thing that I do want to point out that we were seeing, especially during the league stage, has been the amount of eliminations that some of the other squads that maybe don't end up winning are able to achieve. Sometimes we end up seeing 4 teams with 10 or more eliminations or in the high single digits. I think that's a very impressive thing because sometimes we see those teams exiting in 9th place, but they're still able to clutch up. And I mean, we're looking right here at the PMGC program, Jukes.
Yes, so you can take a look at it, guys. So this is all the times that we got going on. We are in the grand final, so make sure you set your clocks and you are ready to go because we got today, tomorrow, and one more day after that, and then that is it, guys. So, man, Rondo is crazy. I'm so excited for Neox Factory in particular because my big thing is this. Why not we just see like a crazy amount of squads? Just do that 3-1 split right down the middle and just make things happen here.
We have.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've seen it. And chances are they're going to do it again.
How many squads do you think we're going to see?
Oh, if you have to vote, I mean, like 8, possibly. 8 teams dropping over there could be a possibility. I mean, one team that we know is definitely super keen to doing those hot drops right. I think it was APG. They started leaking a little bit away from their typical drop location. Now going over there, not really fully involved, but if they can get an elimination hand there for free, why the hell not?
I mean, the crowd is lively right now, right here in Bangkok, Thailand. They're ready to see some hot drops, and I'm personally ready to see some hot drops. And I'm ready to see some of these squads not taking a chance for it. Something that you did mention just now, Max, that I want to kind of deep dive a little bit more into. Those 3-1 splits, they do have to be able to adjust for some of these squads. And look at this. This is something that I want to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, absolutely, Max. Look at that. The 2 teams that we saw battle it out last year. D plus Kia versus Regnum Karia, Max. That's going to be a big battle for sure.
One of the biggest rivalries here, possibly in PUBG Mobile esports ever. D plus Kia and Regnum Karia, the island finish on Miramar. They will be going down in PUBG Mobile esports history. And now, Regnum Karia back with a vengeance. They have Z-Wolf on the team that's just been a stellar player for this squad. But we know that D plus Kia, as the reigning champion 7, they are coming in hot. They're looking confident as ever. And they want to be the ones to take it back-to-back, just like Nova Esports a few years ago.
And for D plus Kia, it's going to be that factor of eliminations. You can't just rely on the MVP for PMGC 2024 in regards to Nobu. You got to have that backup that Osal is able to provide for the squad. That has been a huge addition. And even though they've been in the same roster, I mean, throughout this tournament, Osal being able to secure those eliminations, being able to clutch up for the squad when they actually need to, I think that's going to be very impressive.
Well, you know what? Speaking of impressive, right? One team that we got to talk about is APG. They weren't that impressive during the Gauntlet, but come Group Green, this team went out of their minds, Max.
0 wins, Gauntlet. The prank is real. Group Green, now we mean business. 4 chicken dinners, 113 eliminations. They were coming out so hot here. And especially one thing that was very nice to see, 7. We've seen Doc playing a little bit more with the team, but Top in particular, his Mini 14 is just, what the hell? This guy was locked in. He felt like he had a ×20 scope on this weapon sometimes.
If APG wants to be, that's going to continue to be the factor for them. Top needs to be able to keep on putting those performances. You just mentioned it too. Doc needs to make sure he stays with the team. And for this squad, I just want to see them continue to play close together because they haven't really been able to in previous tournaments. Right now, especially in groups, we saw what was able to happen, and boy, the points just speak for themselves.
Yeah, they also have a past MVP right on the team in Ziol, and also Top has been a PMGC MVP before, and you know what? Can he claim the throne once more this time around? Look at his stats. Having anything over 2 average eliminations in a PMGC lobby is pure madness here, Hot Jukes, and he does it here.
Unbelievable. Those are the average, of course, among the Gauntlet and the group stage. And if you guys didn't see the announcement on the Instagram, they're giving away a Porsche Cayenne to the MVP of this tournament, Max. My question is this. If one of the team's players actually gets it, do they share it with the squad or do they keep it for themselves?
I talked to some teams that said we're going to share it. That's why I'm happy I'm not a player. We're like, hell no. It's mine. It's my Porsche Cayenne. Okay, I'm keeping it. Though one of the contenders here, CEO in this head-to-head, man, from Turkey, he stepped up massively during his stage.
I'm looking at Top. As a dad myself, and as Top, the way that he's been able to perform, I'm making sure I want to not just secure the 500K that you get for winning the championship here at PMGC. I want to get that new whip, you know? Get that car seat in the back. Let's go for a ride.
Go for a ride indeed. It was so crazy. We were actually talking to Alpha 7 too, right? And we were talking to Carrillo.
Yep.
And it was like, all right, yeah, you know what, Rebel, one of them win the car, I'm driving it. I'm driving the game. You know what I'm saying? You got to hit those rotations all day long. And those rotations we're going to see big time coming up, right? So we got Rondo, we got Erangel, and then we got a couple matches of Miramar, right? Man, what other squad, Max, right? Besides the teams that we talked about, are you really excited to see here today?
I'm very hyped for Team Flash, right?
Yes.
Barely qualifying in the last game, thanks to a literal loot crate just coming out of nowhere, dropping from the sky, saving tops, and you know what, able to clutch it up in the final moments, getting a backstab play onto GK and able to qualify. They are my rookie team, not just of PMGC, possibly of the entire year. If they could do the entire run here and actually win PMGC, that would be one of the best storylines for a rookie team ever in this esports.
Yes, well, guys, let's get this all started and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Hey, thank you so much, Hot Jukes, Max 7. We are set. We are primed and ready for Rondo and the rest of PMGC. The grand finals are here, and it is going to be messy, we think, on these first couple of minutes. So make sure that you stick around, because there's plenty of action.
It's definitely a question of whether we're ready for Rondo or not. I don't think I'm ready for Rondo. I don't think you're ready for Rondo. I don't think the players are ready for Rondo. I think it's going to be an absolute slobber knocker over on Neox Factory, but maybe not quite as intense as we saw in Last Chance. I think we saw in Last Chance something rather insane. To be honest with the 6 to 7 teams that all dropped there. I'm thinking probably more or less 4. That's what we're looking at here. It's going to be around about 4 teams. But I think the boys are right. You know, dropping one player on the outside is a little bit dangerous now. I think teams are hunting those players down.
Absolutely. It is a question of where you put that last player, though, right? Because there's nothing that says you need to be anywhere near them at this point. You could go to literally anywhere as that 4th player. So, yeah, maybe you're hunting down those solos, but maybe you're going to be swiping at ghosts here, ghoulies coming on in, because those recalls work from anywhere on the map, Blank, and they will be available for a long, long time into this first match. You can see our players starting to get ready, starting to get prepped. The earbuds are finding the ear canals here, and that's exactly what we like to see as the lobby's filling up.
Mambles on our screens. A little bit of a rough entry to PMGC. But to be honest with you, once they actually performed over in their individual stage, pretty damn good performance, to be honest with you. I was very impressed. But I think getting there was the slight difficulty, in my opinion. But once they're here, they were playing very, very well. Though I will say one thing is that for Alpha Gaming, as much as we hype up Alpha Gaming, we do need to look at that Gauntlet. We got to take a look at it.
Oh, I'm looking.
We got to analyze that Gauntlet. That Gauntlet was, ooh, a little bit bad, right? A little bit bad. Group stage, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Amazing. Gauntlet, it didn't feel great to watch. And I think that, like the boys were saying, it's 45% of the lobby, roughly, that got through in the Gauntlet, right? So those are the teams you have to play up against. And I think that APG slightly struggles in a higher skilled lobby. I think they like to bully, honestly. I think they are a bully team. But there was such potential there in that group stage that there is the big chance for them to just strike out. But I have that worry. That worry is in the back of my mind.
Which of the 2 teams are we going to get? Which APG is turned up today to start things off? Because it is going to be stiff competition. All of the teams that qualified, you're right, bringing those Gauntlet teams back in and bringing Vampire into the mix, that is sure to draw blood if you try and step to the fight on it. Rondo is getting locked and loaded, Blank. On our map feed right now, I am seeing the map, the lay of the land, arena, making sure that they are locked in. Our crowd is getting ready too, because the first match is on our doorstep.
10 seconds away till we start things and kick things off over at PMGC, the grand final here in 2025, Bangkok, Thailand. Let's get it done, John.
The plane is into the sky, glittering. An omen of hopefully not death for most of our rosters, but unfortunately, if we're looking at where the plane path's going, it's going right over Neox Factory. Everybody who wants to go there will be going there. How many teams are going to be in this cage match?
We don't get a cheeky little double flame path, but you do love to see this straight down from Kunsia all the way to Dansheng Tenlong Garden. But you're right, it's Neox Factory. That's what's on the cards right now. All eyes on this, waiting to see the drops come through. Who's going to be challenging out for those early points? Because we know just how far those early points can take you.
Oh my goodness. There's so many teams already out over there. You can see a couple of teams not going for that. That's Alter Ego, Alpha 7, Mad Bulls, oh, hang on a minute, maybe. No, there are more Mad Bulls up there. Team Flash as well, not going to get stuck all the way in. And Thunder Talk Divert, they're not going to head on over, but plenty of teams still going there. And actually, a little bit of hot drop further south as well towards Dancheng. Seems like a couple of teams are trying to take residence there. This is maybe fewer than I thought would be right on the inside.
Yeah, I think that for down towards Dancheng, that's the sort of unexpected, right, John? You don't expect to be seeing that amount of teams down there, but to be honest with you, teams are just looking to get themselves into position anywhere they can. Potentially, this is just a little bit of an unfortunate drop, but you're sure that these teams, their coaches, will have communicated with one another. A three-man drop over here, Kara, Vampire, R8. Kara, a bit of a menace in the lobby, but R8 already takes a knock over towards Marth.
Looks like Vampire currently holding the central line of things. They do, I believe, have an outpost all the way south towards Tinlong Gardens. So they are playing as 3 in this one fully. Make sure that if you guys are watching, redeem those codes. It flashed up for just a second. That's all you need. Scroll back and watch it after the fight because he's going on in. Vampire stepping up the staircase, looking for the spray downs. Not going to connect on it, but does back them off. Tony K, in the meantime, has gone down. So Vampire need to find themselves together. They do have that res on the outpost, but they are starting to fall. And now it's just Miaola on the inside, looking to try and get the res onto Tony K. Without too many meds here, R8's going to charge forwards, look for the flush. Doesn't quite fully finish it off, but steps in, allows Mark to take up the mantle. Will not find the first shot, but steps on in and cleans house against the Vampires. They'll need to res. We'll see them in Tinlong, but R8 might be not long for it.
Oh, I mean, either on basically no HP, life support inside the building, but still rushing it down. Fair enough to him, making it happen here at PUBG United 2025. So cool to see a real mishmash of the two worlds.
And that is the first time that we're going to see Vampire in a fight here. And they will be taken down. Not great as a start. DRX, though, starting to chime in. On the fight, nice little spray down. Over towards Reefus. Doc now trying to hold his own. 2 players now alive for APG. Doc on the hot seat now. Playing up and along the ridgeline. Has to back off. Another player on an off angle. Kaikse makes his life all the harder. Now minimal HP. Trying to get the heal desperately, but the crushing force of DRX rolls forwards. He steps out into the fight. Will not find it. APG going down to 1. And those reses are already starting to come on through. Ziol already getting 2 of his teammates back up. And now he needs to bring Doc back in.
Yeah, no messing at all. For DRX, so easy, does make it look so easy at the start of the tournament against one of the most touted players in the game there over on APG. The Flash, I think that the boys on the desk, they'd be right. They'd be right in saying that this is the rookie team of the year. An incredible squad. With basically no, I don't want to say no emotions, but they were not nervous at all. Not a single shake in those hands, not a single quiver on those lips. It was incredible to see. I think that, honestly, for the Flash, it's such a standout performance, such a breakout performance. You don't see this happen very often, and I think 2025 is a magical year just because of that alone.
I mean, you know, Max was saying over on the desk, oh, hang on a minute, Rosemary. He's got shots over towards Lemon. Doesn't finish the job. Oh dear, that's going to get untidy potentially. Lemon, though, with a pump action, low HP, will be going down. If he isn't too careful about things, Rosemary stepping in. Election Hill comes through. Lemon hits the deck for the drop shot. Stands for the challenge. Lemon giving it a really good crack there, but will be taken down. Rosemary able to win the challenge on that one. Alter Ego happy to purloin the point. Team Flash, though, look at a try and challenge and keep that Rookie of the Year title alive. Win knocked first in the EMP zone. Blaring over this fight as well. Will start to fade away. Chips backing them off with a nade barrage. I think this is... No, there's multiple players here from D+. They are going to try and fend off this fight, but with Win getting back up, Zeus on a crucial angle here. Look at the lineup he's got. If they step too far forwards, he's just going to cut through them. There's no cover their way if they don't find it. The picture-in-picture blend is going on, but Chips storms forwards. Team Flash get 1, get 2, but they aren't really going to get too much of an answer. CS behind the tree doesn't connect onto Nolbu. The two players from D+ on the top, they're going to have to stick this one out, but Osal's riding in. He's got that back angle. There is backup coming through for D+ here. I don't think Team Flash are going to last too long in this fight. The nade connects, but it is too little. It is too late.
Osal coming through there with a backup. Nice backstab from him. Will keep the team alive. Chips and Nova did a pretty good job, but again, that's why we do fear the Flash. They are a little bit dangerous when it comes to those close-range engagements. Can never really count them out. Bose is already getting down to it. Over towards Alpha 7. Mafioso takes a tumble. And they're continuing here, but Carrillo straight back into it. And the action just does not stop here over on Rondo.
Seemingly not. I mean, this is what we were expecting more in Neox Factory, to be honest, Blank, but it seems like everyone has come to their senses on that fight. Not going to be engaging with it. Instead, they're taking the fight to stage 2, as they're all moving in and trying to get in around Neox Factory, around the area south of it, towards Yulin as well. Alpha 7, scrapping it out. I mean, this is on the north side of the circle, Blank, far north of Test Track. Not quite up to the river just yet, but it is on the north side and inside the next circle. On that recall tower, Alpha 7 currently have control of the middle, and Team Flash really wanting to stay alive on this one. Win on the inside after getting recalled. Carrillo steps forwards. Was a tall glass of an E-limp, and will be able to drink that one down. Carrillo clocks him out. Now there's one player left for Team Flash. Hopefully they can find themselves a recall. Tops moving very far out. Might actually clash with Alter Ego there. As we hop on board now with DRX. Again, they played from Neox Factory, winning the fight with APG. Now they turn their attention to Thunder Talk.
DRX, rough start for them over in PMGC. Looked very passive. And then we got a whole new side. Very much two-faced this team, where it's immediately came out swinging. Very aggressive in their group, and definitely dominated that lobby. See what DRX can get done here, because it will be nice for D+ to have a brother on the stage here at PMGC who can go toe-to-toe with them. D+ really has been that one South Korean team that you could rely on to do well on these global stages. Top is down, though.
And in the second fight for APG, they also take a dip early. Regnum Kaya picking that point up. Look, I'm not calling it this early, but this is not a good start for APG. We were asking, what APG are we getting today? For now, the answer is one that has stalled at the start. Hopefully they can make up ground in the rest of the match, because those recalls still very much possible as teams start to move on in. I was trying to keep track of the final player from Team Flash, Blank, but they went all the way up north, and I've lost track of them entirely. They're somewhere off in the far reaches of North Rondo, but the circle decides to go all the way away from them. We're heading back down south, so it will not be a Neox Factory finish.
We are denied that, sadly. But I do think for the guys over on D+, do need to make a bit of a rotate now, get themselves to a slightly better position on the map. They are rotating through over on that northeast side. R8 started out their game pretty well here at 3 E-limps. Now, going back to your point about APG, let's leave it.
Okay.
Let's leave it.
Fair enough.
You know, it's a worry in the back of my mind. It's the start of the day. I'll give it a couple of matches, right? Match 3, maybe we'll make a different call, especially here in this 3-day sprint. Can't waste any time here. Teams will get ahead, but it is interesting seeing this lobby, right? Way less eliminations across the board, because these fights take a long time to conclude, because you're going up against the best of the best, right? And they are not going to give you free wins. They are not going to give you free team fights. It takes time.
We're at 21 E-lims right now in the game. Let's see if we can rack up a couple more, because Krypton hops out. The spray downs from Alva on the back line, though. An Alter Ego roll in successfully. Eren has to duck down behind as he can't connect the spray downs. Krypton not really in too much danger from the nades. The high ground from Goat as well makes Eren's life so tough, and that is going to be a back off. Scarface likely to get flushed away, and we're now at the tipping point in this match, Blank. Teams are going to start to have no real accessibility to these recall beacons. So for Alf, this is a bad omen for their game. For this one, it's not looking super hot, as AE in the meantime, Alter Ego, racking up 4 E-lims. They don't take a casualty. It's much better on that front.
I mean, for Alf, there is one final option left, and that is to swing far down towards the south side, John. There is still a recon beacon in play, but it is a long wrap that they need to make on the western side, and you've got to go through teams like Alpha Gaming, Mad Bulls. It's tough. It's real tough.
I think, yeah, Solus has actually broken out all the way northwest, very, very far. May have not even joined in with the rest of the roster, in fact. We'll see how they can make it in. Looking more towards the center of the circle, Blank, we've got DX Xavier in a really important position around those rocks, playing on the roadside. That is going to be a linchpin spot. Let's see if this one's going to be 2, because Tulika has the challenge, but the name from Amori. He steps on a landmine, blasted sky high. Amori now with the challenge over towards Flip. Not bothered about Tulika, not bothered about getting that flush, but it's DX Xavier to chime in on this central location. They have got the angles, and the need to steal the flush back into the grasp, into the pocket of R8, and they still want to maintain that top spot. Pusher playing on the back lines now. Doesn't really have too many players to play around with him. But APG are taking shots. You've got Mad Bull starting to fall with Vampire moving in on the south, with DX Xavier in a really important 2-2 split to their east. For Mad Bulls, they are not getting out of this one.
Yeah, they're locked in. I think for Mad Bulls, this is going to be a pretty slow start for their day, honestly. I think it's very hard to remove yourself from the scenario. Once all the dust settles, it's likely Pusher goes down, but might pick himself up some points before he finally hits the deck, right? Just because it's likely he's going to be leaving this one.
I thought R8 had that completely under control, but then there was a cheeky little off-angle knock coming through over to one of the R8 players, and then a nade coming through from Pusher. He gets the flush. Alpha 7 now starting to sweep in through behind APG, not crashing fully, but it's certainly a threat. You don't want to let teams in that easily. APG now have to turn their attention. Maybe a chance to move this one back in. It's unfortunate for R8 Blank that they've lost 2 here. They could potentially still just about swing out southeast to try and get a recall if they want to invest that time. But there's so many teams that are going to be crunching in. I don't know how possible that's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, playing off towards the eastern side of this circle, it wasn't likely there was going to be many teams playing here, to be honest with you, with the terrain that was in play. So I think for R8, their problem there was taking a fight in such an open area, right? That was their big issue. There was so many sight lines coming down on this western edge. Alpha 7 makes the correct play. They swing straight past. Alpha Gaming can't really afford to turn around at this point while there's still players right in front of them. So the leapfrog is fantastic from Alpha 7. Gets them ahead in the circle, gives them a really good point to actually hold out separate teams.
I'm very, very curious as to the thinking behind Lemon's play here. I didn't even realize there was another Mad Bull in this one, Blank. But he stepped up into the fight, and he's immediately gone down. There was an open recall beacon all the way to the southwest that he could have got the rest of the Mad Bulls back up. Oh, okay, they have managed to get everyone else back up as well. Okay, that makes way more sense. Hang on a minute. Need to keep track of these players a little bit better, because Tulika needs to keep track of himself, maybe. As Prestige able to spray him down. A really good hold for these two. All right, happy to go for these nades. Another bouncer off the log pile. This is a little special trick shot, it seems, for Amori as he pops another one in. Splintering it out, but doesn't quite connect on the second.
Amori just needs to hit one of these. I mean, they're so low already, and it's easy enough to do. Amori with the double, and now it's just down to Pusher again. So we're way back to where we started just a couple minutes ago. For some reason, Mad Bulls decided they were going to offer even more points through to R8, and R8 is only happy to oblige.
Hey, 8 in the name, 8 on the points right now. Great kickoff, but APG decide, you know what, enough is enough. We just want to get ready. We don't want this threat on the off angle. Pusher is still very much the last player alive for Mad Bulls, but could have an impact on this fight. So could Alpha 7 and the Outpost on the south side. Lazarus for Vampire. Doc trying to move in on the sidelines. We'll see if those third parties come into effect. The next circle's just about to pop as well. Tension on the western front. DX Xavier with the angles. Oh, Reefus. Oh, Reefus nades himself. But Prestige does go down. Top able to find that shutdown. Now just the one player for the two teams. Look at a hold. Amori on the corner. Purportedly the best player on the roster. We'll see if he can live up to that tally. Pusher landing nades to the backline. Doc not stepping in just yet. Top now healed up, looking to move on through. The res is coming on in. Amori backs off, plays towards the shelves, plays towards the back of the warehouse here. A nade to thread on through, maybe land at the feet. Steps to the open door, wants the challenge. Calls him out, but backs back off immediately. He's given them the runaround. Has he been able to find it? Has he been able to hold the hold? No. Will fall down, and R8 are the first team to go out completely here, Blank.
R8 leave, but they get quite a few points for the back of that as well. Now Pusher does live slightly longer than them. They are the first team to fall here over on Rondo, down to 15 teams remaining at the moment. Alpha 7 don't really want to deal with this anymore with Alter Ego from the distance. Pusher, though, can't imagine he's going to be up for too long. But I've been saying that for quite a while.
Ooh.
And he gets the first,
Oh.
and he gets the second.
Oh, he's looking for flashes too. Pusher on the door frame, but a sliver of HP now, and it is going to be APG bearing down upon him. One shot would do it though. There's damage. Oh, Pusher with 3 against APG. They cannot get in. The door is closed. And the clutch here for Pusher onto Zjol. Low HP, but the nade's cooking already. He gets the heal off too, Blank. The nade through, but it's off target. Looking for more healing, and Zjol has no idea what has happened.
Pusher almost with the 1v4 right now. Zjol's cooking the nade off in the distance. Pusher drops the flashbang in hand, drop that stun grenade out, blind his target, and then he's swinging around the side here, John.
Oh, is he giving them the slip? No, Zjol knows. He's already sprayed. The nade on the inside doesn't connect. Pusher has to hop back in now. Zjol wants the challenge on the inside, on the corpses of his teammates. Look at a challenge. 8 rounds now, still in the chamber for Pusher, on the corner of the door frame. And Zjol steps out wide. APG. A fumbled Blank. Which team have we got today? Answer me. We're not stopping now.
Almost a historic humiliation there for APG versus the Mad Bulls. But yeah, I mean, you got to grab that bull by the horns if you want to take it down. And APG was so hesitant with the way they played it. May as well have whipped out the old red flag there, because they invited that bull to charge. Go right now with Killer Joe up on high. Very nice position for him, but I think I'm more looking over towards Regnum Kaya. They did get the circle shifting away from that. APG's down as well. They couldn't really make the lead from that position. But yeah, the circle shifted back over towards Regnum Kaya. They had a very nice central position around about 10 minutes ago. Since then, they've had to move slightly down, but the circle moving northeast does give them another chance into this match.
We're on board with Alter Ego now. Very close to Vampire. Team they haven't come into conflict with for a little bit, Blank. They've been a little while, but are we all too willing to embrace them in this fight? Rocking up on the western side. They need to hold their ground here. Goat team sit above them as well. That high ground, very, very dominant over this sort of area. You can see Killer Joe just up there on the peak. He's looking for Alter Ego. Okay, he's playing in the foothills. No one's taking shots at him just yet. Does have the backup on this side from the rest of the roster, which is why he can be so bold with these peaks, because you just can't do this.
I mean, it's such a funny position to see all these players in. Dropping the old emergency flares on the head as well. Love to see it. Sakura back in the picture. Usually we like to see Sakura up on these pillars, but this time around he's taking the fight over towards Kara. Rosemary hits the deck, and Killer's happy to pick up that first elim for himself. And a real troublesome target at the top of this hilltop, if you can call it that.
Yeah, absolutely. Recall beacons shut off now, Blank. No recalls possible. So for Goat team, these elims do stick. Alter Ego now backed really very much into a corner here as Goat team crunching in from the north side. Vampire swelling around the foothills here. Krypton and Alva for Alter Ego, 2 players remaining. Picture-in-picture, Scrap, Regnum Kaya having a real troublesome time. Alva, ooh, with the dice roll, nearly landing onto his head, but does manage to just about stay safe for a moment longer. Loxy for Regnum Kaya, and our Picture-in-picture stays tall against Ulf, but a big nade comes through. Vampire charge in, and it's a 1-2 punch. Good night.
Double nades across the sky there for both teams. Loxy does it again for Regnum Kaya. Comes through in those critical moments for the squad. Silas getting smoked out here. We'll try and pick him up, but it is sighting from Thunder Talk. The sitter himself. Because you better sit down if you're in the presence of this guy. What a crazy player he is.
E-Arena looking to hold on the south, well, more than hold. They want to push forwards on the southeast edge, but there are plenty of teams trying to stop that right now. Kara a little bit in the way. Less so with the knock seen to their south player here, CEO. Alpha 7, though, on the western side. Really difficult to get past on this ridge. I don't know how the Arena are going to be able to find their way through. They do need an opener. And the CEO, Elin, goes to Alpha 7. A lot of the teams who got stuck in early, Blank, are down. We're looking at Regnum Kaya and Alpha 7. Very much the teams now who remain with those slightly higher elim counts.
Teams are definitely looking now for that chicken dinner, right? If you're DX Xavier, you've played the long game here. You are wanting a top 5 off the back of this game, and I think it's very likely that DX Xavier is able to make that happen. E-Arena as well has been fairly good on Rondo. They really do know their angles very well here. They know their terrain. Good shot up towards Xing there from Wild, from Regnum Kaya. Will keep Thunder Talk at bay, but they will have to push through them soon.
On that south side, Alpha 7 fanning out. Lots of ground covered by them right now. But it's that western peak that is going to be, it's almost a vortex that's keeping these teams under on the western edge. And I think GOAT team have the most flexibility right now to try and break that vortex. But we'll see if they're able to do so, or if teams are going to extract value from them. Poser very much in danger right now. E-Arena are playing this slow, carefully, but it should work out. The nade posted in through the window. It's going to force him out of position. It should force him out of position as Poser steps out wide. The nade's still on the inside, but he dodges that somehow. Goes down either way. Was that shutdown came from Paragin? I'm not entirely sure where that one came from, but the point goes to Paragin either way. And E-Arena lose a player, Joker, needing a res now. And if DX Xavier weren't going to get a top 5 before, they definitely are going to get it now.
Yeah, I think with DX Xavier, that's a great little bit of awareness around the map. Get the little knock, get the flush through, going down towards that southeast side. As much as they can damage these teams on the southeast side, the easier it gets, because it's going to be a long while before they have to turn their attention to this pillar over on the western side. So the east to them is the most important at the moment, which is why you're seeing DX Xavier make those flexes a little bit. Getting Killer Joe from down here probably has a vehicle up top that he can just send now, but yeah, for Tony K, this is an aggressive push and one that should be punished soon.
He's only got 9 ammo though. He's waiting. He can't take the spray.
I see.
This is the big issue. He's waiting to see teams or players start to take damage. Yeah, he has to change it out. Doesn't have any nades. Doesn't really have anything. Okay, that is hopeful, mate. Come on, pull the other one. Okay, down you come. Time for you to get back with the rest of your team. Meanwhile, oh, a nade from Regnum Kaya. They're down to 2 players blank.
That looks good.
Taken another one. The bounce not quite reaching the full distance. Oh dear, Regnum Kaya getting lit up though, and it is going to be Thunder Talk. Taking the shots is just Wild lane left now. 5 elims blank on this match already. And Regnum Kaya up to 8 with 10 teams remaining though. The placement points aren't here yet. King with a pickup, and Thunder Talk gonna slither on out of there.
Vampire is down to DRX, no less. I do think for looking towards that side of the map there, John, I really like the way Thunder Talk played that one now. I mean, setting up AJ as that outpost on the outside gave them all the information that they'd ever need while still having a foot in the door of the circle. So any moment, Sighting could turn around, and then they send King in as a taxi driver. Just about makes it in, but Lazarus does not have a revival that he was looking for there.
Not quite, not quite. The water's a little bit too toasty, burning away that health bar. GOAT team now on that northwestern side. Regnum Kaya also will take the knee. And it's all, for me, I mean, it's a 3-way fight at this point in my mind. Maybe 4. We'll see who wins that western side. But Alpha 7, E-Arena, DX Xavier. These are the teams I'm looking at. Central, fairly controlling positions right now. I think Team Flash on the east side is going to have a real tough time. I think Thunder Talk are maybe going to have an even tougher time with a lineup that exists with E-Arena on the lookout.
I think E-Arena is struggling, to be quite frank with you.
You think?
Yeah, their escape from this location is not easy. It's very open. They can't really peek anything too much at the moment either. This spot right now from Thunder Talk is looking lovely. I mean, they've covered off really the only difficult angle for themselves on this left-hand side of your screen. Obviously, they want to get further in. DX Xavier is the prime suspect for a chicken dinner here.
Absolutely. Money's on them. And let's see if someone can change the fates. Team Flash, the rookies, the new bloods. They have made a name for themselves already. I mean, they were saying on the desk, oh, if they win, they'll be rookie team of the blank. They're already rookie team of the year.
Well, I think that's what Max was saying, that they are the rookie team of the year right now for him.
Maybe rookie team of all time if they're able to get the PMGC title.
Yeah, if they're able to do that, I think that'd be a very, very tough target to beat.
I mean, how can you do better than that?
Yeah.
That's going to help E-Arena, though. That shift.
That will help E-Arena. I mean, it's the removal of themselves from that location, which is hard, but luckily the circle coming down to them does keep them safe for a little bit longer. So now teams will have to venture into the E-Arena jungle slightly sooner than they might have liked.
Ooh. GOAT team trying to take shots. DRX giving it back. Spinning them around, trying to force them away. QXC putting pressure uphill. Killer Joe gets the heal off, looking to tick up with those meds. His buggy's down and out now. Needs the backup of his team, needs the cover there, maybe invest a smoke or two, but he's knocked, flushed. And Goat Team, do you really want to re-engage this now? I don't think so. They are going to fall back. Give ground, and DRX now have the numbers advantage, but neither team is in, and now the zone starts to close. Where do you go? Because Xavier holds such a great position. Oh, Thunder Talk, they're going for the rollout. A 1-forward on the trade, hold down behind. The dugouts here, and Team Flash trying to hold their nerve, just cannot do it in the face of the PEL. They are swept aside.
That is such a classic Thunder Talk thing to do. They play the game so methodically, and then all of a sudden they're ready just to rush you. And they absolutely will go for it. Insane stuff. Kraken still alive. The goat tails were turned and they ran.
But now DXavier maybe a little bit of a threat sent towards their way. Kraken has a little bit of time still up at the high ground, but no, he's seen. He's going out to the blue. Tried to deny, not to be. E-Arena want that point, mate. That's going on their tallies. Goodness me. We're divvying up a lot of points here, Blank. No one on for a massive, massive Rondo game, but still, those 10 points to kick off PMGC would be tasty. And Alpha 7, they want to make it happen.
There's going to be some big profiteers, though, either way, off this game. Start off with 8 elims right now for Alpha 7. Looking to return to form, to become that fearsome team that demands respect from the rest of the lobby. I think Guizhou has been a wonderful addition to the squad. Really has had his big moments. Undoubtedly, you know, even if they win, he's probably going to be leaving the team after this, which will make me sad, but it will not make me surprised.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm doing reverse psychology right now.
Yeah, okay, absolutely, yeah. They're never going to stick together, guys. No, can't happen. But right now, they definitely need to stick together as best they can. For Alpha 7, this next push is do or die. Top 3 on this fight. They've already had a good game, though. Every single team now has had a good game, except for DXavier on the points tally.
Would you call it do or die?
In terms of getting this game, I mean, not for their tournament. Not for their tournament, mate. Just
yeah.
this game.
I mean,
come on.
Look, man, if they do it, they do it. If they die, they die.
I mean, those are the two options. You die, you don't.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, John. Let's see how DXavier handle this, though, because it's a fight on 2 fronts. And I think that's hard. But any fight that DXavier takes, the other team is going to try and take advantage. This is always the difficulty when you are the central team and it's a little bit open, is that you are always going to incur the wrath of the third party. So DXavier needs to hit a 1-2 punch, but in both directions, they need to hit the 180 on both these squads.
Alpha 7, though, very lacking on utility there, Blank. They may have some smoke launchers, so maybe a little bit more smoke in the back pocket. But DXavier have got quite a lot of utility themselves. It's going to be difficult to roll up onto them. Sure, they need to land this 1-2 punch, but E-Arena are going to be funneled towards them. There's not too many approach routes that they can take, but Alpha 7 won't just immediately shred through them, which is going to force DXavier to play a fully linear fight. Sure, they'll be in the middle of the line, but as soon as E-Arena have to shift over to that north side, I think that's going to line them up nicely in nade range, potentially, to land for DXavier.
29 minutes we're coming up on right now. Very long game here for Rondo as well. Right off the wire, again, to be honest with you, we always say this is a bit of a springboard, a bit of a trampoline. That first game of the day on Rondo, packing quite a few points into your backpack. So getting that done early is lovely. 10 nades right now for E-Arena. When are we going to start throwing them?
I think they're waiting for Alpha 7 to move. They're laying up the smoke. They don't want to break north. They're going west instead. But immediately, I mean, that's what I was so worried about. They tried to get the smoke cover there, but it's just not going to happen. Immediately torn apart by Alpha 7. Alpha 7 may choose this to be go time because they know they've done damage. They know they've slowed E-Arena's roll. They want to have the sightlines. Revel looks for the pickup. That could have been the opener. That would have definitely sent them down the hill. But Alpha 7 going to have to play a little bit slower.
Hello.
Xavier nades up top. Oh, so close. Not quite going the distance, though. And Alpha 7 stay as 4.
Honestly, at the moment, E-Arena needs to start taking knocks and flushes. At the moment, they aren't able to get their players back up again. For DXavier, that's bad news. Mafioso going down is lovely. Stealed away by Paragin, though, by no less.
Well, they do need the points. They'll try and take them. 2 players now remaining for E-Arena and a nade uphill from DXavier. Carrillo and Revo now, the last 2 players, are going to be standing up top, but Alpha 7 go down to a volley of fire, and DXavier stand tall. They will survive in the middle. Rio the last to go, and the bullets are whizzing over his head. Levi's now treads on out. Irina are not done just yet. Tourniquet still behind. Could cause problems, but with 4 players alive on the DX Xavier roster, Alpha 7 fall. Irina on their knees. DX Xavier, they kick it off with our first chicken dinner.
Spider Bite at the beginning of the game here, the beginning of the tournament. Incredible stuff from DX Xavier. Again, a team that's very controlling when it comes through to those late games. A really outstanding performance. Again, I do think that E-Arena makes a slight mistake there, is that what they should have done is started throwing nades over towards DX Xavier. You got to hope for that initial knock, for then Alpha 7 to try and get some presence in there. I think for them to try and wrap on Alpha 7 was really over-aggressive. I'm not really sure, honestly. I don't think that was the right play, though.
I'll tell you what was the right play. DX Xavier having a really strong spot in the middle, you know? When all else fails, just get good positions, you know? What can you do? Either way, brilliant kickoff. DX Xavier with the first chicken dinner. Let's head back to the desk.
Xavier get the chicken dinner right off the rip here, man. They got that center position and they put it to work, man.
A really good road plateau position. They go there a little bit earlier compared to the rest of the lobby. And you know what? That plateau is great. To the east, it's low ground. To the west, it's high ground. All the teams kind of fighting over the ridge. So they stay alive until the very bitter end of that game. And those smokes, Seven. Those smokes to clear their back, make sure E-Arena can't backstab you while you're pushing onto Alpha 7. Now that is perfect usage of smokes in that scenario.
It really is. I'm just impressed with DX timing right here. They waited for the right moment. They saw that they were actually Alpha 7 was taking a fight with E-Arena. Noticed that right away and just moved out. What it looked like to be, honestly, an easy win for DX, they made that win happen at the end.
I mean, Levi's in particular, he's like, oh, I just eliminated all of Alpha 7 with my teammates, but I'm going to use Alpha 7's position as a launching point to eliminate all of E-Arena and secure the game. Every step of that finishing moment here from DX Xavier was so well executed. The IGLing, amazingly executed.
And something to keep in mind too, look at the eliminations from this squad. What were we talking about at the beginning of the show? We're talking about some of those squads being able to get high eliminations. For this squad, they were in the position, honestly, that didn't allow them to get those eliminations, Max. They do end up there with just 8.
Unfortunately, the road plateau mid-game, I think you are not able to get involved in those fights because of how the terrain works out. So I'm okay with them getting a low elimination game. They're like, it's all we fight now and maybe go out early, or we get in a position that we know we easily make it top 5, maybe even top 3, and we can even compete for that chicken dinner, which in this case it works out. And because they get the win, it kind of offsets the low elimination match here on Rondo.
Yeah, speaking of fight timing, right? Alpha 7. Those guys, I kid you not, they had so many opportunities to take an easy third party, but they just sat so stealthy there, 7 at the start.
There's a lot of stuff to talk about Alpha 7. The first and main one has to be Obscure. Not playing in this round though. It's actually Mafioso. For most of PMGC League stage, it ended up Mafioso being just the sub. For this first game, Mafioso steps in, and even though he doesn't end up with a lot of eliminations, he was doing everything right that we've seen out of Mafioso, making sure he didn't overextend, making sure he set up those plays for the team. And going back, I want to mention the fight that was happening between RA and Mad Bulls, and then APG third party in that fight. Alpha 7 could have maybe overlooked Max and see if they could maybe get a cheeky elimination. No, they were fully focused on their game, and this is a completely different team for Alpha 7. We're used to seeing that team be a little bit more aggressive, even if it's from far away, trying to get those eliminations.
A Brazilian team not playing aggressive? Excuse me? What's going on? Like, really, they saw that fight you're talking about to the west. You had Mad Bulls, you had RA, you had APG. But like, it's not really worth it. Let's prioritize position instead. And you know what? That position gets them in the podium position of this match. I love how passive they were, which is weird to say on the Rondo game. I do have to admit that. But I think that in that position with the circle continuously moving away from them, they played it beautifully. And this is the Alpha 7 that can play big aggro high elimination games, also more passive finishes to make sure they have that podium going their way.
And the awareness too, something that they ended up noticing, they were thinking about maybe going for a fight with E-Arena towards the southeast just to clear that south, but they realized that DRX was going to be pushing up. So what do they end up doing? They end up getting their players more towards the north, stopping that push because DRX was coming in hot. And I mean, DRX timing around this game was actually quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, DRX had a good timing until the moment where they got a little bit indecisive. They had Goat Team north of them, they had to the east Xavier, and they had Alpha 7 here. Hodrix, I was looking at DRX like, okay, well, you push Alpha 7. And they kept delaying it so much, in fact, that the Blue Zone became their biggest enemy in this one, which makes you so easy to nade for the entirety of Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful game from them. And you know what? I love the fact that, yeah, they were playing it passive, but they weren't afraid to also get into some fights, right? Early on, they caught Flash on that recall, Max, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was a very interesting one, able to try and get yourself some early eliminations for Alpha 7. They're like, if there's a solo, it's possibly a recall strat, let's try and get him before he pulls off the recall, which unfortunately for them did not happen, but still some nice ones coming out their way. Though, I want to pivot the topic here.
Yeah.
GOAT team. Killer Joe on top of that rock pillar.
But
good strat, but underlooted as hell. He had barely any bullets left at the end. He had one grenade. I think even got to the point where he was trying to emergency cover flare players below him.
That was the best.
That does not work out too often. So if you want to send a play up there, 7, just loot the hell out of the early game.
I mean, he was looking at VP, just push up towards his squad, and just with 9 bullets left on the gun, he's just like, do I go for it? I thought he was actually going to end up tapping, at least just cause some damage. Make him back up. No, he just goes, all right,
with
well,
the S2K.
and then he switches to the S2K. Let's see if this will hit. We got a pop from the crowd on that one. They started laughing. But yeah, overall, great positioning, great awareness for GOAT team. They did that 3-1 split wonderfully. Something that you ended up mentioning during that match is that they did have GOAT, that Killer, pretty much on the top, letting him play, letting him just scope out everything. The other 3 players towards the north of where Killer Joe was, and just seeing where it was going to be going. But yeah, I'm with you. Just way too underlooted there for Killer Joe.
Oh my gosh, I just love those shots of frustration. You have to at least try one time to see if it hits, right? I love that. But I want to go a little bit earlier into the match, right? We were thinking we were going to have a crazy Neox Factory hot drop, right? And it didn't happen here, 7. Why do you think that was?
I think some of the other teams decided to go elsewhere. We ended up seeing some fighting there from RA, Vampire. That's just something that from Vampire, I mean, even if we take a step back, for Vampire, I feel like the first 3 matches, and let me know if you agree with me on this, Max, I feel like the first 3 matches are going to be a warm-up. This is a squad that's coming in cold. They haven't really played any of the PMGC League stage. They were able to, I think, at least secure a couple eliminations here as we're looking at the match ranking. But overall, surprising RA. And one thing that actually surprised me was we continue to see the aggressiveness. That firepower that we saw out of RA in the Gauntlet is still there. They don't get any placement points, but they end up with 8 eliminations.
Bro, Omori in that fight was clutch, especially with those grenades. He's able to really claim so much space in that particular compound versus the team of Mad Bulls. Even APG, right? They're able to clutch it up almost, but Ziol is able to get the nail in the coffin. Second page of the leaderboards. And yeah, D plus Kia taking an L this game, but not only just taking an L to none other than Regnum Kara. Now that is revenge, and it's beautiful.
Oh man, I was so sad that we missed that fight, but I get it, right? I mean, Zone 4, that circle shifts up to the north. The Regnum Kara were outside of the circle, but with that hard shift, they go and take that northern position, but they end up with that fight with D+ and end up taking them out.
Actually, it's very interesting because they were both in circle, like, okay, we don't have to fight.
Yep.
But we want to.
Yeah.
And it's actually a really good idea when you think about it, because the circle is not always going to go your way. At least it's very rare to see that happen. So, like, what if we take the 5 versus D+ Kia early, and if we win it, guess what? The chances of us getting third-partied are infinitely low. And in that case, they did not get third-partied until the circle shifted away.
And for Reg, not just that, finishing that fight and then pushing up to Ulf, I think the awareness out of Regnum Kara right there was, okay, more than likely, if we delay this fight, it's going to end up happening at some point. And you were talking about her earlier, Max. Guess what? He ends up securing that MVP. DX Levi's right there. 3 eliminations, 454. It might not seem like match because what I was talking about. That squad was just chilling for the longest time on that road.
Might be the lowest elimination chicken dinner record in the entirety of the grand finals. Maybe, I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what? But they took advantage of it. You know, you don't get those zones pretty often, but when you do, you got to get that chicken dinner. Unfortunately, they weren't able to put up those eliminations, but hey, a great start for them regardless of the situation. Now, I want to talk about a team that didn't really, a little underperformed here on this one, right? And it was Mad Bulls, right? They had that super early crash on the RA. We were looking at it and being like, hey, like, you know you're going to get third-partied, right, in that situation.
They were completely lost because they're like, oh, we're going to crash. And like, what if we send another player to recall to the west? And it was Lemon. They're like, which actually is very weird. You send your best fragger on the team to leave and attempt to recall. For me, you would give that role to someone else, not someone that's been MVP a few times during the league stage. Very surprising to me.
You were talking about their rotation, though. They did end up wrapping north. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was actually a very nice northern rotate. I enjoyed what was happening there from Mad Bulls, but they could have played edge, but Mad Bulls don't strike me as a very edge-focused team. So, like, let's send it onto R8. Then APG were like, we're going to have the final laugh. And in that case, that was what happened for Zion.
It's one of those where they really they couldn't scout that much because of the positioning. But then they got a recall, and then they wait back for that spot because they still had some of the players there. I wish they would have been willing to just back off from that fight because, as you mentioned, APG ultimately ended up winning that.
Yeah, though we're talking about all the teams, we barely talked about E-Arena. And we need to talk about E-Arena, right? They had a really good option here to do in that game, and I think they had a really good top 3 finish.
Yeah, beautiful game for E-Arena. I love to see just how Rondo played out here. Definitely didn't like go as expected, but we definitely see some good teams making some good points there towards the end, right? Now, as we go and look a little bit further down the line, right, we got that southern shift towards the end of the game. Alpha 7 taking out DRX was a really, really good finish from them. But one thing in particular, right, when they had the opportunity to push on the Mad Bulls, right, they didn't do it. And I think that really paid off for them big 7.
For on Alpha 7, on the way back, yeah, I mean, I kind of touched on it earlier in regards to that team, just worrying about their gameplay, worrying about what's going to be happening towards the next later part of the game, and this is why you were so surprised too, Max, because you were saying a Brazilian team not wanting to be aggressive. What's going on here now? If we actually switch focus here from the Rondo, I want to go into Erangel because I'm going to be looking at some surprises. We've been talking about hot drops early on. We're talking about maybe Vampire, what's going to be happening with Ring Namkaria when we end up going to Miramar. But do we think we might see any hot drops? I can't think of any on the top of my head, Max.
From what I've seen, Erangel should be pretty chill. Yep. Right? Shouldn't have a, like, the only thing I'm like questioning is, are we going to have something on Miramar? But Erangel itself, if a hot drop happens, this is completely unheard of.
Hey, look at this on the screen. No Mafioso currently there sitting down. They're going to be switching it out. I wonder if that's something that's going to be working for Alpha 7. In the past, we have seen some of those squads, you know what, utilizing that 5th player to one match. It hasn't worked out wonders in the past. So far, it worked out on that one for Alpha 7. Ends up with 9 eliminations, and now they go to Erangel, and they go back to their core squad from PMGC League.
I actually like it if you have a 4-man that's a map-specific 4-man, right?
Yeah.
You're the Rondo specialist, Mafioso, you want to play a different playstyle. Maybe he's the one trying to go for the recall play if that is their strat. So you know what? If it worked out on Rondo, maybe they just keep doing that on Rondo until day 3 of these finals.
I'm just over here giggling because if that's why Mafioso ended up just getting subbed out because they removed Sandhog, maybe that was his map, and now they're like, all right, Mafioso, we're gonna need you to lock in when it comes down to Rondo. That's the case now. Maybe they have that option out there. That'd be insane. I gotta actually go talk to the players at some point and figure that out if that's true.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm so shocked that we're seeing like a player swap this early on, you know. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, one team in particular, right, that we're seeing here for the first time is Vampire, right? How do you feel about that performance in the last game? You know, we saw a hard shift to the northern side, and they looked to kind of go into that route, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them.
It was a bit unfortunate because they played the western side of that rock, that stone pillar position that Killer Joe was on, and all these teams are just getting forced away by the blue zone into making a decision. Do you go north? Do you go south? They actually have a really good fight versus Ultra Ego, right? I believe they even get the full squad wipe onto Ultra Ego, which was great to see, but then the entirety of GOAT want to get involved.
Yep.
DRX are holding the southern eastern edge of that rock pillar. So they had no escape route. The only way for them to actually make it out alive of this one would have been to just pick a fight, fully commit to it, but Vampire, I feel like they were already out of resources at that point, so any fight they took, they would have had a significant disadvantage.
If I have to give some props to Vampire, was earlier in that match, they did have a lot of great control towards the southwest of the... If it would have gone their way, maybe we would have seen a little bit more of an aggressive or maybe a little bit more of a subtle Vampire, and that's what I want to see throughout this team, especially for the next 2 matches.
You know what, Vampire in the past, they've been a really strong Erangel team, and Hodrick, that's what's coming up right now.
Well, you know they're excited. The crowd is hyped. Let's get some Erangel action going, guys, as we are now hitting match number 2. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to our casters, Blink and John Allen.
Let's get stuck into Erangel. Blank. A little bit colder of a drop than we were expecting on Rondo, but...
Well, I was kind of right, so...
Well, yeah, okay, all right, okay, fine. Than most of us were expecting on Rondo, but let's head over to the grassy pastures with the plane in the skies once more. We are getting ready to rumble. A little bit west on the plane path, but will give a lot of opportunity. We had more than our fair share of military zones during League, during Gauntlet, during Last Chance. I'm expecting, what, 6, 7 military zones this tournament? These finals? Don't look at me like that.
You gotta stop doing that.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're actually just killing it. You're beating it.
That's the secret. That's what you got to try and do. They'd only stop doing it when you make it uncool. We are going to be heading over
You're
towards
cosplaying a brand right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Silence, John. I'm a brand social media account right now.
Wow. Okay, we're getting a few teams down towards. So not good start things off. Alter Ego You also have Thunder Talk as well as APG. So APG aren't alone here anymore. A bit of a battle for the vehicles, at least on the northwest side of Sosnovka, whilst we wait for our first circle to come through, which indicates potentially a Sosnovka finish.
Oh, what? No! Oh, he's going for the swings with a knife around the tree. Oh, he's a sitting duck. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that one. Krypton able to take it down. He nearly got Alva out the buggy.
He did, yeah. He really, really did. That's it. That's terrible news, though. Terrible news for Thunder Talk.
Blank the circle.
I know. I just talked about it. Just then.
I
yeah,
know,
definitely, potentially they head down towards Sosnovka now. But sighting going down is terrible news for Thunder Talk. One of their best, if not their best player on the squad there in terms of firepower. Not having him on board is going to hurt the chances for Thunder Talk. They're lucky in the sense that they get down towards what is potentially a Sosnovka finish here early, so they can play this one out. You'd much rather be on Sosnovka as a 3-man than playing over on the north side at the back of the queue in Severny, as we've seen a few times in the past from Thunder Talk as a 4-man. It's a little bit more of a tough rotate to go for. But teams aren't sure. Teams really aren't sure on this type of circle, John. They're undecided whether this is going down towards Sosnovka just yet, so we're waiting for that stage 2. It's going to be a mad dash if it is.
At the moment, I'm seeing it probably be around that sort of 70% probability we're going down to Sosnovka.
Go on, do it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Say 60 to 70%.
No, I wasn't going to say that. You said that. But look, we get the little sub window on as the desk highlighted earlier. Alpha 7 restructuring, but about 70%. That's what I'm. Don't look at me like that. I'll start giggling, and you don't want that. But it's fairly likely, but I would say it may be quite profitable to sit on that north side of the bridge and look for a camp there. Or play a 2-2 split around it. That's a little bit more difficult, though. So for Ulf, I think they have a big opportunity to rack up points. I mean, they could get 6-7 elims on this position.
Yeah, I think the issue is for Ulf is holding as a 2-man on that northwest side is rough. It's very, very rough where you are in such a skillful lobby that the potential of having those 2 players go down immediately is really, really quite high. And that's what I'm worried about, personally. Thunder Talk's still getting chased down right now as Alter Ego look to try and find a shot there, but it is Rosemary. And Rosemary is very split from the rest of the team. I think Rosemary does get overexcited sometimes, but they can't let the tail wag the dog there, which is a lot of times what happens with Rosemary. I don't really like it too much. And the annoying thing is, he finds a lot of success out of those angles. He does find a lot of success. But there is definitely times where we've seen it, and it has been categorically the wrong decision.
Absolutely. I mean, Rosemary is a seasoning, right? It's supposed to go with the rest of the
That's correct.
Of the dish.
That is very correct.
It's not its own main course.
No.
You know? And maybe he needs to learn.
And it never will be. But
stick with the salt, the pepper, and the beef.
It's an elevator, though. It's definitely an elevator of flavor, and that is what Rosemary brings to the table. My concern with what Max was talking about earlier now, because Max, man, said something I definitely disagreed with.
Oh, yeah?
Which
What was
is
that?
VPE, quite a good Erangel team in the past, which I would agree with.
Okay.
It's not the same team.
Different team. But hopefully they're rocking the Polar Party Mini 14. You guys can log in to make sure you get your free permanent skin there. So make sure you're heading on over. You saw the little flash up on the left-hand side. And make sure that you're getting that free emote as well. There is plenty of goodies to be had for the duration of these finals. Blank, all the way up until Christmas, you can get that free emote.
Yeah, we ain't messing around. You know, you get your goodies on Christmas Day. If not Christmas Day for you, happy holidays either way, because you are getting yourself some loot here from PUBG Mobile. Overall, though, pretty fun game to start off with over on Rondo. I definitely enjoyed it. I think that talking about how Alpha 7 is shifting Mafioso in for Rondo makes a lot of sense to me, because he is very good when it comes to firepower. And I think on Rondo, you take way more team fights than you do on any other map. And I think that, you know, elevating the chances for Mafioso just to pop off there on Rondo, whilst having that fallback option of like, well, we messed that fight up, but we can recall. We can go again. And there has been multiple moments in the past for Alpha 7 where Mafioso has gone for like 1v3s, 1v4s, and he's looked fantastic. But I do think Obscure is the correct choice to bring back for Erangel. He has a little bit more of a tactical mind to him, as we've seen, and has been a great addition to the squad.
Singing his praises mighty highly.
I think the guy's great. I think he's fantastic.
Well, fair enough. We'll see if he's got the chops for this match, because they're right up on the north side for Alpha 7. Regnum Kaya a little bit further south, but only just. They're out from Pachinki here. Mad Bull's taking shots, but not really connecting. It looks like they are, yeah, they're just going to go and grab that buggy on the way. Oh no, they can't, okay, you know, they can't take the time to slow down, get that speed up going, because Mad Bulls are already looking to crest that ridge. And they've got places to be, you know. Ulf, in the meantime, over on that bridge blank, as I'm taking a look back over towards the map feed, they are still holding this 2-2 split. And I really do hope that they can get points for it, because it is, as you said before, as you highlighted, very risky.
It's a high value play, right? But I don't think the value outweighs the risk on this one, personally. Okay. You know, I mean, I love high value plays. I love it when teams go for them, but this one just feels so dangerous. I really do hate it. 10K getting knocked here out in the blue is unideal. That's from Alpha 7 getting a little bit of revenge from that last match that just came through. So that's 2 knocks, 2 potential finishes coming through for Alpha 7. 2 elims at the start of this game. Very nice.
Yeah, and they're all the way north of the river still, up north of Roshok. Far off into the blue zone as it starts to crunch on through. Sakura being hunted down, removed from the match. Will not be playing an E-Arena. Nightmare on the start of their game. On their Erangel stretch, it is not going well. Obscure looking to pick up the point onto Tony K, and sure that that one is going to go into the back pocket. Bleeds on out there, and will leave Obscure with the goodies. But they still have to move south blank. They're still very far up to the north.
NC2 have to get squared away here. Down towards the south side, live on as a solo. We'll see how they go about it. For VPE, dropping over towards the coastal side. Able to get 1 knock here, it'd be fantastic, but can't quite find it, and now reveals the location. That is a nasty circle, man. God damn. Actually criminal.
Oh, Vampire have got a hovercraft there. Just look at that rotation. They're going to be starting. They've already actually managed to get Lazarus across to the South Island, so they will be able to regroup onto his position if he can hold it. But this is going to be Alpha coming across. They're going to start to move into the west side. Thunder Talk, APG, Alter Ego, all of these teams are going to be there, and they need to move fast. Under pressure from Regnum Kaya. They know how to light up these hovercraft. Are they going to be able to connect enough damage to stop Vampire getting across? I don't think so.
Definitely some long shots, but what we do know is that hovercraft is probably not carrying on too much longer in this game. Nate T slams straight into a vehicle, gives more opportunities for those shots to go through. This is where Ulf can start to find that value. The DP on the sidelines looks for the shots, won't quite line it up though.
Ooh, Levi's getting through, but will the rest of his team be so lucky? Because they're already sending on in a lot of damage done. And DX Xavier, they're allowed entry.
Hello?
They're allowed to go through. Scarface, where are you? You need those shots to land.
Oh my god, Ulf, pick up the phone, the walkie-talkie. It is blaring off in the distance. Finally, they get 1 off the back of it, but they could have had so much more. Very much disjointed there coming through from Ulf. A little bit of hesitation there coming through on the bridge, and now Marceau jumps into the hovercraft to keep himself alive.
Nimble. Vicious, hopefully. It's Team Flash. This is on the east bridge.
Lovely
We hop very
shot.
quickly to the other side of the island. A lovely little shutdown and the roll down from Poser to follow it up. And Team Flash having a little bit of trouble here. Kara giving them a run for their money. Coming in through last chance. Team Flash still have a lot to prove, but to be honest, there's really no stakes for them at the moment. Anything that they achieve here is already a phenomenal result for them. See how far they can go. Back over to the north of the west bridge as DRX are holding the longhouse.
Okay, some clean shots, man. Some very clean shots. Some insanely clean shots. That is squeaky. Flip up topside now, but will not be able to get his teammates back up again. Hyunbin looking mighty fine with that Abacam.
Very nice, very nice. But they are still north of that river, still north of that bridge, and that makes things so tough moving into the next circles here. Towards the center, you've got APG who hold the hill to the west of Sosnovka. I'm looking at Vampire as well, further out on that, getting all 4 of their players across.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kaya, there's like this weird moment for them right now where VPE leaves that glider behind, and it's a tantalizing prospect for Regnum Kaya. But also, why did VPE leave that for us? Why would Vampires let us fly if not to take us down? This is a circle you do not see very often, and to see it here at PMGC 2025 Grand Finals is a real treat. We could be ending up over towards the bridge. Nobody enjoys that circle.
I'm so sorry for talking about military circles at the start of the match, Blank. I am really I am so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
I feel like, you know, I'm sorry to DRX right now on the north side. I'm sorry to Rig of Kaya. Sorry to Team Flash. You know, it's just ruined their day, really. Kicking things off, it has been a trudge through the mud to move on down towards this south side, and it is not going to get easier. All for getting squeezed. Are DRX going to be able to get across this bridge? I think they are, because Scarface really wasn't holding it.
Well, DRX already had the anchor, right? They already set up. Scarface being down there has opened the gates for them from DRX. He was the only player playing around the bridge, so for DRX has been a really, really good approach for them, finding Scarface, who had been a little bit lackluster on that angle, honestly.
Whoa.
Does let him across tops. It's not, come on. We're not doing another solo game. That's enough.
That's bad. But, ooh, an answer. Okay, from up top, Aaron able to find one of DRX, and Tops laid out the bait for Ulf, and they were able to do well off it, get that point back under control, and actually may be able to achieve getting towards Scarface. But Ketch is going for it. QXZ on the underside does know that there's a player now pushing. But does Ketch know? They know they're playing the box.
Thundertalk getting absolutely shredded by multiple teams as they attempted to strong-arm some position away from some of the squads there around Ulf, around APG. Might even get the res onto Scarface, which I'll be very surprised about.
Ketch, he's back up the stairs. He's back up the stairs, Ketch. Okay, there you go. He's found his teammate. Back on for the res. Thundertalk, they're trying to take the other face of Ulf, and it's not going to work because Eren slides straight on into the courtyard, and Thundertalk, they're looking dizzy right now. That was a knockout punch and a half.
Yeah, they got crunched between Ulf as well as APG. Trying to take that position. It was very aggressive from Thundertalk, which I like. I do like, but that felt it needed to have a little bit more oomph. I mean, the idea was there, right? Execution just a little bit poor on that side of things. DRX is kind of concerned with how this all went down. They got all their players across. They got the initial knock, and then Kaiksei just revealed himself for too long. They knew the angles from Ulf as well, so for me, that was a little bit of a mistake there from Kaiksei.
Potential misstep. Getting a little bit too bold with things. I'm looking at the middle of the circle, Blank. I'm seeing DX Xavier pretty close to it. They are maybe on for a nice little conversion match. Alter Ego just to their south. Playing very, very middle. Ulf on a 3-1, trying to flex between 2-2, but the spray down for Marceau over towards Alpha 7, who have finally made an appearance on the east side of the circle, but it's going back and forth here. Both teams extracting a little bit of damage, dealing a little bit. But it seems like Kara are more likely to be able to get their players back up. Guizhou now on the east side, trying to stay alive for Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Mad Bulls, one player. Oh,
hello.
Okay. Secret agent Cody Banks here. Flip. Oh, he's been seen. He's not moving. Oh, his first steps are going to be there. So Regnum Kaya ruined it.
That's so annoying.
And D plus Kia might think that they're taking shots at them. Oh, he's down. Okay, they're out. That is so fortunate for D plus Kia that they didn't lose a player to that.
Well done, Regnum Kaya. You just helped out the guys that took you down in the last PMGC.
Oh, that's friendly.
I think that they would have not done that had they known who Flip was guarding out there.
Oh, well.
I think they would have absolutely let Flip fly from that position. Now, this game really isn't PUBG Mobile anymore. It's DX saved by the zone once again.
Okay, all right. Fair enough, right now they are slap bang in the middle again. Ulf really with a large amount of the north side, but we're on board with this fight. A rematch from the PMGC back in London. 2024, Regnum Kaya looking for D plus Kia. Two previous title winners going toe-to-toe, but Silas is out of it, so no longer. He's not going to be playing on that match. Not anymore. And they have the blue zone pushing them in too. R8, they've made it across, flexing all the way to the east side. We'll see how much further they can go. Zedwolf? Oh, what? He's still all the way towards Ferry Pier.
Yeah, hadn't quite made it across yet.
Okay.
Hadn't quite made it across. Great nade from Loxy over towards Favian, but there is a nade coming over the top there. We'll get the air burst, but mostly damage over towards Wild, honestly. Some points is better than no points. At the end of the day, we're getting to stage 4, and this is going to start to hurt.
Going for the run. Zedwolf, yeah, just going completely down there. Not great. Wild now with a challenge and steps out for it. Good peek there of 2-player peek onto the angle, and Chips gets dunked. Unfortunately, though, there is an immediate response. And D+ Kier, while still on 2 players, will be able to flex out for it. Lit up from the sidelines, though, as DRX turn their attention back out to the bridge. The arena have been eliminated. We are all the way to the south. We're all the way to the northeast. We're going everywhere, Blank. We're checking out all the angles. Zara, they've made their way in on a late rotation east.
Right behind Kara right now. Kara a little bit of a dangerous team, but at the moment, R8 sort of has their number a little bit. For Ulf, I am amazed at their resilience, right? It is very impressive that they're able to slowly work their way back into a position that is holdable, that is playable. Very, very impressive stuff from Ulf here. Feels much more like the Ulf that we saw in PMSL EU, who was just so dominant. Had a little bit of a fall off going in towards PMGC, where there was plays, times we thought that they could go so much further, but it's just not the case.
This is their last chance to try and make that the case in this year, during this tournament. APG playing on the south side a little bit, close to the edge here. Goat team behind them. I don't think Goat team are making it out of this one. Zone goes south. Ooh, keeps APG in this one. And the DX Xavier compound. Don't worry, you know, they're still inside the circle with a shift. It's fine, it's fine.
I think it's most unfortunate for Kara, who just about get themselves towards this spot, and now moving across the roadside is really hard. Getting over towards the west, John. DX Xavier will absolutely hold Kara out as much as possible. And for R8, who moved in slightly later, just were able to get a much better deal out of this one, right? They squeezed a negotiation out of Kara, and they got the better end of the deal. Absolutely. Down towards this south side. Flash is in this area, but they're only playing with 1 player, still trying to hold on as best he can to this map.
I mean, placement points, every single point helps, right? That's why we saw the denial of points there from Goat. They know you don't give points away for free. You're very much not getting out of that one. You just hide away, you wait for the blue zone to do its job. Take those points out of the running. In the meantime, though, on the north side of this, Kara, with the road crossing, under pressure, off angles. Multiple off angles here from R8 down the road. Teams up the top as well, as Ulf still trying to hold their ground. Vampire slowly marched in from that south side, again in the hovercraft, but this time it's on fire. Ketch starting to take the rest of its health bar. The spray down answer is good from Lazarus. Backs him off a little bit, but Eren now trying to divert attention his way. Doesn't quite get the damage on, and Lazarus stays alive, but for how much longer? Dodges just about in time.
Eren is crazy, man. That's relying on the mag being empty. I'm telling you, that's relying on the mag being empty there. Get himself across. Ulf is taking a lot of fights at the moment. Up to 8 elims on the game. It is a real big one. Solus is DC'd.
Oh, no. That is bad news on the northern side. He is having a bit of a nightmare there, and it's not likely he's going to be back into this game. And with Eren going down, that's going to leave them as 2. Scarface and Ketch going to be playing on now. Solus, yeah, he gets knocked there. Should be flushed away by DRX.
That is so unfortunate.
That's really unfortunate, especially in their position. They needed everyone at full force, but they still have 2. They still have Scarface and Ketch, and hopefully Scarface can pick it back up. A little bit lax on the bridge hold, but as you said before, they've got 8 elims already on this match. More than could be said for most of our other teams. It was fairly flat on the points distribution over on Rondo, so that has helped them mightily in their points standings. Teams are going to try and pressure them out now, though, as DRX want a tad of revenge on this northern side.
Just a little bit. Would be fantastic. for VPE. 3 players still alive here. Trying to get back into the mix of it, but Ulf is holding. Onside, Scarface looks to find more, but VPE will get the job done. 2 players down. DRX don't make the distance either. And Alter Ego, we're all to play for at the moment on that northeast side, but can't count out APG on the high ground. Can't count out R8 in the wings.
Waiting for their moment to pounce, waiting for their moment to strike. Ulf, as you said before, they are down on this match. APG looking to try and push up the hill, push a little bit closer. Kara still corralled into the corner compound there. No off angles really as R8 start to look to cross as well. It's going to be difficult for Win to do anything about and will go down. Eliminated, only the 1 point, and Team Flash not off to the best of starts. No hopes, but there's still plenty more games to play. APG lighting up R8 on the crossing. Marth going down, going low, and there's an answer immediately up there, but the flush has already gone through, and R8 a little bit too late to try and save Marth on that fight. Kara probably not so lucky here. DX Xavier cooking some nades. They are only playing as 3 though, and that may be just about enough.
I mean, the hovercraft is the defense you need here, but they've left it so long to make this cross. And again, like I said before, this cross is disgustingly hard to make. Love this flex out coming through from Alva though. This is really nice, actually. Looking towards buildings that he knows he can guard.
This is only possible because R8 crossed over when they did, right? He can't take that angle if R8 still hold further out on the east. It's just not going to be possible, and the reses were going through there already. Nox and flushes immediately. Snape on the high ground is on the hunt for DX Xavier. They are trying to take this one down. The team at the top of the tables, even if you get the circle shift, Alter Ego, they're going to still try and challenge you out. But R8, this lineup on the roadside blank, it is back and forth.
Yeah, Snape kept trying to re-peek on that one, but it was a good shot back coming through from R8 there. Keeps them at bay for the time being after they rolled out on that south side. VPE, Meowlag, Tony K, Lazarus. 3 players from VPE still trying to make it work on this western side, who've done very similar things to Ulf with some great resilience on a pretty open area. But APG not finding the amount of success they might have liked here on this game from the high ground.
5 elims. Still a springboard to have a solid result here versus Vampire. Three players up the top. Doc on a wide off angle here, overlooking R8 right now, gathering intel. Can't really go for the peak. And actually, Alpha Gaming regrouping south. A response to R8 who are flexing out. They saw this one coming from a mile off, and Amori and Ida 7 have to back off. They can't go for the rollout straight over the top, but Vampire might be able to backfill this. Take a lot of pressure on that northwestern side. R8 really looking for something, but not really getting too much. Back they go.
Just need to find one there. If they can take down Ida, it makes it a much easier team to handle, and that's exactly what they do. Very smart from APG there. You take shots over towards that north side. What's going to happen? The team on the south is going to try and wrap on that hilltop and get a bit of a better position to play. So it was a lovely decision from APG to make that move.
DX Xavier's in the circle. Don't worry. We're totally fine. We thought maybe not, but no. They get the north side of the compound. Up on that north edge. They are going to have a good time on this one. Likely a 3rd place. Guaranteed here for DX Xavier. And for Alter Ego, I think this could be a chicken dinner spot.
It could be. I think that the only thing for Alter Ego right now is that, yes, they hold this position, but they are on the low ground. Technically, VPE or APG could hold them out from the hilltop on that northwest side. It depends how quickly they're forced out into open ground.
The fight on this north side. Really going to decide who's going to be up to bat against Alter Ego, as you said, to try and shut them out here. R8, a little bit diminished after their chaotic flex out, we'll put it that way, after a good response from APG, and likely that they're going to be going down as well. APG really reluctant to take the fight on the northern side. It looks like they might be trying to roll down the hill here towards R8. Put more pressure on. Could be just trying to clear their back.
Yeah, you've got to clear the mosquitoes, man. It's going to be very hard to take a fight with VPE properly, with Amori as well as Prestige. I mean, Amori's going to hit those shots. That's an undeniable fact. This guy's a very good player. If you give him opportunity, he will cause problems for you. Prestige makes the rollout, and there's the shot, as I was talking about it.
Oh, okay, Reefus does hold his nerve against it, but Amori is still there, into the buggy. Reefus actually turning around, leaving all the work up to top. Amori dodges back behind the tree trunk, and top not quite connecting, gets a little bit done, and there's the off angle. Okay, R8 will be going down as Yol steps into the fight. APG a little bit slow now, but they have to march forwards, and they will be able to do so fairly uncontested. With R8 gone, that gives them a lot of latitude out to the east.
Oh my god, the Doc babysitter, he is back. It's top on the menu. Love to see it. Get your boy back up in a position. 80 limbs on the game. Great start for them. 4-way fight coming to you. Alter Ego, APG, DXavier, and VPE here. APG being the only other team with an Alter Ego with all 4 players up and kicking.
Ooh, a nasty south shift comes towards the road side with the middle. DXavier cut out by this one. Alter Ego, they have got a forward position inside, so we'll see if they can hold their spots there, if they're going to want to try and flex out, get rid of DXavier, push out to that west edge. Vampire. I mean, they have a sliver of terrain to be working with, and they are angling straight towards APG.
Yeah, VPE, they've got to come out. Right, the Vampires will have to approach the sun here on the north side, and Alpha Gaming, they've got a great lineup on this one. But Reefus is definitely keeping eyes on over towards the eastern side. Top, though, does find Tony K, and that is the outpost. Very unlikely the Vampire is going to pick him back up again. At distance, this guy is lethal. Only 41 bullets, roughly, to get this done. A little bit hard.
APG being able to flex out to the east side is pretty huge on this circle flank. The fight with DXavier and Alter Ego, that can play a 2v4. We'll see what they can do, but Vampire really struggling now. Gonna have a very, very difficult time. See, Lazarus has managed to do 600 damage off the back of it, though, and the nades pouring on forwards. Lambor was very, very low, and Alter Ego want to lay more down, want to layer this one through. As another knock comes through for top. Nades land, DXavier burning. No circle, no luck. Levi's left alone. A Lone Ranger, and I don't think he's getting too much further.
Reefus, stayed towards the top side of the building, could have been deadly. But now Alter Ego have got to move. APG, they've got the setup. Zhol's moving around the side. The smoke does deny the sideline from him too, which is a bit awkward for them. They're starting to pour these nades in over towards Alter Ego. They're locked into the building. Zhol's angle has to be concrete here for them. He's got to be rock solid on that side of things. He can't peek unless the team is taking shots alongside with him, because if he goes down, their win potential goes down by a heck of a lot.
Alva first to go down, and that is a brilliant pickup from Doc. 3 versus 4 now. Reefus moving in. He's only got 1 nade, and he's looking for Rosemary. Let's see if he's going to be able to burn this one out. Looks good on the Cook. The nade is there, and the follow-up from Doc as well from the high ground is huge. And another as well to get the re-knock. Snape is there. It's just Krypton now remaining, and APG have this match in a chokehold. A little bit clumsy on Rondo, but not so here. They still have 1 more player to handle, and it might get messy. Krypton's still giving it a good go, but top for the spray down. In a 1v3, you still got to question it, and it will be APG from the high ground. A brilliant bounce back from their Rondo onto the first Erangel.
Yeah, it's a painful elastic snap down towards R8 as well. Such good game sense from this squad jump.
Brilliant, brilliant shutdown. Getting rid of R8, as you say, moving out to that east side, leveraging their ridgeline perfectly. Alter Ego couldn't get out. DXavier pushed to the backside. They will not be able to get past that high ground position. APG close it down. Nice flex out, nice responses, good calls, a cohesive unit, and that is what you need to see from APG.
With DXavier as well towards the center zone. I mean, they got themselves some more points, but can they keep this up? Considering the circle's not always going to be on your side. And even there, they weren't able to get themselves a chicken dinner. It all comes down to the gun skill at the end of it. Alter Ego looking fantastic, but it's APG with the win.
Alpha Gaming get the first chicken dinner in Erangel, and they do it in beautiful fashion. 7 their positioning was just so on point this match.
The positioning from this squad is really what was impressive and what allowed them to get this win. For the longest time, we have been saying, Doc, please don't be alone. Doc, please stay with your team. This time, guess what? It was actually due to Doc being away from the squad. They were just working on 3-1 splits, Max. They were working on 2-2 splits, with Doc actually being the passive player and having the rest of the 3 players just scout around. I mean, they were scouting a fight between Ulf, they were scouting a fight between Vampire Esports, just collecting data and not overcommitting, not making sure that if one of them got knocked, get that revive as soon as possible.
They were docketing, but together.
Yes.
And that's the way.
And even then, he was able to get 5 eliminations.
Oh my goodness, 5 elims on that game. I mean, they've already won a game during CSA, right, in this exact area before. They know how to play those games, and they played it exceptionally well. Not getting involved on the bridge situation because, you know what, it's a bit messy. Play the southern western hilltop compound. They played it beautifully. The timing was great. Refocus's off angles too, 7.
Yes.
That was really impactful and not overcommitting in that game.
And even before that fight, keeping an eye on R8. We've seen R8, by the way.
Yes.
We gotta talk about R8 in a bit, but for that squad, just making sure that they control all of the eastern side in regards to those teams that we're going to be pushing up. With APG, they had full control of the south, start spreading out, and the ridge, especially at the end. I feel like that's what ended up winning them this match.
And I like they don't commit to the fight with Ultra Ego and Xavier. I was like, you could third party it, but don't commit too hard because otherwise you're giving control over to Vampire and they're going to be fully pushing you. But they didn't have cards. They're like, okay, Vampire, no way for you to leave. Let's eliminate Vampire first. And then we can put 100% of our undivided attention onto Ultra Ego to make sure we get the win.
And this is something that I want to end up pointing out. Alpha 7 against E-Arena, once again on their rotation. 2 teams that were rotating late. Alpha 7 making sure that they ended up hunting down not just 2 players of E-Arena, 3 players of E-Arena.
Man, so crazy. You know what? I gotta talk about this though, right? This bridge finish, right? How did Xavier get across that bridge so unscathed?
I don't know. They just gave a free pass over to Xavier. DRX did not even take a single shot, if I'm not mistaken. Like, just go. Make it across. Welcome to military. And they even almost lost a few players over to the side of, they didn't lose 1. They instantly take that road trifecta compound, and that was what allowed them to make it so far in this match. So Xavier, they were given an opportunity out of nowhere, and they made it work heavily in that game in their favor.
Yeah, and for Xavier, something you and I were talking about during the match as well was the way that they were able to just become roommates in a way with Alter Ego. Not having to fight each other. They're like, we only got 3 players. We really don't have to push anything. And at the end, it's what ended up hindering them because they didn't get favored by that circle.
Yeah, it didn't work out for them. But actually, back to your point about working together, being neighbors in that compound, there was Kara pushing in, like, let's eliminate Kara, and then we can fight each other as we go over the rotations here. And you know what? They drop a military. APG, Ultra Ego, both able to make in first and second place respectively. The circle, very kind to these 2 squads.
And for Ultra Ego, right off the bat, they ended up getting one of the players from Thunder Talk, which was none other than C-Team. But yeah, you're pointing right now at what's happening there within that Western Bridge. All deciding to do that 2-2 split. At one point, you were thinking it was too aggressive.
It was a little bit too aggressive. You know what? They did have the 4 players being able to make it back to the southern edge. So you know what? I was scared they were going to be completely thrown out of this match early on because it was weakening their position. But the timing actually of that regroup on the southern edge, really well executed. But here you go, looking at this position, the hilltop compound from APG.
Right
the
there.
3-1 split here, 7, getting the information while getting involved with 3 players in those fights against VPE, Ulf, and DRX. Beautiful.
I absolutely love that graphic. I love the 2-2 split that they did there towards the end as well, making sure that they sent CL to the other side. 25 points for APG after this match. I know APG fans out there are going to be very happy because the docketing was happening, but to their favor.
Oh, that was looking good. You know what? I was wondering, going into the finals, are we going to get Gauntlet Alpha Gaming? Are we going to get Group Green?
This is
Alpha Gaming. This is Group Green Alpha Gaming. And I am loving it. Keep it up, boys.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of Gauntlet, right? Ulf in particular, right? How do you feel that they performed here compared to their Gauntlet?
I think that bridge camp on the southern edge should have been maybe a little bit tighter, you know, on the hold, not allowing too many teams to push on by. Like Xavier, they got 1. I was like, you should at least get 2, if not maybe 3 on that spray down. But Ulf, at least, they have been compared to their Gauntlet, where they started very slow, very passive, stepped up their aggression in the games, and they maintained that going into the finals here, Hodrick. So Ulf, they've learned from their mistakes, and now they're improving significantly and are doing so well already on that first Erangel match.
And as we're looking at the match ranking here, one team that I got to call out in a way has to be Regnum. They were just so passive passive for the longest time on Ferry Pier. They were trying to get information on some of the other teams that, I mean, I think we saw them eliminate the last player from Mad Bulls, which was Flip, just being the last one alive, not taking shots onto D+. But it seemed just way too passive for Regnum. I wanted to see a little bit more proactiveness out of them, pushing it to the top, pushing them to against D+, I think it was. But yeah, no surprise here. Max?
Yep. Yeah, do you know what that means, though? If Doc is MVP of the Grand Finals, APG can't win. Those be the rules.
Unless.
We did not write them.
Unless. I've been saying that for the longest time. Unless we see this type of APG. That was a completely different type of APG that we've seen from the past. Making sure that Doc, whenever he's by himself, just be passive. Don't overextend. Don't overpush anything. Don't overfight anything. And with that win, guess what? APG is currently sitting in first place.
Woo, what a way to make up for that rondo. My question is really this, though. If Doc does become MVP, do you think he'll actually crack a smile behind that Porsche Carrera?
Impossible.
Impossible.
I remember when Barney gave the trophy at PMWC, he's like, cool. Another day in the office for Doc, and he's looking really strong. But yeah, APG in first place, 30 points. You know what? I don't want to make them too confident, so APG, you're bad, okay? No, I don't want to get them too confident going into this.
You don't talk about APG, I'll stick with APG. Any of this squads right here. I mean, Alter Ego, I was mentioning in regards to the fight that they had there against CAT and the rest of the squad. But yeah, no surprise there. Doc, Top, Seal, and Krypton, which has been, honestly, an outstanding performance for Alter Ego, considering that we end up seeing Rosemary.
Normally it's Rosemary, a.k.a. Rose Carry, going into the games when it comes to SCA players in particular for Alter Ego. But yeah, Krypton really rising up the ranks heavily, very quickly during the league stage of this year's PMGC. And also Snape, he's not on this graphic, but I'm telling you, Snape had some really good knocks, instantly pivoting into a flush.
Yes.
He's very accurate with those mid to long range sprays. So the entire squad has been very impressive, but so has Alva, that maybe is not a frag on the team, but the positions he secures for his squad, we saw that during PMWC right 7, and he's been doing it once more at PMGC.
That's something that we saw especially out of Alter Ego when we came down to last chance, was their positioning towards the center of the circle, making sure that they kept working on that. Right now, it's working out wonders, and they're being aggressive. I mean, you see Krypton collecting 3 eliminations. I want to see this team, if they do find themselves in good positioning, I want them to be even more proactive.
This is taking me back to Bigatron. Golden
Oh! Talk about a throwback!
Oh. Hey, right now, the way Alter Ego playing the full squad is putting up numbers. I'm loving it. Hot Jukes, SCA, maybe looking to take the trophy. I know it's match 2, okay? I'm going to calm down a little bit. But I'm very excited for Alter Ego.
Dude, I mean, this is so crazy, man. We saw D Xavier get some good, solid positions back-to-back. They put some points on the board here. Well, we're seeing an alpha gaming I think we have been waiting for. I love to see how these squads have just been leveling up, right? Every single stage that we get. And we see some new strategies, right? One thing that we did notice, right, was the hovercraft play, right? That got denied pretty fast, Max.
I remember when hovercraft started being meta, it's like, there's a hovercraft, run! Now you see hovercraft, you spray it twice, it's gone, and it works out against VP, unfortunately.
I mean, for VP, for Vampire, that's what ended up working for them. Whenever they make that push towards military, the 3-1 split that they were working as well early on, they ended up sending, I think it was Lazarus, and then they realized, you know what, stage 2, let's just commit to it. Everybody knew that it was going to end up going there towards the military, and it ended up working out for this squad. I mentioned, for Vampire Esports, I want to see what they could do here within the first 3 matches. Right now, to be completely honest, I'm quite impressed for a squad that didn't play any of League.
Yeah, historically a good team on Orango. Looking at Blank over there. I think he was thinking I was talking about PMWI and I was talking about PMSL SCA, which using the word historically, maybe shouldn't have done that. But anyways, looking good on that rotation path with Lazarus, as you already mentioned here, 7. And yeah, very hyped to see if they can keep it up going into the next matches. Even if we do not have a military island, can they do it again?
Ooh, that's the question.
Yeah, because Primorsk, they love it. It's a really good rotation path. If it goes mainland, can we see the same results?
If they continue to do kind of those scouting reports with Lazarus too, making sure that they send him up and he doesn't end up getting eliminated, I can see them continuing to improve.
Yeah, it's so wild. I mean, it was crazy watching that rotation from them, and even Regnum Karya, the second they saw that hovercraft from downtown, it was wild. But you know what? Let's look a little bit further down the leaderboard, 7, right? Which teams do you feel are like pretty much underperforming so far?
Right now, the first team that I'm going to be looking at is that team in 16th place. None other than Flash, and it comes down, this is a squad. Remember, everybody currently watching at home, it is their first time at PMGC, meaning that now that we're in the Grand Finals, it's their first time in Grand Finals. they're nervous. I mean, a lot of stuff is going to be happening. A lot of the squads that have been here in the past are currently playing in their A game. We just saw what APG was able to do. Even though Regnum is currently not there towards the top, we know that they're going to be able to bounce back too. For Team Flash, I want to continue to see what this squad was able to do towards last chance as well. And I'm not talking about top surviving. I just want to see them being able to frag out.
You called me before my joke. I was going to say they didn't have a drop crate in the middle of the map to survive behind. But yeah, they are still the rookie team, so I feel like there's not many big expectations for them. So this is a team that I think might start slow and ramp things up just like Ulf during the Gauntlet stage, right? So I think that they're going to start slow, and maybe as they feel more confident moving forward, and maybe circles are a little bit more favorable for them and their drop location, which is not near where this game went. We could expect Flash to at least get towards the middle of the pack. I would be happy with a mid-pack result from this team because, again, first time at PMGC, that would be a great achievement.
I agree. I think these zones were so brutal to them. It definitely didn't help do them any favors. Hopefully they do get that one good game to really get things going. And one team, though, right, I really want to talk about. I know, Seven, you were really impressed with in that last one, was R8.
That's right, R8, the way that they were able to make that push on Kara was impressive. Alpha 7, at one point, they were doing it. It seemed like they were going to end up surprising Kara. That was not the case. They ended up overcommitting. For R8, one thing that you really mentioned to me, Max, is they played that so well.
They really played it beautifully on the eastern side. They're like, okay, we're going to scout. We see that there's actually Kara in this 2-2 split, so they're in a weakened state. You know what? We scouted it. Let's send it on that 2-2 split, eliminate some players of Kara, and that's going to be able to carve a little bit of position on the east for themselves. And they even go for Southern Compound after that. The scouting to be able to pull off a late rotation on the east like that was really well executed. Unlike Alpha 7, they went in fully blind into Kara, and as we saw there, unfortunately 7, it did not work out for the Brazilian team.
To be fair, to give some props there to Alpha 7, Gisao, they had a good angle that didn't end up working out for them, but it's good to see them trying to set up that play. It was just way too late of a push for this squad. They were already fighting, remember, earlier with the arena. They were trying to hunt down stuff. No scouting. This didn't end up working out there for Alpha 7. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing out of R8, that they're continuing to be aggressive and continuing to be smart in regards to some fights that we're seeing out of them.
Yeah, in particular, Mori, right? Like, I know we set him up as like the guy from the league stage doing so well for R8, especially when you have storied players like Prestige and Ida. This newcomer player from Amori is doing so much heavy lifting for the squad. And you know what? I kind of want to see everyone level up with Amori at this point, which is it's surprising for me to say. But R8 from Mina, nobody expected them to win the Gauntlet stage, Hot Juice. Right now, already a hot start. Loving it.
Making it happen. Making it happen off the rip here. We love to be able to see that. I mean, to be able to get a good game here off the rip is going to do just wonders for their confidence, right? Going into the next Erangel, though, Max, right? Which team that you really feel you need to see a big push for in this match? I know it's still early, right? But
look, DRX, a bit indecisive in my opinion sometimes. You have a very clear fight and opportunity in front of you, especially on the Rondo, but even in this game you could somewhat say that about DRX. And they keep delaying, and the blue becomes their biggest issue in that match. I feel like Erangel has been one of their best battlegrounds previously. And I want to see that era of glory of DRX back to Korea. Let's go!
I mean, for DRX, you saw that perfectly when it came down to what was that team that was just making a full push? Oh yeah, that's right, DX. We thought that they were going to be able to get some shots. We thought they were going to get knocks. They said no, thank you. We'll let you slide by.
Please enter.
Yeah.
Unreal, unreal. You know what? We're getting into the next match of Erangel, match number 3. Will DRX finally put up some big numbers here in this one? John Allen, Blank, what do you guys think?
I mean, what do we think? Well, I don't know what you think, but I think if you're going to put up points, better start now, really. You know, crack on. Days are wasted. We're on to match 3. We're already over the grassy pastures once again. Lovely look at the marble plain. Not sure if, well, it's probably not actually made of marble, Blank, but it certainly looks like it.
Yeah, it does certainly look like it. Pretty heavy. It was marble. Might not fly at all.
But we can pretend.
Well, we can pretend. We can be real imaginers here.
That's my new team name.
PMGC, the real imaginers.
Yeah, we never win, but we just imagine we do.
TRI.
Yeah.
All right. Going back to the DRS then, but we've got a whole new outlook on life here. But for some of these teams, it really is a lot of their lives on the line here, or at least life-changing money, because that is an incredible prize pool towards the top of the table, right? And it has changed multiple lives in the past. For APG, they are the sole contenders down towards Sosnovka here to start things off. Ulf starting over towards Ferry Pier as well. Did feel a little bit bad for Ulf on that last game for reasons. If you watched it, you'll know.
Yeah.
But I think that genuinely Ulf had to be proud of themselves there. I think they did fantastically well from that position. But we do get a northeastern circle jump.
Yeah, it's not going to be another military. I wasn't going to mention it. I promise you. If you'd have stopped talking, I definitely wasn't going to bring up that we couldn't.
I waited for the circle to pop.
I know you
wasn't
did.
going to give it to
I
you.
know you did. You were responsible. You're a responsible mic owner. I'm not necessarily. But yeah, no, we're not going down to the military island. We've already had one, so we'll definitely not have any more again for the rest of the tournament, he said with full confidence. I was looking out towards Kara as well as Thunder Talk, who we saw have a little bit of a scrap in the last match. This time, a little bit more civil over towards Milta. Nobody got to be slashing tires on the buggies with the knife, even if you do connect a little bit with Alva. No, won't lose sighting just this time. Oh, a sub coming on through for E-Arena. Mormon in, Sakura out.
Interesting. Now, I feel like Sakura is a very good player on the side of E-Arena, but sub him out. Maybe he's not feeling great. Maybe it's just time to make a change here for E-Arena. I get back on the bike. And I mean, I don't think they're doing terribly right now. 13 points is certainly not shabby. And I think for the first 6 matches of any sprint here in a grand finals, it's always tough because the points haven't really evened out yet. It is going to be those teams that get the chicken dinners. It is going to be those teams with the big Elim games that are going to be up towards that top side. I mean, for APG, getting a 15 Elim match is ginormous, and they just need to really keep things up now, right? And I think for APG, that last game was lovely, really lovely to watch. We do need to consider the fact that they started on Sosnovka, though.
Yeah, we have seen both APGs in the first 2 matches as well, which is what's confusing, right? We've seen Gauntlet APG, we've seen Group Stage APG. Which is it going to be continuing forwards? The fact that they could do both on the same day, though,
that is
a new development.
Yeah.
So it's a real interesting roller coaster that you're on if you're an APG fan, or if you're a fan of someone who's fighting against APG.
The personalities are emerging at the moment.
Oh dear.
Making themselves known.
A dangerous crossing though for APG, probably fairly soon. Although Ulf are going to leave. Okay, the West Bridge should be fine for APG.
Yeah.
And they should be able to rotate in. The question is, do they go there? Because I don't think it's out of their wheelhouse to decide, you know what, we're going East Bridge. We're just going to go for it.
They could go East Bridge. I think if you studied the teams and you studied the circle, you studied the playing path, at least on this one as well, I think you probably prefer to go West Bridge, purely because most teams are already on the eastern side. You have Thunder Talk as well as Kara, who are controlling, maintaining Farm and Milta, which does make your life very difficult going in towards the future there, John, getting through. And it looks like completely open on the western edge. I think APG can play that edge fairly well too. DXavia haven't left Pachinki yet either.
Yeah, they are going to be a little bit slow. Ulf, very, very quick though. In the meantime, they're already past Potato Hill after starting on Ferry Pier. We're not even up to minute 5 now, and they have sent on very, very quickly. The plane path did start in that area. So let's hop back on. Oh, we're getting another one. We're getting another grudge match. It's Regnum Kaya and D+ Kia once more. Going in for a fight. Zedwolf steps out the door frame, immediately gets first blood, and now has to step back in. The off angle's there, and Wild's kind of on his own. Regnum Kaya split blank. They are a 2-player hold on this, and in come the cavalry. Looking to try and hold. Wild steps up top to try and stay alive, has to drop back, tries to play the cover, goes back on in, and Chips is under threat, and it's Wild stepping through. A 2-player hold against 3 from D+ Kia. This is brilliant for Regnum Kaya. They roll down Chips on the outside, and D+ Kia cannot find an entry. Now it's Nolbu, the last to stand, and Zedwolf battens down the hatches. They are able to keep themselves going. 4 players stand tall, and Alpha 7 are scrapping with Alter Ego.
Yeah, I mean, it's non-stop right now. Krypton on his lonesome inside. The flames blanketing the garage, but not a comfy finish there for Alter Ego whatsoever. Down to just 1 player now. For D+, though, welcome to the wild, wild west indeed. What a play from the inside. Really, really good stuff. For Regnum Kaya, that's got to feel good. That's going to feel real good.
Yeah, especially after that last match. Being trapped on the outside now. They had a 2-2 split on the inside position. Brilliant, brilliant hold. Mostly, I think they were able to do that for, well, for two reasons. I think Zedwolf getting that first knock on the roll-up and Chips not being there with the rest of D plus Kia on the roll-up as well. As soon as it was two players on the inside for D plus Kia, that was when it started to get dicey. Obviously, there's a bit of a coin flip there. I think if Chips had gone in with them, it might have been a better story.
Well, Chips is their CQC guy. That's undeniable, right? He is the one who does play forward with the team. He's the one with that firepower at close range. I think not having Chips there, you're absolutely bang on the money there, John.
Yes.
It's pretty unfortunate, especially Salting Alamo as well. You want the full team. You've got to gamble with the full team there. If you're going to crash it, which is what they do, maybe they assumed that it was free. That's a bold assumption, though.
They may have known that there were only two players on the inside, right? And thought, oh, we've got the numbers advantage, something like that. It just doesn't pan out. I mean, as I said before, another major contributing factor, Zedwolf getting that first knock, right, to make it a 2 versus 2. And Regnum Kaya regrouped very quickly. But now, I'm looking back at the map, they've split up again. They're going back to that 2-2 split. They're confident to go back towards that position, and nobody backfilled them.
Well, D plus already down, right? And that's the team that challenged for that position. So you're sort of certain at the moment that there is less teams in this area. So I think it should be absolutely okay for Regnum Kai if you go for this 2-2 split. It's one we see multiple times from them. They're very happy to regroup whenever necessary. They have two strong spots to play in as well. So they're trying to confirm over towards Yas Fields as well as the center of this circle too. I think it's a reasonable approach for this one, John.
Trying to hold a lot of ground. We'll see if they are successful. That north side against Team Flash, very likely to stay stagnant. I'm looking at Ulf and wondering, they're a bit of a wild card. They may be the team to try and break that accord on the middle side. Out on the east, we're on board with the last player from Alter Ego after their conflict with Alpha 7. Rosemary definitely wanting to keep this one going. Spray down, does manage to land it. That is a big pickup for Rosemary and a nasty surprise for Alpha 7, along with the circle. A nasty surprise for everybody else in this one, going up towards the Asfield and even north of that beyond, touching Stalbert and the mountains there. Rosemary, okay, he's still going. Alpha 7, they lost one earlier. They've now lost another. They're two players.
Alpha 7 getting ruined there by Rosemary, final player left alive. Obscure still going on side the buggy. But yeah, up towards the north side, a little bit awkward. Regnum Kanye should be regrouping fairly shortly over towards the south side of Yas Field. Don't really want to enter it just yet. I can't imagine this is heading over towards Stalbert, but if it does, what a circle that's going to be. Great game starting out there for DX Xavier as well. The Mad Bulls, but they do have neighbors now, right? DX Xavier and Mad Bulls potentially clashing in the near future. Huge amount of space inside of Yasnaya though, so it's a matter of time and when this is going to happen.
There's a team here right now, Blank, that has been immensely proactive and very, very fast on these rotates. That's Ulf. They started down towards very pier. They moved very quickly out of there, and they have now once again moved to a very central position on this circle to the east of Yasnaya. I think they're going to have a good time of it. And now they're able to take shots like this over towards this fight with DX Xavier.
Yeah, I mean, DX Xavier already taking a knock there is pretty rough. And it's from no other than Aaron himself. Really, really skilled player. Has had an unbelievable come up over the years. So lovely to see. Zeus also spots over towards DX Xavier, sending shots now range towards them. And although they're in the zone, they have not always fared the best.
Is the age of the DX Xavier circle over? They've only got 3 players though. Lambert already down and flushed. Let's hop back over to Mansion, because Rosemary is still alive and kicking, and maybe a very unknown quantity here to GOAT team, right? They may not suspect there is one on the inside, although he did take shots earlier, and you maybe expect that there is at least one. So perhaps being careful, but either way, not going to come into conflict just yet. I don't think Rosemary wants to over-peak, over-promise on his delivery. Alpha Gaming rotating very close to Joker, who he's just going to be real chill with it right now. He's just hanging out. And they are going to diverge. This is on the north side. R8 are also up here on that north edge. Oh, hang on a minute. Rosemary He's popped a shot over towards Vic, and that is potentially going to land on the nade. A nice bounce, but doesn't quite get through towards the rest of it. Kraken tries to go across, and Rosemary, I mean, he's used to these solo situations. Doesn't quite get across the fence on that vault, but steps forward for the rest of it. Side angle, Rosemary making the mad dash across into the open, and he's in the building. That is dangerous. The nade's there, put away, but he steps up the stairs. One flight too many, and will be put down. Rosemary will fall.
Circle over towards the western side, fully on those fields. What a grim circle this is for DX Xavier as well as Mad Bulls. Lovely start for them to work with this one. DRX also having this spot on the western side is not bad, honestly. They get to circumvent the majority of the players with sort of a hard shift over towards that western side. Most players moving in from that east. If they try and rotate and make these wide wraps down towards the south side, likely they're going to come into conflict with one another. So, although DRX, you know, they might have to struggle a little bit to get towards the western side of Yasnaya later on, they don't have to deal with too many teams.
I think it really does rely on this next circle. They should be safe, as you're right, for now, on the western side, but moving is going to be pretty dastardly. I think Vampire on the south, pretty happy. Regnum Kaya, potentially as well, on that south edge. Thunder Talk, much less smiley about things right now because they're all the way on the east side. There's a lot of rotation that seems to be moving clockwise around this circle. That's around, down towards the south side of this one. Kara leading the charge on that and actually impacting on the south edge towards Vampire, who, okay, they're just going to give ground. So they don't want to overstay on that peak, on that angle. Kara may have a little bit of a spot on that south edge. Middle of the circle, though, I think Team Flash currently in with a big opportunity to right their wrongs.
Yeah, they've got a pretty nice spot to work with, the Team Flash, and it is always going to be this clockwise rotations purely because of where the circle is. We have half of it which is just unplayable, and you don't want to be playing on the north side of Yasnaya anyway. That's not an ideal position to be in, around the lakes, so teams just aren't going to play there. R8 may be crashing over towards APG fairly soon though, John, which will be an interesting fight because as we've seen, R8 can go toe-to-toe with APG. Sadly, in that last game, they really did not have the position to work with, and that was because of APG in the first place with some really slick rotations, really good mind games going through over towards R8 towards the end of that Erangel.
Thunder Talk, I mean, this is the team behind Kara in the clockwise rotate queue. Kara able to pull up successfully. Vampire regrouped to a 2-2. Now Kara fending off Thunder Talk, who are just trying to find their way on in, but really not having success anywhere. Goat team sit ahead of them on the north. And speaking of the north, let's hop on over, because Yol now with the challenge. This is R8 and APG clashing. R8 trying to rock up to the fight, looking to try and control the angle, and Yol goes down, but the off angles bite back. 2 for 2 right now. Prestige is flushed away, and Amori now seemingly alone out in the field here, looks for the flush to top, steps up, able to find it. And maybe on the inside too, but the angles are starting to multiply here as Reefus holds down the line. Doc moves into position, but does take a lot of damage. E-Arena coming in for the third party from the east side blank. They're moving up to the north to try and take these two teams down.
Super opportunistic there coming through from E-Arena, and a necessary moment to go for it too. If they can clear out both teams, oh my god, they have so much space to work with on this side of the map. Oh. But that requires E-Arena to make this play. So far, it's mainly R8 and APG who are taking the shots at one another. E-Arena seems to be just watching, observing, like this is a cage fight.
Amori goes down, now 2 players on the inside for R8. They need to try and hold strong. They just squeaked out the circle on the next shift here, and a lot of damage done. Leaves Amori out, but Doc is down as well. And that's Ulf chiming in from a really central position now. In the meantime, by the way, on our picture-in-picture, DX Xavier sent all the way out really fast from Yasnaya to crash into that location. We'll see if they're able to survive on it, because Team Flash are putting them under pressure. All right, though, they are still surviving here. And APG, very much not so.
Yeah, weird. This is a weird play that E-Arena makes here. I think it is sort of a lack of confidence from them almost to not just fully invest onto this. R8 allowed to get 2 players in a buggy. Basically, at the start position, DRX chasing down 1 player from APG. But we do need to talk about the circle a little bit. As things start to pop off on the map. Quick barrel roll, but not enough. Basic maneuvers do not work. But yeah, moving over towards the eastern side now. Much more playable. Still a little bit awkward, but you'd much rather be here than in the fields of Yaz.
Absolutely. Well, I think, to be honest, at the moment, though, Thundertalk will take what they can get because they are getting lit up. The east side obscure for Alpha 7, the last player to survive after a tussle with Rosemary, and the rest as well. Thundertalk and Goat team coming into conflict. I don't think that Obscure is going to last too much longer. It depends if Goat team try and take shots up towards him or try and put pressure out that way, but Thundertalk, I don't think they're going to be able to escape this blue zone. May just succumb to it. As AJ is flushed away, Obscure down as well. King now the last to stand for Thundertalk on the east side. Alpha 7 down in 13th place.
Yeah, not an amazing game from Alpha 7. They do get 5 elims though, and that's fine for now, at least. With DX Xavier, the only other team towards the top of the lobby still standing, it will keep them in contention. Thundertalk though, our PEL team, struggling.
Ooh, Lewis with a long drop there. Trying to get some backup sent on in. Regnum Kaya not really able to find the opening shots, but Marceau goes down. That is a brilliant drop coming through from Loxy. Now Wild and Loxy on the inside with Lewis bearing down. It's handled. Business as usual for Regnum Kaya. Not an knock sent their way. They're up to 7 elims now, Black, and this is a much better game. Playing from the Heaven compound, it's worked out.
Yeah, real anticlimactic there for Kara.
Yeah.
Lewis flying over the top, misses the roof by a mile. And Regnum Kai shuts them down in 2 seconds. Goat rocking up though, and because Regnum Kai was forced to move off position, couldn't hold both these buildings at the same time. Twix has a nade. Zedwolf very close by with one of his own, but doesn't quite have the tag on just yet. Doesn't have the bead, the marker. Oh, okay, okay.
I wonder if they think they've checked that angle with that nade. That could be dangerous. They should hear the pin pull here. Zedwolf knows that Twix is stepping there, and there's a rock up. There's a third party coming through from Vampire. This is going to crash into the back of Goat team, so they cannot go for this engagement. Vampire playing in the foothills, but this is only 2 of them, and Vampire actually going to probably turn around off this shift flank because it's hard back towards Yasnaya.
At least you have information, because the circle moves north, and it's again now a pretty nasty circle. For DX Xavier, they're quite happy with the position they hold, but for the Flash, this is a very much winning position for them. Absolutely winning position. You have clear sight lines over towards that eastern side as teams start to approach towards you. They really only need to deal with Mad Bulls, and Mad Bulls have to leapfrog a lot of buildings to get here, which gives plenty of time for Flash to dig them out of those trenches as they try and wade through.
I think Vampire's going to be pretty pivotal in how successful Mad Bulls are going to be. Potentially E-Arena on this north side as well. From that shaft, they have a lot of sight lines, but they do need to take it first, and it's not going down without a fight. 2 players fall on the inside. Marth cleaning house, not quite. Mormon able to step on in when his team needs him the most. They're dropping the smokes now, and they need to try and live this one out. But the north side, again, for E-Arena, if they can clean this out, great news.
NC2, me, blocking my smoke.
Oh no, catches the heel there. Not friendly, not nice. Catch for Ulf, did flex all the way out to the east side. Vampire still doing a lot of damage, but it's actually Silas who chimes in for another knock towards Goat team. There is an answer though. Oh, he's flushed away. Okay, hang on a minute. Kaya losing players. They've actually, okay, they moved ahead. I was wondering, why are they taking shots from that back? Don't they need to get a move on? But no, they already did. But they have moved in with 3. That should be fairly successful here.
For Regnum Kaya, they are at 3 still, so they're not doing terribly. Wild is down again. That's a 2v4 versus Vampire, and you start to believe that it's gonna be rough now for Regnum Kaya. Already had a fairly decent game though with the 7 elims they were able to get. Zedwolf just peppered at the moment. I think for Regnum Kaya, likely they go down soon, but I think they'll be quite pleased with this match so far anyway.
Zedwolf
could go better.
1. Oh, he's traded. Killer Joe there. Loxy tries to move in to save his teammate, but he's flushed away very, very quickly. The roll down not going to quite connect. Catches on a mission, on a wide angle. The off angles are there, and Vampire now trying to stop this fight dead in its tracks. 2 players still for Regnum Kaya. Go up in smoke. Goat soon to follow. Divided and conquered by both Vampire and Ulf. The flex outs working wonders.
Tony K, what a player this guy is. Has always had a huge amount of talent, and is now looking to prove it here at PMGC. Catch goes down to Meowlag. And Ulf realizes maybe they bit off more than they could chew here versus Vampire.
You don't want to get into a chewing contest with a Vampire. That's just a terrible idea. All things considered. There are far better things to be going for. Although Wolves, pretty good cheering themselves. An age-old rivalry. We'll have to wait and see how that one's going to come on through.
They choked on their group stage.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's fair. Vampire didn't even play a group stage. Shift into Flash's favor. How many points do they have, though? 0. They've got no elims right now, blank. And it is very much one of those late game, not gambles, but investments, right? It's a late game investment for Team Flash. They have put a lot of, well, they have a lot of presence on this East Point, as you were highlighting earlier. We'll see if they can maintain against some incredibly strong teams here. Going to look to try and take it from them.
It's still a weird circle in the sense that wherever it goes next does change the way the game plays, right? There's multiple circles in the past where no matter really what it does, there's still one team that has that really strong spot. For the Flash, though, if it starts moving up towards the north side, they start to have a difficult game. It's tough decisions ahead of them. Lovely shot on Aaron, though, on the moving vehicle. Luckily, Solus is there to find Turney.
And that was 3 players in the same vehicle, just getting sprayed down. Scarface, a complete broadside on that rotate. So just Joker remaining for the arena. I thought maybe, but no. They weren't the ones to save me. Not this time.
Ulf is ahead of them here. I think for Joker, he's not long for this world. They also have sightlines on him, right? They already took tags over towards this guy, so I'm pretty sure they know where he's playing. Ooh. Vampire make their way up, though, towards Flash. Flash have to remove these players.
Yeah, the window shots not quite landing on towards Vampire on their approach. And already found an opening. This is not good news for Team Flash. Not many placement points if they go down here and now. That is not ideal. Joker trying to make his open dash. Zeus will be getting rezzed in the meantime. I think Mad Bulls need to think about moving now. Think about moving in towards the position of Team Flash. Maybe move a little bit further south. Get across that road potentially. We'll have to wait and see what they go for. Ulf also marshalling their forces. After losing Ketch, they're playing as 3, but they've got this hillside.
You're concerned with the next circle, though. I think for Mad Bulls, they don't want to cross this road because what happens if this moves north? What happens if this moves down towards the southwest? There is a lot of changes that can happen here where then suddenly Mad Bulls have a prime position. Sadly, that is just the case right now. So teams can't make these rash decisions too early. For Ulf, they're likely just going to hold on the eastern side as well because you'd have to wait for Stage 7, Stage 8 to truly understand what kind of rotates you need to make.
Come on, Team Flash. Let's start getting some elims here. It's about time. They really need to earn these points. I'm getting a chicken dinner here. Pretty solid stuff, if you can find it. Vampire, though, they have been very effective on that south edge. Ulf going for the crash. Okay, they're rolling in from the east side, over towards DXavier. A lot of damage. No damage from the fire. Solus is next to fall, though, and DXavier with 2 hold out the first wave from the east side. Just Scarface now remains. A little bit of a lackluster roll up there coming on through. Over towards the DXavier corner. It's going to Flash, though, with the circle. Blank. I mean, they have to get points on this. They have to get more.
You've got to translate this game. And if you don't, then life gets real difficult. Especially being in 16th place right now, this has to be the game that Flash really gets things back under control. If you can't win this match, you are starting to look a little bit scared for the Flash, because this is very much a winnable game. And with Vampire, who, like we said before, didn't play any of the stages of PMGC, they are our invite team. To go down to this squad, that would be a little bit unfortunate, no?
I think so. I think so. Ground floor now, though. Under pressure, the Mad Bulls make the dash. Team Flash give ground. I don't think this is a terrible idea. You can't hold this with Vampire being in the wings, right? You cannot go for that fight with Vampire in such close quarters. They're already nading out your positions. They will third-party you at a moment's notice. It's going to be a 3-way fight, I think, for this one. I think it's safe to say this fight is going to be our final 3.
Yeah, for DXavier getting in from this northeast side, very difficult.
Oh,
Scarface will try and put those long-range antics to good use for himself. But more likely looking for the top 3 here. Try and live things through as long as possible. You can see what kind of open ground he's crawling into. He's likely one of these players will spot him at some point in the near future.
This three-way standoff, I think, kind of helps Team Flash survive, but does slow them down. I saw an explosive bow. I just saw an explosive bow. I didn't realize we'd invited Sook. What's going on? He's not supposed to have
lives
qualified.
on. The legacy lives on.
Oh, it's there. In Team Flash's hands.
I mean, it's good. It's definitely good for clearing out these types of windows. So I don't mind it. I really don't mind it.
Outside. They find their first point. Blank. That is good news. All right, they're off the mark. Surely now they get the rest of them too. At the moment, there are 10 more eliminations that they could possibly find in this lobby. Getting 11 would be great. I think getting 6 and a chicken dinner for them at the moment would be a good result.
See how Vampire handle this late game. See how DX Xavier attempts to remove themselves from this position, but I'm pretty sure Flash, Mad Balls, they'll all be looking their way.
I think you deny here for DX Xavier. I think this is a deny situation. Maybe you send one in, try to have a weird third party, but I think you just deny the points.
It's getting to the wall, right? But again, there's so many angles looking at them that it's very unlikely. They have to be so aware of when these angles change that they can make this move. But as time has progressed, as time has moved on, this is now what they know to be one of the only viable spots remaining that is about to be out of zone.
You know what? This is an explosive bow angle. Over towards, wait, DX Xavier are going for it. I thought they were going to hide in the shack and wait for the blue zone to envelop. Team Flash take some shots, but no.
If they get to the wall, it's fine.
Okay.
It's a question of getting to that wall, though.
The smokes are there, and there are 2 really difficult angles for them to deal with. They've blocked off that high ground from Adball so far. Paragen still have the cover. They haven't breached that one just yet. The back smoke's fading, though. And they will start to run out of util here. They are investing all the smokes they have. Levi's gets across, just about hitting the deck. Is he safe from the Mad Balls? No, not quite. The Molotov's over as well. And Levi's is there. Lazarus steps out, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. Levi's goes down, and the point is earned. Oh, that's by Mad Balls.
Now it's Paragen remaining, crawling against the wall. The tiny gap, and he gets shot through it.
Oh, dear. Oh, Bose finds the ankle. Pusher steps up very, very high there. Bit dangerous to step all the way up because you do still have Vampire to worry about. I think if Pusher gets too bold here, could be disastrous. Paragen getting... Okay, yeah, surely... Well, surely not. Paragen across?
He stutter steps.
There it is.
He stutter steps it. That's actually very cool. And the nade does not make it far enough. The stutter step was crazy because he runs out, stops it early, and if you're tracking that via gyro, that really ruins your whole spray.
He's across, you said. If they get up to the wall, it's dangerous, but there's only one of him. Surely he can't do that much, but a knock over towards Team Flash. I mean, the blue zone's going to push everyone in. Blank, this is the final zone. Our last 3 teams. Tom can't connect on the spray. Paragen evading these bullets. Another nade is getting cooked up, and Tops is looking to pop a stim. The res is coming through in the meantime. Vampire are going to have to close down on this one, and Tops finally gets rid of the thorn in their side. 4 players now on every remaining team. Another point added to the tally for Team Flash, but only 2 so far. They need more.
Vampire looking for this chicken dinner. It's an awkward position to play. They are lacking the high ground. We're in stage 9. We're about to close all the way dead center, and no one really has advantage here because no one wants to play in the courtyard.
Ooh.
Great nade from Flip, though, to start things off.
That should be a flush, nice and easy, but another knock goes over towards Vampire. Yala goes down. That should be reasonable, but the blue zone's putting a lot of pressure on. Vampire trying to dash across. Zeus trying to track through the smoke, but a little, again, a stutter step coming through. Lemon moves out in the meantime. Now he's up close and personal. Nade's still in the pocket for Vampire, though, but a lovely lineup from Zeus to find another onto Vampire. Mad Bulls, the only team now with 4 players alive. 2 elims on side. The Mad Bulls will be denied entry. Nobody now healthy. Pusher moving forwards. Team Flash starting to lose players. Wind drops down in the off angle there and is the last player to go. And he will go up in smoke. A low elim game and Team Flash denied.
God.
Vampire now burning in the sunlight under pressure. But 4 players alive, just about dodging it. A bounce on the nade and 2 Mad Bulls now. Look at a charge through the Vampire. On the off angle though, there is nothing to do. Oh no, it's self-made. Disaster strikes and Lazarus with a bad bounce. Steps up, a challenge, 2v2. Niola now needs to come up big. Goes for 1, goes for 2, no!
How on earth do they let that go? Vampire on their home ground fall to a self-made Lazarus. What are you gonna do? And a miraculous turnaround for the Mad Bulls. Actually, diabolical moves towards the end there. That nade ruins everything. But I will say one thing: the Molotov sent through the window. It got sent through the back window, through the side window, onto the shack. That was really, really well played from Mad Bull. Super good knowledge of everything in that area in terms of terrain, in terms of building geometry. Gorgeous. I mean, they were helped along slightly. And then I also really wish that Meowlag came out of the shack a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I feel like maybe that could have gone either way. The two-player lineup with an auto shotty, you can make it happen. It does exist, right? But they were on the snap, and they were able to find that shutdown. But yeah, a big misplay there for Vampire. Give that one away. Team Flash, they cannot make it either. We're going to be heading back to the desk. They're hopefully going to have some insight into how that match happened.
Are you kidding me? The biggest upset so far in the finals. Mad Bulls pull out the chicken dinner.
I'd go even further. Are you flipping kidding me right now? Flip with a roof angle right into hospital to the eastern side of Yasnaya Poliana, using the angle to the absolute limit. And that Molotov in particular disrupts the entire setup of Vampire, and they had to go back and try and heal up, which enables Mad Bulls to go down the building, over that little wall, and actually start to compete against Vampire for that win, and they snatch it away at the very end of that match.
I mean, the timing that Mad Bulls was able to take over control from Police Station from Team Flash was just perfect, and here at the end, making sure that they win those fights. This squad ends up with 13 eliminations. Ooh. And it's not even from the player that we're used to seeing, Max. It's not from Lemon. Everybody else starting to show up. Tulika right there with 3. You got Pusher with 5. Flip with 5 as well. But I got to go back to this squad. Making sure that they assert their dominance in Police Station. Making sure that Team Flash backs off. And it was the winning play for them.
Yeah, clearly. Also a good play from Team Flash, because like, we have these 2 really strong buildings. We can't hold the 2 buildings as a full squad. We have to relinquish one over. And I think Mad Bulls understood. They're just going to say, hey, we want to take control. They give it up. They kind of work together. A symbiotic relationship, right, between Team Flash and also Mad Bulls. And it works out beautifully for them. So Mad Bulls, again, keeping up that momentum they built up during the league stage.
And to be honest, I want to see Team Flash be a little bit more assertive or their dominance. They shouldn't have given up that one. And I got to go back. I'm going to have to rip this team apart this early on, because they were able to allow Vampire Esports to crash without losing any players. And for the longest time, now you're having to worry about what's going to be happening, right? Which gave the opening to Mad Bulls to end up overtaking Police Station. You gotta be able to make sure you defend a building, Team Flash, early on in that match. You cannot just be conceding those buildings over and over again to these top teams, or you're gonna end up like this. If they would have stayed in Police Station, guess what? We would have been talking about Team Flash getting the win.
Yeah, it could have been Team Flash to take the win, but unfortunately that was not the case. We know what was the case. Regnum Karia fighting T+ once again. It keeps happening. They have a vendetta right now after they're like, no island finish can save you this time around in 2025. It's been looking good in the early stage, but man, late game, so many wide rotations.
Yes.
We saw RA go for it, trying to go for this fight, but APG, at one point, Doc was going to split.
Yes.
And the fight breaks out, 7, and he instantly regroups. They don't win the fight, but it's good to see that he's willing to fight with a team in close quarters.
Hold on, Max. Repeat that for me. What did Doc do?
He regrouped with his team.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe those words are coming out of your mouth, considering how many times we have talked about Doc just being a solo player for the squad. I mean, APG, finally, here in the grand finals, at least after 3 matches, even though things don't end up going their way there in this last match, it's good to see that they're starting to readjust to those little mistakes. And one thing that even after ripping Team Flash apart, I gotta give them some props. This team, from what I saw in this game, is much better at pushing the action than defending the action. If you find them in a spot where they're able to defend it, they're gonna give away that round. But there at the end, when we saw them being a little bit more proactive, they were able to get some knocks.
Yeah, I do like how they're willing to give positions away if needed, so there's not going to be too big an issue. But here we go, looking at the wide rotations. We had Regnum going for their very pure rotation, and so will Vampire, that are renowned around the world as a very slow edge-focused team when it comes to their rotations. And here in particular, the circle going up north, they just go control Alamo, have an initial 2-2 split, and then you're going to see here this play is very good because you have Kara fighting Regnum, and then go into Heaven south, and they see that like, well, we can just leapfrog that and take that position. Vampire, they are so smart. They know how the lobby...
They've been able to work out. I mean, you see right there, Mad Bulls with 23 total points. Vampire with 7 eliminations. Props to them for deciding to back off with the fight. I think it was against GOAT. And GOAT ends up crashing on Regnum Karya and just asserting... as soon as they noticed that, Vampire was like, you know what? Tony K, get a little bit closer, start sending some nades.
It's good to say also that normally as a Primorsk team, this is a circle that's very far away. We're like, okay, well, Military Island, the previous game, they're very close, easy rotation. Almost on the complete opposite side of Erangel this game, right near Yasnaya, and they have a very good rotation. The slow rotates on moves like that are very appreciated for Vampire, and I feel like Vampire, for a team that did not play the league stage, right, we have to keep that in mind, are looking so damn ready. The amount of homework they should have done behind the scenes for these finals, the prep was done, Hodgix, and so far it's been performing exactly as planned.
Yeah, the work has been done for sure. I mean, the zone timing, the shifts, these teams are on point here. You know, and speaking of, we're talking about zone shift, what about utility usage this game, right? That pre-molly was insane, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Ulf should have sent the full squad on that position personally, but yeah, Dig Xavier, we know we're getting crashed maybe 5 to 10 seconds ahead of time. We Molotov the window and also the door frame on the east, meaning there's only one entry point, and if you come up, guess what? Instant shotgun to the face! And that worked out greatly, and Ulf, unfortunately, as we saw, could not deal with that Molotov. It was too well positioned.
Yeah, it was way too well positioned. And then talking about more utility, one of the crashes that ended up happening with Vampire Esports getting closer to the squad, I mean, they started throwing those Molotovs towards Team Flash, making sure that they weren't going to be getting any of those angles towards the window. As well, we saw nades. At one point, we even saw Vampire getting a knock on one of the players. They weren't going to overcommit, but that utility usage right now, very, very good from this squad.
Actually, when you were talking about Flash, you wanted them to eliminate Vampire upon entry point, which I understand.
Yes.
But I feel like Flash wanted to fight Vampire, but because those buildings have so little amount of windows, like, we want to fight you, but we can't because of the building and how it's built up. It's just not quite possible. So like, okay, you know what? Best of both worlds. We're just going to coexist together for the time being. They wanted to, but this situation, what can you really achieve?
I didn't want them to commit. I just wanted them to make sure they got at least 1 or 2 eliminations with Vampire coming in, because they didn't have anybody else getting off angle. Sometimes we end up seeing those teams make that push, leaving 1 player behind. That was not the case for Vampire. Vampire full push with the squad. They had 1 solo, another solo, and 2 in a vehicle, and it worked out for them. And I mean, that utility that I just mentioned is honestly what gave Vampire that 2nd place finish.
Hey, crazy plays from teams, crazy utility usage, but also some insane plays from a single player. Can we talk about Parajin right there towards the end? Parajin making it happen, Max.
Parajin! Very happy about it. No, genuinely, how does he make it so far?
Dude, that was wild.
Who was he going up against?
He was going against, who was it? It was Flash,
Team
right?
Flash. Yeah,
Flash.
exactly. Once again, Flash.
Yeah.
Just letting teams get too close to you. Come on, Flash.
Ooh, Flip MVP of the game, and we were expected it. Actually, I'm really happy they used that roof angle on Hospital to the east of Yasnaya as long as they possibly could. He had to jump off eventually, right? Because, well, Blue Zone will not let you stay in that position for too long. But he's like, okay, at least even if I can't get the elims, I'm still going to get information of where the players are positioned, and I can kind of direct my team in the perfect entry point in that circle. They do win it off the back of that. So that information gain from Flip and also the frags, like the 5 elims, were so impactful for them to make sure they got that chicken dinner.
I agree 100%. I think that was the reason why they won that match. Just be able to have a good idea of where Vampire is, where Flash is. They put in that work there towards the end. We take a look at the leaderboard, 7, and we definitely got some shakeups.
I mean, we still got APG right there at the top. Look at the top 3. DX now, Mad Bulls with that performance pushes Vampire in 4th place. Something I want to keep an eye out on, though. I want to go all the way to the bottom. Your defending champions of PMGC, 2024 champions, D plus Kia. So far, they've only been able to put up 5 points coming through eliminations. And guess who's stopping them? Yeah, that's right, the 2nd place team, Regnum Karya.
Oh, that's right. 2nd place. Oh, yeah, from last year.
Yeah,
I was like, wait, they're not. They're
from last year.
No, but is this a targeted attack, right? Are they like, we know they rotate, we know they drop, we've done the research. Is this a vendetta for real? I don't know. It could be.
I just saw Silas. He winked at me. He winked at me. That's crazy. But you know what? We got a quick break, guys. We'll be right back.
Mobile Global Championship, coming to you live from Bangkok, Thailand.
I hear a shout, it shatters the silence in the morning. Call your name, I see the doubt. We're falling too fast without a warning. But if you stay, you'll battle by my side. They'll never ever win the day. No matter what they say, this mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the end. Here we go again. The scars are still fresh, but we will overcome the pain. The lights will never fade. This mission ain't broken. Don't take what is spoken. Our path ahead is still unknown. This battle ain't over. Let's walk through the fire. Wash out our fear, fight to the
And we're back, getting ready for the final day of the final Aerogale of day number 1, right? Let's get it going. So Max, you know, we were just talking a little bit about Regnum Karya, right? What did you really like seeing from them in the last match?
I love how they died in that. No. Generally, I like how they played Heaven because Heaven was getting a little bit busy.
Yep.
There was Kara, they push up, they defend it. Then Goat Team tried to go for a push ahead of them, which that was a very good play from Goat Team. And Vampire trying to get involved in that conversation. Most teams, I feel like, would just be like, let's wait for the fight to break out and third party it. But in that case, move ahead. Really smart play from Regnum.
Yes, well, of course, we got to go give some big love to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone for 2025 PMGC. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory. Go get your hands on one so you can outplay the rest. Also, guys, we got to make sure you get your predictions in, right? Day number 1 is almost over, right? So you got a little bit of an extra advantage here. You got some info, right? So hopefully you can go ahead and get some of these sick rewards, Max.
I got all my rewards already.
Really?
Even though my predictions were terrible, I still got enough points. I got everything.
Nice.
I got everything wrong. So if I do it, you can do it because we all know my prediction game is very bad.
Yeah, I mean, who is it that you have right now with DRX? It's still early on. Okay, yeah.
As we take a look at the top 4 gunslingers here, 7.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking, honestly, Regnum, Wild, This has been quite a performance, not just from WoW. One of the players that's not even here too, Luxy.
Yes.
They've been performing so well in Team Flash. I gotta give him some props too. Seo's right there. 557 damage.
Yeah, I really like actually talking about Regnum Karia.
Yes.
To go a little bit deeper on this team. You're talking about Luxy. I feel like Luxy is the clutch guy.
Yes.
He's like, you give him a 1v4, 1v3, he's like, that's impossible. But I am Luxy. And he does, and he performs really well. Wild is like the consistent performer for this team, always putting up numbers, securing really strong positions. He's the guy that every situation thrown his way, he's going to get consistent results on board. And even with Z-Wolf, we even haven't talked about him. In the background, he's also putting up numbers, and Silas is putting these guys in the best position imaginable. This entire squad, the synergy of this team is looking amazing here at PMGC.
Would you agree with me on this, Max, in regards to saying that Luxy, this feels like just a breakout performance for him in regards to as a solo player?
Yes.
It honestly does, right? Winning those fights, making sure he clutches up for the team. I'm happy with that we're continuing to see this out of Luxy. I want to see Regnum Karia start securing some more of those placement points. I want to see if they can get themselves with 4 players alive into a top 4 situation.
Maybe by stopping the fights with D+, and keeping all your team alive.
But they win in those.
They do win those, but it's like, maybe prioritize positions. They'd be like, most of the time they do win them without losing a player, but so far it's been looking really good for Regnum Karia. I do think maybe pushing Ulf instead of just going for the dip north would have been a better rotational path for them, just to be hypercritical. But I still feel like the idea in general was very, very smart from Regnum.
By the way, from Mad Bulls, even though he wasn't there on the top slingers, something that they end up working out great for their squad was Lemon. Lemon was very important in this last match. He was the last one scouting. He was the last one getting that information on Team Flash, and ultimately that scouting led them to a winning play and crushing and making sure that they made back off when it came down to Team Flash.
Well, we're getting into the second half of day 1, guys, right? Bottom 5 teams. Which team do you want to see make something happen right here in this game, Max?
Thunder Talk. You know what? After their insane performance during the league stage, where the hell is Thunder Talk? Where is Sitting 7? He was popping off. He's doing nothing so far.
He was getting eliminated by Alter Ego. In the
he
first
was busy doing that. True.
That's all I can tell you. Now, I'm going to be looking at D+ Kia. Come on, the defending champions, 5 points. I said it earlier, all those 5 points coming from eliminations. I want to see more out of them. And from Team Flash, please hold down our compound this next Erangel.
Hold it down. Here we go. The last Erangel of day number 1. Let's get this started and head on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
We've got another edition of the Grassy Pastures. Let's get stuck right on in and see where this match is going to take us. A little bit further north on this plain path blank from Lipovka over towards Zaki. Is it going to be another rematch between Regnum Karia and D+ Kia? And are D+ Kia going to fumble it again?
We got to wait and see. We got to wait and see what D+ does here, because they got to get something done. Right now, it's looking pretty tough for D+ Kia, considering they are the defending champions. You'd hope to see them up at least in the top 8. But it's bad. It's bad right now. Sighting from Thunder Talk as well in kind of a rough spot, going down quite a few times for them early, which is not great considering he brings the vast amount of firepower. But in that sense, can't put all the blame on him. The Sighting goes down doesn't mean the team has to fall apart.
No, absolutely not. It's it is a mutual responsibility for everybody in the team, you know? Just for all the other geezers there, trying to have a crack at things. But they're dropping fairly close with APG right now. Obviously, APG a little bit on a far stretch to go towards military, and that could cause some conflict. But you know, it seems like they are going to split it off. So Thunder Talk's sticking to Milter, and APG are giving ground.
Yeah, you can squeeze between them. You can absolutely squeeze between them there. So they've got a nice rotational path here, going down on the south side and then swinging on the western bridge. It's going to be a bit of a quick loop for them, though, in my opinion. You could potentially pick up Primorsk if you wanted to, unless teams stretch out that way, but we'll wait and see what happens. Regnum Karia, obviously, we want to see them do better. The region we covered, but 7th place is not bad. 7th place is not bad. Also, we have our Polar Party Mini 14 skin. Log in to PUBG Mobile now. Get a free permanent firearm finish.
Time limit on that one.
There is a time limit. Yeah, absolutely. Get on that fast. All right. It's the early game right now. You can pull up PUBG Mobile. You can get your free emotes as well and all your extra goodies and prizes.
Yeah, those ones last a little bit longer until the 25th. Until, well...
Focus on the Mini 14 for now.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, to be fair,
You can get both done.
It does look pretty frosty. You can get both. You can absolutely get both. And you can get that redemption code as well. Make sure you enter that one in-game. PUBG in Bangkok. Make sure you're getting all the goodies on side. I was going to say it's until Christmas Day, but in Europe, in the majority of Europe, they celebrate Christmas on the 24th. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird of them to do that? Ugh, weird.
Yeah, strange, odd. Don't like that. Then again, we probably are the minority in that case.
Yeah, no, well, no, I think the majority of... Anyway, let's not dive too deep into that. Europeans weird, including us. We're also weird, but for other reasons. Goatsy right now, playing in the prison. Oh, goodness me, if you didn't see the prison finish in Last Chance, then go and watch that one after today's shows, because it was very weird, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I mean, 7... I mean, Globan just threw themselves off the cliff there. Yeah. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Lemming play.
Didn't enjoy it very much. Flip here from Mad Bulls. Fantastic work in the last game. And him and Lemon, two players that go hand in hand together. Really, really good stuff. And always nice to see Mad Bulls succeeding. Honestly, Tulika been on multiple teams throughout the years as well. I think that he's developed his performance a lot. Out of many players, some players just born into this game and are insane from the get-go and remain that way. You can't really talk too much about it. But I think for Tulika, he's had a bit of a tumultuous journey throughout PUBG Mobile, starting off as a bit more of a aggressive player, maybe too aggressive at times. And he's brought that back, and he's become a very good anchor player for the team who also has that capability of the firepower. And I think Mad Bulls are really succeeding off the back of that.
Yeah, I think potentially a little bit of a under-predicted team. I think it's safe to say coming into this one, a lot of teams were sort of dominating the headlines. Mad Bulls may have been, 4th, 5th, 7th, down to sort of 7th seeds. I think if you were going to organize the tables, you may have been putting them in there. But definitely at the moment, impressing. But given the fact that APG are in first place right now, almost entirely off the back of their single chicken dinner, with 7 points earned outside of their chicken dinner, it's still very much anyone's game at this point.
Circle over towards western side. Let's refocus on that a little bit at the moment. DRX do head out a little bit further towards the west early. Ulf is going to be playing around Ferry Pier, holding the yellows as well, waiting for that approach from Kara. Likely Ketch is going to back off as soon as he sees that happen, but hopefully doesn't get caught out. It does happen occasionally. DX Xavier with a decent starting position for themselves, and they are at their post ready to sprint across the circle. But always a curious one. We do have a little bit of Sosnovka cut in here. There is a small chance it heads down towards that bridge, but probably not for long. Much more likely we head over towards Everest or even the swamps around Quarry, which I really wouldn't mind, considering so many teams have got a long way to go to get over there. It would be a massive mad dash for a lot of our squads. Really have to get the old sneakers on and moving.
Absolutely. Going to have to keep moving. I have the question of, are we getting Gauntlet or League Stage APG again? We've seen, as I said before, both of those two teams today playing under the same banner. Rek and Kaya are going to try and jet their way out towards the middle of this circle, get over towards the west side, get closer in. We'll see whether they're able to pull up. Right now, not too much contest ahead of them. Mad Bull's going to be potentially crashing into their western side, so could be trouble ahead, but I'm sure they'll find a way to navigate it. Alpha 7 splitting out, getting another vehicle on side. Playing from the west side, seems like they're going to have a good time setting up. We'll see where they choose to go.
I mean, regardless of Vampire not getting that win last game, they have dragged themselves to the table quite a bit, right? 4th place right now, 23 points. It looks quite good. DX Xavier riding off the back of their 2 matches, let's be quite frank about that. But we are still just getting into match 4. So there's still time for these things to even out. But I think for DX Xavier, out of all of these squads, this is the team that has had a few more freebies. Yes, they've played a good game towards their first match of the day. They're over there on Rondo in the open area. I think that was actually a very nice match, but they had the zone for a long, long time. I want to see more out of DX Xavier outside of just those 2 games.
Yeah, I think that's the story for both of our top 2, as we highlighted earlier with APG. We do want to see more.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, for APG, to be fair, they displayed a huge amount of class in their way.
They played a crazy Erangel.
They did play it incredibly well.
What I mean
is, I want to say.
Didn't you? You heard me like
yeah, I was like, I heard what I said, and then I
Yeah.
thought, I know what he's going to say, and so I jumped back in because it is fair. Absolutely, their Erangel win was absolute class. Ooh, that is a sit down there, and Thunder seemingly not able to talk, a little bit muted on this tournament so far. That's going to be another flush sent their way. Nasty stuff, but brilliant pickup. Let's be able to find that point.
Yeah.
Alter Ego, happy.
That's a ridiculous shot, though. No?
Wait, Alter Ego got that point. That wasn't go. Oh, okay.
I wonder if it was all Alter Ego shot, because like I said, that is a ridiculous shot. It was on target. But regardless, through the trees, you're like spotting a tiny amount of area.
Blank the circle.
Yeah, well, I might have jinxed it there a little bit. Just a little bit, but yeah, heading down towards the south side, towards the bridge. Super uncomfortable. Teams probably don't want to head over towards Sosnov because we're really limiting the play space so early in this game. I think this might be one of those matches that ends around about Zone 8 instead of Zone 9. So we might get a bit of a quick match here over on Erangel, our final one of the day.
Quarry opening, big feature into this circle on the west side, Blank. Everything around Ferry Pier, that ridge line of hill that stretches on that roadside as well, can contain multiple teams, a multitude if you let them. A lot of teams are crunching in on this northern shore. It is really nasty. Maxman is making emote faces at me right now, and maybe it's going to be a chance for him to continue as Regnum Kaya lighting up the battleground against Ulf, who actually drop here. Regnum Kaya going to wade straight on into the fight, and Loxy not going to go for the reses, instead maintaining ground in the face of Ulf.
Yeah, taking a hell of a lot of damage here to Regnum Kaya. Smoke does work. You know, he gets the bounce. We'll try and run away from this one, but Regnum Kaya, I think they do succeed on this. They get the majority of the ground taken over inside the building, and likely that Ulf is not going to play off the back of this. The crunch is insane, by the way. The amount of teams all in this area around Ferry Pier and towards the lighthouse on the eastern side, that is a wild amount of teams. They all make their way in. Regnum Kaya looking to pick themselves back up, though. They have one of the most central positions. They're one of the best teams at playing central as well. And they do get all 4 players back up against. This is a very promising start for the Turkish squad.
There are teams around the mouth of Quarry, which I did expect, but there's really not that many teams still north of the road. Everybody's up to get into, as you said, this crunch, right? Between, rather south of the road, and Ulf may be the team that feels the brunt of it the most. Finally, teams are starting to join the Mad Bulls on the ridgeline to the north of this. But right now, I feel like the Mad Bulls might have a pretty commanding spot here. Potentially difficult to transition away from. And there's still a lot of dangerous circles that sit in this future because a lot of it is still water, maybe up to 40% here.
Yeah, it's a super grim circle. We'll put it that way. Super grim circle. I think for most teams, they don't really enjoy it. But the reason you're seeing so many teams like group up around this area is you want that chance to cross the bridge if you absolutely have to, which is still a potential in this match. It really is still a potential. We could head over towards the north side, but players equally not fond of that as we'd be heading over towards the fields on that northern edge. E-Arena would control a fairly decent position, but it's Alpha 7 with that lovely compound that sits over towards the eastern side of Quarry. Not the one that's down in the ditch, but you can see right here on our screens as we get our next circle. It is over towards Ferry Pier, which was sort of a given considering the circle, unless we got some absolutely crazy scenes down towards the southeast side. Glad we're not seeing that for a lot of our teams on our screen at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of a compound standoff right now as Team Flash 7 desperately wants to see them hold a compound, hold it down, but I have to do it against Alter Ego right now. APG holding their south side as well. Krypton on the outside here, looking to vault around, get the off angle. Tops is off in the distance, actually on the hillside, so could prove to be an important third party attack, third angle. Vampire having round sent their way one after the other. Ida connects, but he's backed off the angle. This should be resable for Vampire. I think they're going to be able to maintain, but both of these two teams going to have to move as everybody is still crunching south.
Yeah,
Wait, Thunder Talk.
Ida's coming straight back in. Thunder Talk, yeah, they made this ramp, right? It was a weird ramp that they made down towards the southeast side. E-Arena looking over towards Alpha Gaming, who were sent away from this position, playing a little bit split there. But if they can regroup, I'm not too angry about it. I'm honestly not too angry about it. They got themselves a little bit of early warning signs from teams starting to make their way in. They are very central as well, John. Very, very central indeed.
E-Arena went very quickly through the middle of all of that from the northern side, and APG back off. They don't want to keep that fight going. So another team joins Ferry Pier with DRX on that west side. He's really, really front to back on that little settlement there. And actually the fact that only Ulf has lost a player in Ferry Pier right now is pretty nuts. It is pretty nuts that only one team has lost a player in that spot. DRX also playing as 4. So we have 4 4-player teams, 1 3-player team playing in the same settlement right now.
Yeah, the old Regnum foresight there once again. Clairvoyant Silas kind of understanding where this circle probably will go. Looks to claim a position nice and early, it absolutely does, and that's where that Ulf elimination came from. Sighting up over towards the island. Sits between Sosnovka and Ferry Pier. Playable, definitely playable. For how long is the true question of it all. Will give himself a loot crate, which is hilarious that that drops there. For Thunder Talk, they'll take it. They'll take it. They'll pull the tops on this one.
Okay, all right, yeah. Well, they are already down a player, so they do need all the help they can get. D plus Kia, they are moving in from the north side and potentially looking to challenge Mad Balls, but they don't need to go that far just yet. DRX should be aware of Thunder Talk maneuvering around on this south side. It's actually not too many teams that are going to be within render distance of Sighting's position. There are... Okay, no, it should be most of the teams in Ferry Pier. Maybe just about. Maybe not APG, but it's going to be a limited amount of impact.
Okay.
Hard east shift. Regnum Kaya slap bang in the middle on the east side of Ferry Pier.
Yeah, this is big news for Regnum Kaya. They're going to love this one. It's going to give them a massive opportunity for a big win off the back of this game, but they've got to hold out. They've got to hold on. They have a fairly good compound to do it from as well. Great shots from Guizhou. Again, you are going to see this regularly over here at the PMGC Grand Finals. Players are getting so good these days. Players are getting insanely good when it comes to those long-range shots, especially just with the assault rifles as well. Very surprising to see, but they're happening more and more often now.
Ooh, Team Flash on the north side are winning their fight with Alter Ego, busting them down to 2. Haven't lost a player yet, but that could all change. And D plus Kia in the meantime, by the way, off in the distance. Nice little pickups coming on through. 4 Team Flash go moving out in dribs and drabs across the open grounds here. Vampire making their crash in the meantime. Again, looking to join in on Ferry Pier as another team getting into the mix. Oh, the needle threaded there. That should be resable as soon as the smokes bloom, but right, Miaula needs to be careful, needs to be a little bit tentative.
Come on, guys.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
come on. That's a little bit of communication is all we're asking for. Not much more than that.
Okay. Looking towards the circle, though. Blank Thunder Talk have made landfall on that south side.
Yeah. Thunder Talk has probably the weirdest playstyle I've ever seen out of a single team. Their ability to go from tactical, aware, methodical, to chaotic, and just pushing teams like crazy. It doesn't make sense to me, but I love that they can just flip that switch on a dime during the game. It's really great to see. Not a lot of teams are able to shift gears like that quite as easily as Thunder Talk are. Gives them a real advantage when it comes to those moments where they absolutely have to change that play style in the moment.
Absolutely. D plus Kia, I mean, they've been able to patch themselves up, but will fully lose 1 now in their engagement, their standoff with Team Flash. Alter Ego obviously losing half of their players, but getting down all the way to the south to one of the piers, one of the outcrops there. Alpha 7 on the northwestern side right now. Looking to try and push on through. It looks like, yeah, E-Arena and Vampire are going back and forth, but it's not going to be a happy situation for Vampire. They may still be able to get that res. Back on, though, with Alpha 7. They have R8 to their south and 3 players from D+ to their northeast. We'll see who's going to go for that crash or if they're going to try and divert R8 and disengaging. They're going into the west side of Ferry Pier. In the meantime, everything's popping off on that northern side, or it certainly should be, as the south end actually finds Alter Ego coming a cropper.
Alter Ego down, yeah, very surprising. But again, we're getting to that stage of the game now, into stage 5, where this circle can't really hold that many teams anymore. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse. For the time being, there is still compounds available, but as we crunch in, teams are going to start falling like dominoes into the future. Chips here, CQC for D+, but it's looking bad. It's looking very bad for D+ and their prospects.
Looking to get toasted here. Alpha 7 rolling in as well, just over the ridgeline. Revo looking to heal. Mad Bulls, I mean, we've seen what they can do in close quarters, and Pusher, Tulika handling their business, moving up, playing now 2 versus 1 on the angle. Alpha 7 not with the backup on the angle just yet. Carrillo maybe looking for it, and a good nade from Revo does bring things back into control a little bit more. These are the only 2 players for the Mad Bulls on the angle, and Carrillo has found another. Last player to stand for Alpha 7, but the Flash are here. They flexed out from the northeast side. They've dealt with a majority of the damage towards Alter Ego, a lot towards the rest of them, and they want to sweep through the rest of this fight. There are not too many remnants left to sweep under the rug.
I mean, Flash gets a little bit out of this one, but they've already got 6 elims.
Oh no.
So they're kind of quite crazy with this one. Alpha 7 Carrillo steps out, but as he walks back in, takes a bit of a tag. Wounded now is Alpha 7. Carrillo, that nade should do the trick when it pops, but not even required, as Bose will finish the job with the DBS in hand. For the Flash, at this stage of the game, you know, it's still not too late. But playing in front of a crowd like this, it is nerve-wracking. Especially for a fresh team like this coming through to PMGC. It is so, so different. They had nerves cold as steel over in the Gauntlet, over in the group stages. But here, it's a very different story.
But they do still now have a 4v4. They've managed to win some of the fights, and Bose lands first knock on the off angle as well, stepping up on the side of that tank there. And Ida's not really super resable right now. We'll crawl down and let Amori pick him back up. But in the meantime, Flash need to take initiative. They need to push forwards and use the time that's been allowed to them to look for the pressure on the back line. As soon as that res comes through, R8 start to re-establish. That will start to happen now, and Team Flash not really getting too much done. Zias, though, moving into this angle, I think that might be the saving grace for them. Look at what he's been able to find. Prestige may be unaware.
His nades are coming through fast from the Flash. And the only way I can see this happening is because they've got so many to work with. Zias finally finds a little bit of value off the back of that. He does spot Amori straight away. It's a great nade over towards Ida. Very low now. But Zias has got a lot to deal with in front of him. Team not quite seeing these angles just yet, but Ida's low, Marth's low. Ida just gets the first aid kit off, so he's back into the fight.
DXavier with a third-party knockover towards Team Flash. Slow their roll a lot here. But the holdout going to try his best, but it's not going to happen. Amori now rampaging over and on through. Marth with the side angles, and Levi's really, really ruined their day. Team Flash, I mean, they had a really good go at it, but with 2 players now, facing down R8 is a fearful prospect.
DRX, in the meantime, getting some great nades and great damage over towards APG. It's the only players they've got left remaining on side soon. The fact that DRX is able to make that push is a little bit surprising. I think that APG was quite split for a little while. So APG down to 2. Yeah, really unideal.
Team Flash still with 2 players. Hearing those nades go forwards. First knock over to Marth. Flushed, taken on for the rematch though, and will go for 1 and 1 again. They lose Marth, but blank. They do stay alive as 3. They win, they get rid of Team Flash on that north side. A decent showing, though, from Team Flash. I don't think that you can say that that was a bad game from them. They held that compound on the northeast side. They got 8 points out of this match. It's much better.
Yeah, I think it's nerves. I genuinely think it's nerves right now for the Flash. That's where they're struggling. But getting 8 limbs there, that's probably bearing a lot of confidence for them, in my opinion. So they'll probably play better going in towards our next couple matches, but we're on a whole different map. So maybe back to square one. We'll wait and see, though. Hopefully that's not the case. Thunder Talk staying alive towards the pier, I think is probably one of the more surprising things of the game. Interesting rotates from this squad. are not to be underestimated.
I hope they get late into this game, so we get the rotation graphic that highlights what they did this match.
Yeah, it was cool.
That
very,
would
very cool.
That'd be very interesting. Might not though. If they're going to get picked off like that, DRX taking shots out towards AJ. Yeah, not going to be getting away with that. So it is just Sighting and King. I think Sighting's under pressure from Regnum Kaya, so that is a difficult move north. I don't think they're getting through this one. Bit of a blockade in the way. Kara coming up against their own blockade. It's DXavier in some buildings. They are very used to this today. They've been practiced. Old hands, but Kara seemingly finding that opener. Marso backing off the wall very, very quickly, though. I bet he wish he hadn't. I bet he wish he'd stayed tucked on in.
That's a Paragin nade for you right there.
Running on out. Oh, and there's R8 chiming in as well. Lewis goes down to that off angle. DXavier not really too phased at all by Kara's runner.
Not at all. Lovely nade off the back of the stair window as well. Bounced out towards Marso, immediately took him down.
Oh.
CEO will nade Marso out. So, no points for you, Paragin.
That's one way to do it. That is one way to do it. All right, are still taking these shots on these off angles. CEO got a couple more nades. I think this will be the last one. Looking for the cook, and it's not on target. Mori spots him. CEO goes down. A nice lineup. Brilliant on target spray there.
Yeah, that's a very impressive spray coming through from Mori. Basically, no kick on it as well. Well done. Well done.
Now just Poser moving forwards, and he's down. It's Regnum Kaya to pick up the point. They've been on this east point of Peri Pier for a while after some...
Peri Pier?
Yeah, they picked a pack of pickled peppers too. But they do manage. Okay.
Wow.
Well, ignore that because Ziol's just landed a double. Oh, he's the last player to go, but he's still going to put up a hell of a fight. Does he have more in the tank, though? QXZ now in on the ground floor. Ziol meeting downstairs, looking for the shots, hopping around the door frame. Doesn't quite connect. And QXZ looking to try and wait for his team, but does he have the time? E-Arena are going to bear down upon this in the meantime. The reses can come through, but Ziol wants to try and make the most of it. Now you're too late with that nade. Ziol does fall. And APG may be denied even the points on this one. It's another Gauntlet APG game.
Good stuff there from DRX. And again, DRX is a strong squad. Initial fight over towards APG was great. It was a little bit split for my liking, personally, over towards APG. I think they needed to give some ground a little bit quicker there, because DRX basically just flew in from the western side, picked up first knock, and that was it. Thundertalk get King and Sighting into the mix here. Regnum Kaya still going strong on this east side, but it's their cross, right? It's their entry point to the circle that is a little bit hard to work with.
Oh, get caught on the cross, losing one. DRX now up to 5 elims on the southwest side. Regnum Kaya moving in from that east point, going to have to condense a little bit more. I mean, it is all about R8 transitioning. It's all about DXavier transitioning down south. Who's going to be in the lead when it comes down to it, right? Because there's a lot of this circle that is just outside Ferry Pier.
For Regnum Kaya, they make a good play here, though. They get up to the next edge, but if I'm Regnum Kaya, I have no idea Thundertalk's here, by the way. I have no idea.
I don't think they do. I think you're completely right about that. R8 do go down and they try to make it up to the roadside. And they just aren't going to find it. Yeah, they have absolutely no idea. They have absolutely no idea. For Regnum Kaya, there is no way that they could know.
So
this is totally reasonable to not be aware of this spot. As soon as
the jump.
Okay, as soon as the pin. Wait, Zedwolf spots it. Okay, they know. He goes down, but they have got the info now. They know that there's threats in the sidelines, and this should be a bowl. Just pour those bullets on down, but the nade is there, the answer. King goes, Sighting now, steps up, goes for Loxy. Silas and Wild now need to hold their nerve. No third parties yet. DXavier have moved in the meantime, but I don't think they're looking at a third party. Not for the time being. They had a knock on side. Sighting goes low to another nade. Regnum Kaya now with 2 players. Will they go down to the wildest off angle we've ever seen here? Sighting looks for the push. The res is starting to come on through. He steps in. The smoke has bloomed. Silas with the challenge, and he holds his nerve. Regnum Kaya need to put themselves back together because they are cracking.
That's a gorgeous smoke from Silas. But more than that, Zedwolf. I love that guy. I love that guy.
Oh, what a
Who checks that? Who checks that other than Zedwolf? Oh my god. Like I said, they had no idea. They had no reason to have any idea. But the fact that he checks that really shows that he is playing at a PMGC level. Anywhere there could be a player, I'm checking it regardless of whether it seems so silly or it seems so insane, which it absolutely is to check that angle. But he does it anyway. So very, very well done. Yes, he gets knocked off the back of it, but the information he provides is life-saving.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff for Regnum to be able to check that. Now up to 3 elims, adding those 2 to their tally. DXavier not quite able to push all the way across is brilliant for them. They can flex out to that east side, start to establish lines up towards the north. They're going to need in this next zone. We're into stage 8. You thought it might close down a little bit earlier, Blank. I think you might be wrong, given the Ferry Pier situation right now. Ulf very much on the ropes. The nades still finding their way into the ground floor of the Wizard Tower, but not quite getting the full job done. They're going to have to do the rest, maybe a little bit more up close and personal. Clash over to Scarface. It's found, it's traded. DXavier, DRX rather, lose 1, lose 2 maybe.
Yep, DRX getting up off this coast, hard. Very, very difficult. Eventually, it was going to have to stop. Great 1-2 punch there coming through from Ketch. Instantly on target.
What a lovely little step up there from Ketch. Last player to survive. Tower defense right now. And to be honest, if one of these 2 teams on the east side doesn't go down, Ketch has a fairly decent crack of getting in towards second place here.
Yeah, it's a real question of how many balloons he can pop before he does go down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very difficult to play the center of this circle, John. Regnum Kaya, though, I think their biggest task at the moment is DXavier. How much utility they have remaining, because they had to waste a lot over towards Thundertalk, which is quite frustrating for them. 2 players in a vehicle that is smoking. This is a dangerous maneuver, but getting over towards the Wizard Tower, okay.
The arena might try and challenge it. DXavier, remember, they still have angles. That smoke to Zedwolf's right-hand side right now is so important. It's on the clock, though. Evades the damage from the nade coming on in. And actually, DXavier take a knock from Turney K. Arena helping out this approach coming through from Regnum Kaya. DXavier now with a little bit of trouble. Wild spraying pretty wildly, but does connect a shot or 2. Ketch is still there on the ground floor as a nade finds its way on through. Everybody now looking to try keep the territory they've earned, because this zone is going dead center. Ketch now on the ground floor, looking to just try and last this one out. Silas not connected with an 8. Zedwolf is, though, with a spray over towards DXavier, and they hop out. But immediately it's Ketch!
No.
Oh, Ketch, no! You can't do it to him, not like that! Zedwolf falls too, and a nightmare lineup. Ketch with the catch out.
The 2 turkeys take themselves out of action. Oh, it's a nightmare. It really is a nightmare. Natey takes some nasty nade to the back of the head, but E-Arena looks to keep pushing right now, but it's looking too little too late as DXavier, they step it up once again. The heat is in the arena for the Spiders.
Hey, they didn't get the circle fully blessing them this time, but they are able to pull through. A second chicken dinner for DXavier today. A great result for them. Real tough times for Regnum Kaya, though, during that match. Thundertalk and Ketch both proving to be a little bit too much. The full force they can handle. It's those sneaky little solos, those duos, a little bit too hard of a hurdle.
Yeah, this Vietnamese team has been in a lot of very, very big tournaments, and they are great at controlling area. They always have been, always will be, but it feels like they're really thriving under the pressure here at PMGC. I think it's always great starting on that chicken dinner because it gives you a huge amount of momentum to just keep going. And look at how happy these guys are just about that win. Fantastic.
Brilliant, as they should be. A nicely controlled game there coming through from DXavier. For Regnum Kaya, I mean, they still got decently into that match. I think it was fairly low on the elims though, Blank. I don't think they were able to get too many. Not great from them. But DXavier, very happy to finally prove that they can go all the way when they don't get the blessing.
And here we go, the second chicken dinner for DXavier. Man, these guys have just been so dang consistent, Max.
Well, the Dingoes, they're looking great here. Second chicken dinner. They get one on Rondo. They do it here on Arango on the last one. Very happy about it, but you know what, Seven? I feel like looking at these games, we look at the late game, we're like, how the hell is DXavier like one of the strongest positions? They do it every time.
I mean, the rotation from this squad has been so wonderful. Something that has been impressive for DX is the way that they are able to defend compounds whenever they actually get there. And this is something that you and I were kind of pulling our hairs at some point, Max, because what happened between DX and Kara?
Not good things, unfortunately. I have to be brutally honest. I love the play initially from Kara, which is you smoke out all of the windows of Xavier, which makes it easier for you to push up, but they send it and then they don't go into building 7? Why?
One thing that we got to call out for Kara, though, that we actually did notice is they waited a little bit longer because they knew that DX was going to be sending out those nades.
True.
First nades come through, and then they just don't fully send it. Kara, you got to make sure you end up sending it inside the building. You can't put yourself there in defense for the position to just get naded out.
Yeah, exactly. I think Xavier were like, you're going there? Like, that's weird position. Okay, 2 nades, bonk, squad wipe, easy. So like Kara, no matter what your game plan is, fully commit to it. I feel like you crash into buildings. You know what? Maybe this is a Kara win, but they fumble it.
Yeah, and if they would have made that push, right, it would have been a 4 versus 3 situation, right? But that little lack of commitment really cost them there, right? But you know what? It's so crazy to just watch some of these individual plays as well, right?
Yes.
We gotta talk about Catch 7.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to end up seeing it on the highlights here. This man was able, I got to go back and see how many actual eliminations he was able to secure for his squad. Because not only was he able to eliminate some players there from DRX when DRX was having to go through everything, which we'll get a chance to talk about it in a minute, but on top of that, guess what? He ends up eliminating, I think it was maybe 2 more players from Regnum Karya whenever they were just jumping out of the building. He's like, oh, Silas, hi there. Thank you for the elimination point.
The 5-man Turkish team's like, it's kind of sus, this situation in this Harry Potter tower, and he does get himself the final word at the end. He does get out just slightly before Regnum Karya, so he doesn't get that extra placement point. But you know what? Playing silent in Harry Potter tower always works out great in advantage of these teams. Though, E-Arena, oh, there it is.
That's what it was.
Yeah. That was... Don't go on the walls on these little compounds, because again, they're so nadeable. Just get in the building. At least you're safe from those nades.
And another performance that we got to point out is QXCZC. This man has also been a breakthrough performance, at least in my eyes, for the whole of DRX. Usually we're just talking about, okay, Cuban. All right, QB is going to clutch up. Yeah, guess what? Now it's another player that's able to get them points as well, and there you go. That's what I was able to talk about earlier in regards to Cage, just securing more eliminations for his squad, securing even more points. Whoa. And for DX Xavier, I mean, well played, great timing for them. And right here, perfectly, we'll get a chance to see in Max how quickly they were actually able to rotate there and make sure that they found a good spot.
Yeah, look at phase 2. I want you all to pay attention. Pachinki, DX Xavier, drop in there since like 1996, it feels like. Circle 2 pops very soon. Look at the speed of their rotation. Right in there. And they stick it until pretty much Circle 9, right? They're just holding down that position. Circle short is given to them, but you know that defense against Kara is super well done. So DX Xavier, those early rotates are so impactful for the entirety of their game.
And another one we got to talk about, Regnum Karya. I mean, at one point, it seemed like they were going to get 2 other players eliminated because it was, what, 2 players? Was it Hot Jukes from Thunder Talk just surprising them?
Yeah. It's crazy. It was crazy. And what was also wild was seeing so many teams go out early in the top. But let's take a look at the match rankings. DX Xavier, another 17 points.
They love placement points. They love the placement points, DX Xavier. But you know what? I'm going to talk about another team that loves placement points. That's the Arena. No, I'm actually really happy with the way they entered into the circle. They were a team that was involved in Ferry Pier, but on the northern side, meaning you can third party, but because you're not in the deep center of the city itself, you're not fully directly involved, and you can just take a few shots here and there, so they can leave the city, but then you go into the DX Xavier meat grinder, and that meat grinder was quite deadly, 7, at the end of that match.
It really was. I was hoping that we would get a better performance out of some of the other squads that we were talking about earlier in regards to the bottom 5. D+, I mean, ends up with just 1 point. They end up in Longwood and just getting attacked from everybody, and we gotta give props to the mayhem that was happening in Longwood between a lot of the teams. And before I even go into that, Perigin, congratulations on the MVP. Woo! But going back to Longwood, there was just so many teams going for that fight. We saw Alpha 7 being able to third party a fight there between D+ and some of the other squads, and then an aggressive team that I was happy to see, R8. R8 decides to push the action, and then they get put back on their heels because it was none other than Team Flash going after them. But we'll continue on because guess what? We have a new first place team, and it's none other than DX.
Holy DX Xavier, let's go from Vietnam. Not only that, sure, they got 2 chicken dinners. 29 placement points over the course of 4 matches is ludicrous. These guys are on fire.
Unbelievable. More placement points than 6th place combined total points, right?
Okay.
That is unbelievable consistency. That is it for Erangel, though, right? We're going to go into Miramar next, okay, guys? We talked about it at the start of the show, all right? A possible big hot drop situation, all right? Break it down. What do you guys feel about it?
You gotta tell me which teams. Oh, you're talking about Rangnam versus Vampire. There you go, Hot Jukes. Before we go into that one, top 4 players, no surprise. Bose from Team Flash, as I was mentioning earlier. And then Amori once again.
New star from Mina?
Yeah.
Yes.
You had Ida, Marth, and now Amori added to the list. And Cage actually ended up with 4 Ilums.
You know what? I want to say, as in retrospective, looking at the entirety of 2024, it's been 2025, not 25. Yeah, behind. It's been really the rise of so many good, strong individual players, right? This feels like the true new gen of PUBG Mobile Esport, which gets me very, very excited for things going on. But yeah, and also QXZ, right? Talking about Hyunbin, you already said, right, 7. Here, QXZ. Actually, I love that fight versus Yol.
Yes.
He fights Yol in that 1v1, but he doesn't commit so hard to the point where even if Yol gets that elimination, he's going to go confirm the rest of the team. He buys just enough time to get the full reset. I love when players are just knowing, I want to fight him, I need to play slow, so I give my team a better chance to survive and make it later on in the game.
The tactical play, not even if he was just waiting for his team to get the full reset, just the tactical awareness for him to know that Seoul more than likely was going to be waiting on the stairs and he was going to be put at a what? A TTP, TPP disadvantage, and you don't want to end up going for that one. But going back to your point, Hajux, as we will be moving on towards Miramar, Regnum versus Vampire, especially with what we saw out of that game, Regnum now finally waking up, right? Securing a good performance here in this last match. Finally, is that really something you want to move to after a good performance, Max? Do you really want to move into a hot drop in Picado?
Well, if it was a hot drop on D plus Key, I'd be like, hell yeah. But they don't have a great time fighting other teams that are not D plus Key, so you know what? Maybe give it up. You know, we do know there's a little bit of drama, a little bit of friction between these two teams, you know, talking behind the scenes, but Picado itself, it's a good city, it's a good area. I want to see one of these two teams, and you know what? I don't care which one it is. Going to the trash loot to the west. It's such a good position, good car spawns, similar rotation path to what Picado provides. If they just go for it, clear to say 7, I think we agree, it's an ego thing.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Let's be fair here. I give it 1 game. I give it 1 game, and then after that, I don't want to see any hot drops. I think that's fair.
That's fair.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the biggest tournament of the entire year, right?
Yep.
You can literally ruin your entire chances. The prize pool jumps so significantly each place as we go down. Risking it a hot drop is wild. So, yeah, maybe we see one happen and they get it away, or, I mean, Regnum Kari has been pretty consistent.
For the memes.
Yeah.
The thing is, you have Vampire right now 25 points away from first place. You have Regnum as well, currently 18 points behind. Do you really just want to throw a match? And throw a match in an aspect of, even if you win the fight, right, you end up getting, what, possibly 4 eliminations?
Yeah.
But then you're going to be hindering yourself for the later of the round, for the rest of the match.
It's not even that, because of course you're going to say, oh, you're hurting yourself in those fights, because if you lose a single player, your chances of a win go down drastically. But also, when Deke Xavier being so consistent, you give them an opportunity to keep on increasing their lead every single game, and they have been, in the past, historically, very good on Miramar. We'll see if Blank agrees this time, but I'm telling you, Miramar is one of their main battlegrounds to get points on.
And I got a chance to talk to Sertani before that match too. He was saying he's liking the uptrend that the team is currently on. Sertani, I'm pretty sure you're watching this one. If you're not, just in case, continue on that uptrend. Let's see if that hot drop is going to happen or not.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of uptrend, I want to talk about a little bit more about that last game, right? Flash, right? They got 8 eliminations in this game. So they put up sub points, but what do you think about their performance so far, 7?
Their performance, I enjoy when they were being the aggressors towards R8, and then it flipped around back to what I was saying in the previous match, which when this team has to defend, they're just not able to react quite well on it. R8 was able to fully overpower. That's why I was giving props to R8. R8 once again continues with the eliminations, finishes that match with 8 elims. But for Team Flash, if you're going to be the aggressors, you're going to have to commit. It came down to RA just clutching up.
Yeah, I think Flash played it very well up to the point where they were clashing directly with R8. And I think it's not an issue of the fight was taken poorly. They were very indecisive because they were thinking, Circle's not going to go longward. Do we maybe go onto Xavier's position? Do we fully command clear R8 and then move? They're thinking too much about it. Sometimes commit to a play, even if it's not the best and most optimal play, commit to as a full squad, you might have a higher chance of just coming out on top and maybe making it to the later stage.
That's one of those chances when the first time at Grand Finals, right? You're having those little jitters. Okay, now maybe you end up doubting yourself here and there. Maybe they'll be able to lock it in here in the final 2 matches of day 1.
I mean, it makes sense, though. I mean, especially after that Aaron Gale we saw before this one. You know, they had that hospital. They were splitting it with police station. And it's one of those situations where you kind of get a little greedy, right? Because you have so much real estate. You want to cover every angle. But I think you're right, Seven, right? You just got to commit to one play, right? Commit to one spot and make it happen. As we go into Miramar, we have that hot drop happening, right? What else are your expectations going into Miramar, Max?
I mean, when I think Miramar, internationally, the team that comes to mind for me is Alpha 7, but that was old Alpha 7.
Yep.
With Guizao, Obscure. How is that going to be working out possibly with a new roster? I'm very intrigued to see how they're going to perform on this one.
I mean, if you're going to talk about Alpha 7, earlier we were talking about DX, how much they love those placement points, how they've been able to get those 2 chicken dinners today. Alpha 7, right now, in regards to points, they're only sitting with 5 placement points. I want to see Alpha 7 being able to get themselves in a top 5 situation.
And you know what? D plus Kia, even if we don't get an island finish to the east, please, we need to see points on board. Seeing a team at the bottom like D plus Kia, they're currently, again, the reigning champions, completely unexpected. D plus Kia, we know what you guys can bring to the table. The team is so strong, but right now they just haven't had that opportunity to show it.
D plus Kia, if you end up fighting Regnum Karya, make sure you win that fight. If not, you're going to end up still be in 16th place after this match.
Hot drop Picardo with Vampire and Regnum.
Don't do that. Do
not
not do that.
Yeah, stop
Actually,
that.
no, don't do it.
D plus Kia, is it time for you to wake up?
Yes.
We are going into Miramar. Will they make it happen? John, Blank, what do you think?
Well, I think, you know, it's always time for a chicken dinner, you know, no matter what. No matter what, it is time to get stuck in to Miramar. And as the desk alluded to there, or well, kind of spelled out, Picardo could be troublesome here. We hate Picardo hot drops. Maybe we'll see another one in the year 2025. I don't want it, but it might be on the cards. We'll have to wait and see. Is the team going to back off from the angle?
I mean, especially here on in PMGC, right? Grand Finals, do you really want to be hot dropping? It's a little silly, but it is still a potential. For D+, like the boys were saying, we can't keep saying this over and over, but it's not even just D+. It feels like it's every reigning champion and defending champion is just horrendous the next year.
I think the only exception, Silence.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think he's obviously he's had his rough spots, as is every player, but I do think that the only exception is Silas. You could maybe think back towards.
I think you could say Alpha 7.
I think
but they're not the reigning champion.
I think you could think back towards maybe King, going back-to-back years on Nova. I think that's the only other time, but even then.
It was a very different game back then.
I think so too,
Yeah.
absolutely. Definitely agree. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Alpha 7, I mean, they got their PMWC win.
Yeah.
And then...
it was never made after
And then
that.
nothing else happened after that.
Yeah. But before that, they were very, very much second place team, which was cool. So, although they weren't defending, they were at least getting close each time.
Defending that second place. Mightily.
Very much so. We don't want to win.
Oh, there we go. We're on board. Hey, we're in Picardo, Blank. And Regnum, they're running scared from the vampires.
Where did Regnum Karya go? So they did drop to the west. Because not only is Vampires in Picardo, so is Ulf on the northern side. Yeah, I think this is fair for Regnum Karya. Very efficient drop to go for. Still works out just fine. I think this is a drop spot that Max was even speculating about in terms of getting over towards the western buildings, getting the good vehicle spawns as well. So I think things work out just okay for Regnum Karya. And for Vampire, they get to play Picardo. It's not as explosive as we would have liked it to be, John.
Well,
But at least we aren't having to deal with watching two teams sit around in apartments.
Until minute 16. And then die to the blue zone.
Yeah, because the problem with that is that observers get like brain rot, I think, when we have Picardo hot drops. And
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
The brain rot really bleeds in.
Poser! He's invisible. He is the bush. Poser has become bush. Look at him.
I've got to fully finish my point there because I don't want to just say the observers have got brain rot because they don't.
Well, they did just then.
It's just on. It's Picardo hot drops
Hey,
where we
6-7, am I right, observers?
That's right. That's right. Where the observers will just keep coming back to the Picardo apartments. It's like, please, we don't want to see Picardo apartments anymore. There's been so many great fights that you've been catching, but you just keep coming back to this, and we want to just leave it alone.
No, it is true. It is absolutely true. It's such a horrible result for everybody if you stick to your guns on that Picardo hot drop. You can see it like once at the start of a tournament, and then someone has to move. Someone has to move, and the issue is ego gets in the way a lot of the time on that one. So it's good to see that teams have figured it out, and at the moment, the Vampires, the alpha of the pack, Reckon tail between their legs, off to the west side.
I don't think Vampire's done terribly, honestly. I'm fairly impressed with Vampire, all things considered. I think this is a good result. We have seen worse results from teams coming into PMGC as an invite in the past. But again, it sort of depends on where we end up after match 6 for Vampire. And even more so after match 6 for tomorrow. Because there's a big chance that Vampire drop down towards 16th place tomorrow because we haven't fully proven them just yet.
Yes. It is something you do need to... I mean, you to an extent, you need to prove yourself. I mean, getting here alone is already proof enough, I think, in terms of making sure that you're known, your name is firmly in the history books. But if you want to go that full distance, especially here at such an historic event here at PUBG United, 2025 being a brilliant collaboration coming on through. See if our teams can find that internal collaboration within their teammates. As Alter Ego looking to play towards the center of the circle. A lot of the south side of this circle blank is occupied right now, and very little of the north at the moment. We're coming up to 6th or 7th minute on that north side. Hey, that one just happened.
You gotta stop this.
I straight up didn't even expect that one.
You really have to cease.
Okay.
It's becoming an issue.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. You're going to have to avoid those 2 numbers for the remainder of the tournament.
Which numbers?
Thank you. Very well done. Great answer. But you are right. A lot of teams down towards the south side purely because the playing path was so southern and on the horizontal cross. And we've had a lot of those. They're not fun to play. And I think if you've listened to any of my commentary over PMGC, you'll know that I dislike that playing path. The amount of times we've seen it is criminal for a lot of our teams. D+ heading over towards El Azahar, so starting usually over towards Impala. They're going to get themselves clean and clear over towards the eastern edge, which is great news for them. Vampire also swung past Picardo towards Hacienda. That did mean they got ahead of Regnum Kaya.
A little bit of a ahead of the curve there, but Regnum Kaya going to swing low on the rotate here underneath King, who backs off. Not really going to find shots as well from the high ground. Yeah, Thunder Talk really going to have an impact on this Regnum Kaya rotation from here on out as they divert further north. Alter Ego fairly split around this position. I think this could be a very dangerous spot. It's definitely getting more and more dangerous as Silas hops to the passenger seat, doesn't go for the spray down. Rosemary going past all 4 of Regnum Kaya's players and getting out alive is a wild achievement here. And Rosemary is completely diverged from the rest of his team, which I think is what you're going to talk about right now.
No, actually, what I was going to talk about is that I think for Regnum Kaya, this is a fine play to go for because they want to confirm over towards Longhouse. And I think that if you see a play like this heading up the road, you're worried the rest of the team is heading towards Longhouse before you. Alpha 7 get themselves first blood over towards Ulf. Great news for them as they're crossing in from the western side. They clear out their competitors over towards that east edge, which is great. Makes their rotation a little bit easier. But for Regnum Kai here, as a distraction play for Alter Ego, that would make sense for Rosemary to make that play to drag Regnum Kai away from Longhouse so they can take it and backfill them. So I think Regnum Kai just kind of ignoring them there and securing that position is the right play.
Still, though, driving past, like, bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel with Regnum Kaya is so dangerous.
Absolutely, but it's 4 vehicles. So you know that if they want to take shots, they have to switch seats, which is also really hard to hit when a car's going straight past you.
That's true as well.
Yeah.
The closer you are, the faster you have to turn, and that makes it really tough. I suppose. Either way, I'm certainly not doing it. That's not my job.
No, it's scary.
Ooh, big northeast shift going up to the north of Elizabeth. That is scary.
Yeah, Alter Ego now has eyes on down towards Regnum Kai, and they know they got to move. Because they're closest towards the northeast edge other than maybe D+ and E Arena. So Regnum Kai wants to leave, but Alter Ego could be horrible here and just hold them out.
I don't think Alter Ego do want to stay there because they know they can't hold this split with all the teams going to be approaching from that southwest side. And we speak about finding a vehicle. Or to be fair, it wasn't at full speed, but we were just talking about vehicles.
And he was driving away from him, so it made it easier.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. But yeah, Alter Ego know that they can't hold that split on the south side with the number of teams that were playing on the south. That ground is going to get covered time and time again, so they have to go up further north. Playing 3 here on the gas station, out west of El Azahar. I don't think that's terrible. Alter Ego, though, they may lose 1 to Regnum Kaya either way. Silas will need a little bit of a pick-me-up, though, and that could slow them down, maybe give the rest of Alter Ego an opportunity, but are they going to want to leave their current spot? Looks like they do.
This is a fine position, though, to play. And again, for Wild, this is not leaving. This is scouting. And make sure you see as much as possible around you, because you don't have a lot of sight lines whilst you're in that ditch, so you need to maintain vision, right? And so they maintain vision whilst getting the res off. Smart play from Regnum. I like that Alter Ego tried to get a little bit aggressive with it. Weren't successful, though. They did try and hold them out, but now there's more teams. Chips from D+. Oh, God, these teams hate each other so much.
Well, yeah, it's an rivalry. Old blood, new mutiny, you know the story. Alter Ego looking for the roll-up. They've lost Snape, but Mormon not able to find a knock on the approach. Doesn't do the full Monty on the damage. And Krypton now with a chance to nade him out of position. The first aid saves Mormon's life there. Able to keep him ticking over just about. Can look to regroup or just fade away, because at the moment, Alter Ego, they're not going to be able to get up to crash on towards him. They do not have the power on their roster right now, with Snape taken out of the mix, and E-Arena with that sideswipe angle on Tony K.
So E-Arena able to get on that north side is good for them. And at 29 points, the Thai team is doing quite well. So although we have the invite team from Thailand in Vampire, I think E-Arena's creating a good showing for this country. Really, really nice to see. DRX get a couple of pot shots over towards AJ, but Thunder Talk do need to get out of dodge. The Thunder has been relatively quiet today. Most of the loudness is coming through from this F249 from QXZ.
QXZ spray down towards King. Not quite connecting, but I mean, it is at range on a moving target. It's always tough. Next circle about to pop in just 2 seconds. Where's it going to go? Up north again. Oh, it's DXavier in the middle. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. That's actually fine. That's actually fine.
Well, I think at this point we need to admit to ourselves that maybe, just maybe, DXavier has some killer rotates.
Okay.
They do need to regroup one another, because we have Paragin as well as Nate, as you can see in the back line here, looking to regroup on top of the rest of the squad who got there fairly quickly. Wow, that's a lot of airtime. That is a lot of airtime. That's plus 800, bonus on the ×2, 1600. Fantastic stuff. Well done.
Brilliant. No notes. Fantastic.
Yeah, no,
just don't crash into, actually no, one note, don't crash into the tractor at the end. Regnum Kaya move on up towards the center as well. They move first out of pretty much everybody here. Kara stretching out on their north side. E-Arena on the west didn't want to move. A lot of the teams in that area did not want to move, which is why they were the team to move first. But APG are going to try and fill in where Regnum Kaya have left that void, have left that little vacuum. Silas alone on an off angle, but they do have 4 players alive, so back up, very easy to marshal that way.
Lemon over towards Kara. Silas down to Reefus. Goodness me. Bit of an unfortunate loss there, Silas, on a very wide split. Pulling a dock, to which then Doc pulls a second dock. Pulls the original dock, and Silas replicates the dock. Maybe?
Hits him with the, oh yeah?
Oh yeah, let me try.
Yeah, what about if I do it though, huh? What are you going to do then? The answer apparently is get flushed. That is not fun for Silas. But playing on a 3, they're fairly central. They do still have legs into this match. Team Flash did get a little bit hyphier in the last game, and with Regnum Kaya losing a player, well, it's only fair that D+ lose 1-2. That point doesn't go to them though. It will go over towards Team Flash.
D+ still rotating on the south side right now. Far away from a lot of squads. Thundertalk basically controlling the majority of the eastern edge alongside with DRX. But DRX has been a bit of a wild card today. A little bit of a dangerous team to be running into. Full of thorns and spines. Not a team you want to be getting close amongst the circle with. There is this very much defining horrid landscape over on the western side of this circle. Very rocky, a lot of defilades available. Teams could be hidden there quite nicely as APG rocks on top of Regnum Kaya, and it is a bloodbath.
All right, we're back to league stage APG. Nice to know. Nice to know indeed. And another nade, and another, and the spray. It's Kara chiming in as well. Trying to take a chunk out of them. Not going to leave him alone here now. Just the one player, and he's stuck in a ditch. Will go up in smoke as Zedwolf to be the longest lasting, but it is not going to be a legacy to remember for them. Not this time around. And that will be Regnum Kaya done and dusted for their first Miramar. Didn't hot drop though, so that's good.
No, they did not. And it is Vampire who outlast them down on the southwest side. Very, very interesting circle. DXavier basically want the eastern shift. If they get that, it puts them in really good stead with the double split they've got going on right now, holding both really strong compounds. Other teams don't really want to full commit over there as well because unlike some areas of the map, both these splits can quite easily cover one another with the open space that surrounds this area too, which is very, very cool to see.
Maintain that space. It's such an important position for APG that will be necessary. The fact that they held that as a 3-1 on Regnum Kaya, I mean, that's their vulnerability, right? And that's why they couldn't quite condense that. Unfortunate. Ulf losing 1 to that split in the middle. That's all the way up to the north side. Shouldn't be too dangerous for them. It's fairly likely, I think, that they are going to be able to get that res. It's just a question of when and what impacts they're going to have, because the Mad Bull's pushing in on the north side. Makes the position for Ulf a lot less tenable.
Yeah, man. It's a bit tough for Ulf now. I think for Ulf, maybe coming to a close soon. Only 3 players left alive now, and it's a slight issue of playing around this terrain with Mad Bulls also starting to sink their teeth in. Alpha 7, though. I still rate their chances on Miramar. I think Revo is like one of the key factors, as well as Carrillo, to a Miramar game for this team. You add Obscure as well as Guizhou into the mix. I don't think it matters too much. I think that still works regardless. APG's really on a tear this game, though, aren't they, huh?
I mean, they've either got it or they don't, right? We thought it was day to day. That change around seems like it's match to match, but CS now with a challenge. They took down 1 of D+ earlier on, and now they've got a couple more bogeys on the radar. Apparently, just about dodging around that one on the buggy. CS is so low, has to step back with the smoke blooming. It's not going to be enough to find the cover. Tops does connect though onto Favian, which is going to give them a little bit more breathing room. Win hopping through that vehicle, dropping another smoke. Osel trying to marshal his way on into the sidelines, and APG chime in with a third party down towards the off angle for Team Flash. That's going to hopefully, if you're a D+ fan, make it a little bit easier. But R8 are clashing over on the western edge with, well, Alter Ego off in the distance, but it's E-Arena on the plate right now. As the nades start to fly, both teams looking to move eastwards, but neither able to make it without the other going down first.
No, he's been sent in the smoke there, not finding quite as much value as R8 might have hoped. They're going to keep pushing in here. I think for R8, you want to get yourself back up to speed, but they're just going to crash it. Okay, I love this from R8. Very dangerous, though.
Oh, they don't love it. They're hating it more and more by the second. Another knock sent over towards to Ida, and that's from Alpha 7. Amori now, the last to stand. Does D plus Kia go down in the meantime? Only one Elim. Not a great start to their tournament. Their first day not going well. Earina now swelling over the top. Alpha 7 marching forwards as well to third party. 3 players on Earina, but they're busted down to 2 as NC2 does fall to a nade. Alpha 7 really putting the crunch on this with another nade, finding its mark over towards Tony K. Now just Mormon left standing as they keep continuing forwards. Guizao moves on in, steps in for the fight, gets the spray down. Earina pushed aside. Rosemary's in this fight somehow. Okay. He's here from Alter Ego as Amori still down the hill and across the way. Looking to try and stay alive to fight another day.
Yeah, smart moves right now from Alter Ego, honestly, with them setting themselves a little bit further ahead of this. They set up an outpost down towards that southwest side too, so very lovely stuff. And honestly, for Roseberry with the FAMAS, maybe just walk this off slightly. But I will say for Amori, quite amusing watching his teammates crash into that building and then just noping out.
They got absolutely shredded.
He was like, yeah, I'm not following that.
I'm not.
That seems like a bad play to me.
That's gone really badly, guys.
Yeah.
I did not
I know
like
we're
that.
meant to do bad plays together, but in this instance, I think I'm going to live.
We're all in there. No, we're not. I'm leaving. But he is straight out of there, but hopefully surviving. I don't know if Alpha 7 know he's there either. And in Stage 5, you can survive in this blue for a little bit of time. Alpha 7 going to have to move. Vampire, they're moving in as well from the southwest edge. They've lost a player as APG still very much on the hunt this Miramar. Holding a little bit of a split. It's much closer than it was before. They know at this point, you do need to regroup. Amori, you need to get a move on now. He's got a vehicle, so could very much get in on this one, but not too many options in terms of places to go is the issue.
Yeah, he's got to be fast. I mean, he's already got to hit another first aid kit off the back of this one. Alter Ego's still hanging around here like a couple of sharks. DRX on the high ground. There's over towards that northeast side now. Talk were able to get towards the mound down on the south. It is Vampire finding those shots. Once again, that's a pretty long distance as well, honestly. But APG should hear those shots. Have a little bit of awareness down towards that side. APG currently trying to fight and climb up to where DX Xavier is currently playing. Great shot again over towards Alva.
Oh, I think Amori spotted Alva as well. That's going to draw Alter Ego's attention north. Maybe Amori can make it in. He's going to be so low, so close to the wire. Alter Ego getting taken apart in the meantime. Losing Alva on that off angle. Goes down, but a lovely step up from Rosemary. Looking pretty with it on the spray down towards Obscure, but maybe he's over-focused. There's 2 players to your right. You need to be looking over the ridgeline. The nade going to send him packing, but Rosemary, how do you get away with that? That was way over-peaking on the angle. Way too much commitment on time, but he's just out of there.
Hey, man, he knew exactly how much damage he could take. That's all that happened. Top, though, finds Amori. He made his way in. A valiant attempt from him, but not quite fully finding the catch there right at the end. But APG has had a real swivel on them this game.
You just never know with that team. Krypton getting naded out of position, finally going down. Had to be one of them first, didn't it?
Yeah, I'd be annoyed if I was Krypton. You know, they're trying to nade out Rosemary. They find his position by accident.
Unfortunate stuff. Rosemary still alive and kicking, though. For Alter Ego, he's in the zone as well, so could have a impact onto Alpha 7, who are playing as 3. Vampire facing them down as well on the hillside. A lot closer to Ziol from APG, who's flexing out onto this fight. Wide flex out from this fight. Tony K looking to try and hold the off angle against it. Alpha 7 not really wanting to push in on it.
I think they're concerned about wraps, right? Because, yeah, for this exact reason. As soon as they start taking shots, a team is going to want to try and wrap on this and get that ground so they can start moving in from that eastern side. Where Alpha 7 is right now, it's a straight shot over towards the east, which is their landing point, right? But if a team from the south or the north can pick that off Alpha 7, ooh, they get themselves a real good spot in the circle to work with.
Makes sense. They looking to take the fight towards the east side. Kraken takes them really heavily down, though. The off angle keeps them safe, but on the north side, the blue zone's moving forwards. They don't have a lot of time to pick these reses back up. For DRX, this is really, really dire. But I think they're going to be able to tag on at least one for the res. We'll see if they can get all four, but Vampire now trying to challenge the stronghold that APG have held in the middle for such a long time. Tony K cannot stand the heat, but instead steps into the fire. That's not where you want to be when things are getting hot. Tony K goes down. He steps on towards it. Those smokes not going to be lasting too much longer. Vampire's position will be given away fairly shortly. APG take a knock. Reefus is down and Top's very low.
At least Doc's able to find a shot off towards the side there, able to take down Revo from Alpha 7. Two big dogs in the arena, taking shots to one another right now, both equally accurate, but Alpha 7's way more exposed.
This is really nasty stuff. And all the while, DXavier, big chilling in the circle blank. They have had a great time this game again. We're going to see a third today. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Vampire losing another. They are now down on one player. They haven't got any elims yet either. APG though, yeah, they're going to get the full reset here. Miaula cannot really feasibly, maybe, get an nade in. No, he's not going to go for it.
Squeeze out. Takes a couple of hits there. Doc currently doesn't even have a vest, by the way. He's been taking punches to the chest, left, right, and center this game. Still continuing on. Definitely bruised though. Now, like with the nade over the top. Doc's trying to ascertain the position. And top punch.
That was a swift execution there by Top. Reefus knocked again in the angle, and that bleed out should be coming through fairly fast. Thundertalk as well. They're on 6 elims at the moment, Blank. They've been quietly racking up these points. Now DXavier finally looking to leave. They flex out all the way south. And try and push into the hills, but they are being backed off fairly forcefully as Paragen's very, very low. The backline by Lambor looking to try and hide on that high ground, and DRX are going to assist on this as well. But Paragen, he's getting taken down. He is going to get plinked away. DXavier have to turn straight back to where they came from.
600 damage in the game for Doc is starting to be a real good one here. And it does feel like we're heading in the direction of a Doc MVP. Reefus, though, finding Guizhou now. You got to admit, though, that for...
Oh, come on,
my God. Great save. Great save. You got to admit, though, for Alpha 7, some of the shots they've been sending back over towards APG, really, really good. Really good shots. I think that Alpha 7 would have been down and out much, much earlier if it wasn't for the fact that they were really difficult to take down here. And every time APG wanted to peek them or anything like that, they were consistently taking big damage.
Alpha 7 able to step up, take a flush away from Thundertalk, who were the ones to get the knock. APG are down with 11 eliminations. A really solid profit on their spot. I think that's a very, very good game for them. Not unhappy with that in the slightest. And again, a classy game played. Thundertalk rolling in. The swap bleeding out. Alpha 7 do lose another player. With 4 players alive, Thundertalk may have just come alive into this Miramar. Sweeping around, slowly rack up these points. Alpha 7 fall before them. And now if DRX can get themselves back up to 4, maybe they can challenge. But you've also got DXavier across the road, needing to cross, though, to this northern side of things.
Well, I mean, this game has been very much defined by Thundertalk, DRX, Alpha 7, DXavier, as well as our final players from APG. So many points on all of those squads. I think they were all reaching around about 8 to 11 elims. Fantastic to take a look at here. DRX very dry, but as is everyone else. The main sticking point is that DXavier has quite a few smokes to work with, but they lost a player earlier too. So maybe, just maybe, we're getting a Thundertalk game.
Looks like they've actually managed to move up into these foothills and take quite a lot of this circle. They get the next shift on top of them as well. It's a complete donut on this circle. Dead center. And we're going to the center of that beyond. DXavier have got this. If they can hold, if they can stay alive, they've got the center circle position. If he froze everyone, they would be the team to win right now. But you can guarantee that there is not a frozen finger in the house. They are already itching to pull that trigger. Kaiksei stays too long, and the king sends him packing.
Number 8 sent from Singh there in the back lines, looking for a little bit more damage. The DXavier, Lambo's trying to find an off angle, but I'm not sure how much value he's finding from this Eastern spot. He does have the high ground to work with it, but it's mainly Nate as well as Levi's getting the work done. Lovely nade over the top there. But Levi's will hit the deck as DRX is just venomous in this lobby. Spitting poison wherever they look.
DXavier, though, wanting to put a third chicken dinner on the day today. With DRX, I think they're going to ruin that. I don't think that you can survive Lambo with the auto shotty. Has all of the DRX players now bearing down upon him. Has got the cover. Hasn't Nate Cooking no steps out with a shotgun. And is immediately put down. QXE has been flushed out in the meantime, but now with just one player on the off angle, DXavier on Nate alone. ThunderTalk may be back in control of this game.
Hyunbin with a crazy shot there. Instantaneous, no messing around. Very good stuff. Hyunbin definitely one of the players that we speak about most often when we're talking about South Korea. Really stepping up here for his team on DRX.
I think I caught that right. I think DXavier are on no elims right now. I think they're on 0 elims on this match. They've already got up into a third place. Zone closing, dead center. He is going to have to move off the hillside. Sighting has him in his sights. He can't move without being known, is the issue. Those smokes that you were talking about earlier, they're now run through.
You have to chew through all of them just to get to this point in the game. And we're in zone 9, starting to close now. DXavier getting third place, I think even that is a fairly successful result considering the day that DXavier has had. Should keep them in the top spot. I think APG's very close though, but we'll find out later with the desk. In the meantime, So Easy would love this point over towards Nate. He continues to push up, spots vision, and we'll find it. And we're into a 3 versus 4. ThunderTalk, whose day has been lackluster, versus DRX, who were just getting started.
Nade's over. Currently a little bit more central, I think, for DRX. This flat ground that sits between the two teams. No man's land right now, but is where the circle is very likely to end up. DRX trying to keep those off angles. No, Kaisei actually folding back in towards the divot. The fact that there are no nades on ThunderTalk is so crucial here. Those 4 Molotovs need to be huge for them. Control that ground, control the approach, because the opening salvo for DRX, it's coming now. Kaisei steps over, and Xing might be burnt away with this.
Just a little bit. We'll bear them a distance though. That is the main thing. But no more nades for either team. Mano a mano. Just the weapons in hand. M79s laying down the smoke, denying the entry, allowing ThunderTalk to get closer towards the center of the circle. So Easy, maybe looking for a shot here. It's getting tough.
All of the players are still alive and looking fairly healthy. I think that's going to change soon, though, Blank. That smoke train has allowed DRX to keep this one going with a full flash.
What
the
a
full
stun!
whites out there. The stun is on, but King goes down first, and Yunbin with a huge stand-up on the off angle, looking for more.
Oh my God!
DRX! How can you make that happen? From down beneath, they dare them step over that ridgeline. We've got you in our sights.
Thunder caught in a bottle. And the talk is in the Hyunbin. What a disastrous end there for them. Oh my days, DRX. Hyunbin was on a tear that match, and he wasn't about to let that highlight reel up.
A brilliant hold. The man chewed through 2 players there, and there was nothing that they could do about it. It seemed the lack of nades really, really horrible for them. That smoke cover forcing them close. We're going to play this shotgun meta. Some say that it originated from Korea. They brought it back home.
I mean, Fabian, the DBS godfather. You're looking at the boys there on DRX, and you throw in a stun grenade. It doesn't matter. We're at PMGC right now. DRX is used to playing under the light.
Oh, and they're walking off stage together. At least no fists are thrown there. Goodness me. Civil outside. It's totally messy on the inside of the game, though. That was a brilliant Miramar to close down. APG held the center for so long, but it was taken in the end away from them.
DRX finally get their chicken dinner here in Miramar. Max, I know you love this one.
I've been waiting for DRX to get the big game that they were going to eventually pull off. And this was the one on Miramar. Love to see it from Korea. But man, Hyunbin, I keep saying it, MVP contender. Oh my goodness, his shots in this time of need against the entirety of Thunder Talk was so impactful, Seven. And using these smoke streams to make that transition to this small ridge was even better, in my opinion.
It really was. And I mean, in this scenario right here, so is too, making sure that he knocked out King and providing that extra support too. I gotta go back to this squad though. I gotta back it up a little bit. I was really impressed with the way that they were able to rotate north. They were a little bit north where DX was earlier in the match. They decided to go and hunt down and just clash Goat Gaming, winning that engagement, giving them pretty much all of the north for free, and that was the setup play, I feel like, Max.
Yeah, not even that. Also, I think it was QXZ just setting up the entirety of Ul for failure. He just completely clutched up in that situation. QXZ, MVP contender alongside So Easy, Hyunbin, even Sizzy's doing so good for 3 eliminations. I feel like I'm saying every player on this team is an MVP contender because I love DRX so much. You know what, chat? Yes, I am biased, and I'll keep being so until the end of these grand finals. But not only just their fight and clone the northern side you're talking about, Seven, it's also making sure that if the Xavier do a mistake, which they do make eventually by Levi's getting knocked, they capitalize on that literally instantly. The moment Levi's is down, they rock up, they take the ridge, the little dip, and that is not only just a position to get eliminations onto Xavier, but also to start fighting Thunder Talk because you have that really strong dip to fight them with.
You're talking about Xavier once again in a top 3 situation, making sure that they find themselves always, early on too, Max, always finding themselves in a position where they're going to be able to challenge. Now, I don't want everybody at home to be thinking that DX is just getting lucky with the zones, because that is not the case. Something that DX was able to do great was the splits that they had in Al-Hazar. They had 3 players in Al-Hazar and some as well towards the north. That was the winning play. As soon as they realized that this squad, you know what, circle closes, with how much room they have to work with, automatically go towards the compound where they think. So it's just the awareness for this squad, and also with a little bit of luck from the circle.
I was going to say, I wanted to have a small counter. There is definitely some circle luck at play for Xavier, which, you know, you always need a little bit of luck when it comes to battle royales, especially for PUBG Mobile Esport. But guess what? If you're a center team in the mid game, chances are a lot of the time the circle is going to go your way. And Xavier know that. They're like, we go center very early on. We take the compound. We hold it down. We saw them, especially, I think, Seven, you mentioned it a few times, the utility game with the grenades, with the Molotovs, has been standout this PMGC so far. They can defend the position. They can make it very far. And I want to see how many placement points they have after this game because, oh my goodness, their survival time must be through the roof.
It's going to be insane. And something that Xavier was able to do as well is they were making sure that they backed off Thunder Talk at one point. Because Thunder Talk had a 3-1 split where I think it was Ajay was on the other side of the road, and Thunder Talk realized this is not a fight we want to take. Guess who we're going to go take a fight with? They went and took a fight with APG, which absolutely caught them off guard.
Yeah, definitely did catch them off guard. That was a bit of a tricky fight, but here we go looking at the rotations of these teams. We can't see Regnum Kara. I wish we could. They didn't drop Ricardo. That's a conversation maybe for later on. We'll see how that goes. But Alpha 7, this circle, we had a very southern playing path. Right?
Yes.
Very northern. Phase 1, especially Circle 2, keeps going towards Tierra Bronca. And Alpha 7 dodging literally 100% of the lobby with that rotation alone, getting them very far in the game. The later fights are a bit tough, but that early rotate from Alpha 7 is played to perfection.
It is, and for Alpha 7, one thing that we got to point out for that squad is the way that they were able to third-party the fight between RA and E Arena, because once they were able to do that, it just clears up all of the ease for them, and then they have to start worrying about other squad. Luckily, I mean, for non-Alpha 7 fans, they ended up running into APG, and APG was starting to just pick them apart.
Yeah, though looking at the teams also did really good at the end there. I love that split from Thunder Talk over the road, really trying to make sure they can clear all of that southern edge, making sure Xavier also don't push them, which you already referenced here, Seven. So Thunder Talk, we said it just before this game, right? We want to see some presence from the only PL team, RIP Weibo. And you know what? That was definitely a good game, and Sitting in particular, getting a few limbs, which we love to see him do well in these matches.
Yeah, them being able to adjust, like the 3-1 split, realizing the Xavier was coming for them and saying, you know what, let's take a different path, let's take a different route, ends up working out wonders for them, Jukes.
Yeah, beautifully done from them. And you know what? I love to hear, you know, that some teams will take a little bit of circle luck, but sometimes you got to make your own luck. But as we look down at the bottom of the leaderboards, I see a lot of teams with some low numbers. Ragnum Karya with 1. DK again with 1, Max?
No!
No!
No, that's quite unfortunate. But again, for Regnum Karya, I'm not going to be too harsh. I still think the idea of going for the trash
Yes.
to the west of Picado is the best decision ever. It was a bad game, 1 point, but you know what? I'm not going to be too harsh. Still the very good decision that could reward them heavily in the long term, though. So easy. Keep talking about QXZ. We keep talking about Hyunbin. This time around, it's so easily being the MVP of this match. And DRX, I want to see this game for the rest of their matches because it was clear, concise. It seemed easy for DRX, to be completely honest. Seven, I don't know if you agree. This is the DRX with the effortless gameplay that we love to see in a global event.
I mean, this is what happens when DRX don't have to fight their way through the whole lobby, I feel like, as they had to do in the previous match. And there you go. DX still first place. And who's that in second place, Max?
Yeah!
Yeah!
Again, hella biased. DRX second place, tied up here with APG. But actually, a silent hitter team that we've talked about a few times here and there. Ulf, sneakily pushing up there in 4th position. Well, they dropped down a little bit, but Ulf, they're ramping up their aggression that we did not see at the start of the Gauntlet. Day 3 Gauntlet, hella aggressive, and that's kind of bleeding through into the grand finals. So Ulf learning a lot and able to keep it up in the finals.
Yes, I'd love to see that adaptation. You know what? Also, though, guys, make sure you log in the game as soon as you possibly can, so that way you can get that permanent Polar Party Mini 14 for free, guys. So make sure you go ahead and do that as well. There is an emote, the Rev It Up emote. So you guys got a few days to get that done. Log in as soon as you possibly can. And of course, we got to give some love, of course, to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone for 2025 PMGC. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory. Go get yours today, so that way you guys can outplay the rest. Let's go make the championship predictions to go ahead and get some rewards as well, guys. You have till today and tomorrow. That is it. Plug in your predictions. Get all of these rewards, because Max has already got them all.
I got everything, and I even got the PMGC skin.
One prediction that was wrong from us was the hot drop. We didn't end up getting the hot drop there in Picado. Actually, as soon as I saw them not hot drop, I ran. And I mean, I ran to the coach's room.
He did.
I went and talked, and I sat down, and I was like, Regnum Karya, coach, when did you decide that it was going to be a bad idea to hot drop with Vampire Esports? And they were like, you know what? We actually decided today, and it wasn't the coach. It was the players that decided to not go for the hot drop, go for that trash loot that you were talking about. And it just goes to show the maturity out of this squad, especially when you have Silas in the squad, especially when he's been in this situation. And they know what's at stake. They know that they cannot just waste one match, even though this match didn't end up going their way.
And I'm going to go very hard on this point. This is such a small decision, but they're so impactful that is a decision making, in my opinion, Hot Jukes, that wins you tournaments, right? Because guess what? Miramar, except for that 1 point game, but that was an exception, let's say, that can get you so many more consistent points on that Miramar. So for me, Regnum Kara, I'm happy you did not go for the ego fight, and that gets me even more excited for the next Miramars. Unless they go for it now, because it would be hella funny, but please don't.
I think it's a big decision. I mean, for sure. They needed to go and decide to, you know what, let's go ahead and respect the home team. You know what I'm saying? They got a little home court advantage. Why not give it to them, Seven?
Sorry, I'm always over here thinking about the overall. Are we being spoiled right now by what DX Xavier is currently doing in regards to those placement points? Because you pointed that out to me earlier, Max. And this squad right now is sitting at 34 placement points. I want to see APG pump it up in regards to the placement points. This is a squad that's currently sitting at 14, but they have been fragging out, Hot Jokes.
Yes, they have. 10 eliminations in Zone 7 in the last one. How many will they get in this one as we head for the final time to the beautiful hot desert of Miramar? Let's go ahead and take it to our casters, John and Blake.
Oh, you love to see some maturity on the desert. The players will call it quits over on the Picado hot drop. Well, we'll not see that one again, hopefully. But if things get tense, you know, maybe it could break out again. We'll keep an eye out, but I'm hoping that it will continue. Plane path for our last match today will take us along the west side of Miramar, from Bartona up towards La Cabrera.
Much nicer plane path, though. I'll tell you that right now.
Very true.
Way easier to work with. Most teams get themselves over towards the west and the east side fairly handily here. Los Leones is open, as is La Tierra. But it's likely going to be Monte Nuevo, El Pozo that teams might clash over. We know Picado right now is kind of solved. I'd say it was solved at this point.
We hope so. Although there was Ulf in the wings as well. And so a readjustment from them, maybe target towards Regnum Kaya if they're feeling cheeky. Could be difficult on the outside. It might force them to go, oh, you know what, let's fight for Picado again. Things like that can start to have an impact. Thundertalk going to try and go long over this one. Potential for some air shots here from Vampire. If they spot Thundertalk going long over their heads, if they touch ground first, they get some weapons early on a rooftop, definitely could try and find a shot, but I think Thundertalk are now out of danger. Circle breaks out to the east side blank, and terrible flashbacks for Regnum Kaya at PMGC.
Yep, it's not too far out towards the east, though, so we're not worrying about an island finish just yet. Just yet. Alter Ego currently here alongside with Goat Team. But very playable right now, I'd say, for both squads. Alter Ego got very split on that last match. They were trying, in my opinion, right now they're trying to do a little bit too much, potentially. That's how I feel about it. I think there is a fair few times where I look at Alter Ego and I think to myself, that's a wide split. It feels unnecessary. That play, sometimes Rosemary will send out, but more often than not, it's like all the team. Like Alvaro will make long rotates out to the side, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think you needed to do that. I think you were totally okay to keep just playing your game.
As you saw there on the screen as well, for the next few days until the end of the PMGC, you can get your Polar Party Mini 14 skin. Make sure you're logging into PUBG Mobile to claim that one, as well as the MO up until the 25th of December. So not long for that one, but even shorter of a run back on that Mini 14 skin. So make sure you're heading on over to claim that with the PUBG, the PUBG Mobile, PMGC, that's the one, redemption code that you can see on your screen, PUBG in Bangkok. That's where we are playing. We're in Bangkok right now.
Oh yeah. It's also cool that it's PUBG in Bangkok because
PUBG United.
It's PUBG United right now. We got PUBG next door. We got PUBG Mobile going on right here. Very cool. Very, very cool. PUBG guys have finished though. We're still trucking on.
They're already at dinner.
All right, we're trucking on though.
Ah, yeah. We'll be here as long as these games keep going. Don't you worry.
7th game?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. No, you're meant to say no.
8th game?
I'm
26th game?
I think I'll call it a 6. Quite like the six match format. I think any more than that does make the players go a little bit delirious.
It's very nicely divisible. 7's a prime number, so you can't actually do that.
No.
On a day. It's not all right.
No.
Yeah. It's like volume on a TV.
But yeah, I do think 7 match plus is player delirium hours. We do often get like some funny plays on match 6 quite a lot just because the players, these guys have got a long day. It's been a long day for them so far. And especially on day 1 where you've really got to put all your work into it. If you're D+, you're hating life right now. And it's been a long day. And you're hating life right now. So it's a double whammy. They're getting double whammied at the moment.
They really are. They really, really are. They're dropping in Partona right now, Blank. That's how whammied they are.
they're so whammied.
They dropped in Partona, dude, on Miramar.
Holy, yeah,
that's insane.
That's bad. That's bad. Yeah, I think Deep is too bad.
That's so sad.
Oh no.
Oh no, D+ is okay. You can come back. Probably not, but you can.
Yeah, I think. If I'm being real,
yeah,
I think it's GG. I think it's very unlikely you get a Kara or an APG day in PMGC. We're talking 90+ points in a day. If that was possible, then maybe, but the likelihood of that happening is so thin in PMGC that I genuinely think D+ might be dead.
Might be. So, well, the back-to-back may be undefendable at this point. Is
Oh
what you're saying.
yeah.
That's not.
They could certainly work their way up the tables, but
yeah,
you're right. The back-to-back, it might have been zapped day 1, tasered.
Ooh, it's not a good feeling for anyone involved there. They are certainly not happy about it. But oh goodness me, but they could see their countrymen find that chicken dinner at the top. Yeah, well, you know, if they don't win it, I'm sure they'd prefer it if someone from South Korea won it as well. For DRX right now, it's much more likely, especially after that chicken dinner.
So what you're saying is that D+ should just crash Regnum Kaya every game.
Yeah, you're right. I did actually say that just
Would
then.
that be collusion?
I'm not going to speculate about admin type
about
decisions.
things that are happening now and again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like we could get in a lot of trouble for that.
Yeah, probably.
We're probably talking about something else. Anyway,
It
well,
is
okay, we're on board with that.
speculation.
Oh yeah, Alpha 7 on screen. Okay, yeah, we can talk about them.
Just speculation.
We can talk about them. They have yet to claim. I feel like they're probably one of the most notable teams in the world not to have claimed a PMGC title. And I think that's.
Yeah, I think they're happy with their PMWC win.
We just got that one. You know,
Yeah,
we'll take the
that's
mid-season.
cool.
You guys have the end. You guys have the end of the year. But I do think that.
If they didn't keep switching players out all the time, maybe they would have a win. Okay, if I'm being real.
Oh, well. Keep you guessing, don't they?
They really do. Like Creo and Revo seem the only ones that could live on.
Yeah. God, they're just, you know, not willing to pay a full day rate on the other players. They're like, no, you only played 5 matches today. You don't get a full day rate. Sorry.
It is frustrating because I think that the base of that team with Mafioso, Revo, Creo, great. It's just like they had McGrellin, and McGrellin was awesome. McGrellin really was a player that kind of knit that team together nicely. He got kicked. It's like, what did he do? What did he do wrong? I'm so curious.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate because we are now on board with Rosemary versus Tony K. Rosemary misses the first spray down, but steps up for the second. Knocks that one out of the park. The backup was coming through, but doesn't seem to be needed. The spray down is good. And they find a point. Alter Ego take one of E-Arena. That is good because Alter Ego are behind E-Arena, so they're happy.
Yeah. I think for Alter Ego at the moment, 26 points, it's not ideal. It's really not ideal for Alter Ego. And I personally think that Alter Ego can go way further than just that. I think Alter Ego is a fantastic team. And this is kind of, I was trying to cut Max off also on desk early when he was talking about Alter Ego being like the next Bigatron, which I have said in the past, but more in passing, more in a passing sense.
Not as a key point.
Not as a key point. Yeah, exactly. Like that wasn't my keynote in my PUBG Mobile talk.
You went in your turtleneck.
Exactly.
Alter Ego next Bigatron.
Yeah, walking onto the stage
Thank you
with
for
my
coming
clicker.
to
Yeah, no. Stop. But yeah, I think for Alter Ego, I would love this team to do so well. I think Indonesia deserves a bit of good. They've consistently been getting towards the finals multiple times. And they've produced several strong teams. That's like my main thing about it.
Regnum Kai are clashing right now. Fairly,
Deep
just
Plus?
west of the central. No, it's Team Flash coming off in the distance. They do look pretty resible, though. Vampire, though, crashing in, may be able to drive the stake home through the heart of Regnum Kaya. But Loxy is on the hunt, looks for that flush and immediately gets it. They're diverted away. Team Flash actually going to be crashing in, but seeing Vampire here as well, that's going to slow Team Flash down. Okay, going for a little bit of a side hop out there. Loxy is going to be rebuffed off of that angle. And Zedwolf, all the while, what's he doing? Where's he fending off towards?
Did that vehicle just fly over the top of his head?
Where did he come from? Win!
Oh, he's actually got him. Zedwolf's found it from the sidelines. Fantastic news. Yeah, that vehicle went over his head, grazed him, gave him a buzz cut.
Okay. There we go. Finally putting that fight to sleep. Over the trick jump, over the ramp, will be shut down. Regnum Kaya, they like to play that spot, but they had 2 teams rolling up on them simultaneously, and they end their day on 35 points blank. That's not a tournament-winning performance right now. Their Miramars have gone fairly poorly, all things considered. They definitely needed a little bit more, considering that they're going down first in this match.
Yeah, I think Regnum Kaya, they're not in a losable position. Right, there's still time to bring this back tomorrow, and we know that Regnum Kaya can put up big points. Obviously, 35 points is a little bit lackluster, considering where DXavier are in Impala. It's like slightly tough, right? With DXavier consistently being in these central zones. Vietnam wants this win. They really do.
Oh, yeah. Their split, though, I think is going to start to get dangerous fairly soon.
Yeah, I hate that.
They're wide,
Yeah, I
wide
didn't see
split.
that. Didn't see that.
Okay.
See that now? I hate that.
Yeah, okay. They do have the north side of Impala, but it's only
You're being
80.
greedy.
It's only 80.
You're being real greedy right
and
now.
then Paragin's up the top of the mountain. And then they've got two players up all the way up to that north. They're split over about 600 meters blank. They can't see each other.
Theoretically, great play.
Okay.
Because you're maintaining basically all of the really important parts of this zone.
Okay.
Other than off towards the western side. So all of the important parts of the zone on the east side, let's say. But it is so greedy. Don't need to go for this one at all. Oh. Spooky.
Oh.
Very spooky. No, it can't happen.
Oh.
Okay.
No, surely not.
It's teasing.
That surely can't.
Yeah.
To the east side.
It's impossible.
Even if it does, at this point, it's not going to be the same sort of mad scramble.
No. Maybe. Not a lot of space over there.
It's not happening, though. Don't worry. It never goes out to the East Islands
But
on PMGC.
the thing is, this does like elevate DXAV's position a lot.
Yeah, that wide split may actually come back to do some good. Although trying to careen into this, not going to go well. It gets messy. Aaron, the casualty that they will suffer. Now it's just the one player to stand. Solus is the last player. He's got an umbrella of vehicles, though, to sit underneath right now. A UAZ, a buggy, both littering above him. It's a nice little shot in response for Solus to be able to hop back, and that's going to give him a lot of breathing room. Okay, Solus might be able to survive for quite a while as a solo in this.
Doing well. I think that for all, there's been some sloppy plays,
Oh.
but that has been backed up by the fact that they're kind of killing it right now on the leaderboards, 4th place. What a nade from Pusher. Lemon is usually the nader on the team, but that one looked nice. Maybe he's been taking some cooking lessons, obviously of the grenade kind.
Yes. Chef Ramsay.
Lemon's there
Hitting
like,
with the knowledge.
that nade's raw!
It's raw. What are you? I'm a Cara sandwich. A Cara mincemeat now, though. That is for sure. CEO gets away with it, though. Will survive for just a moment longer. And play again as a solo. Quite a few solos, in fact, making their way in. DXAVIA, blank. They regrouped.
Great. Absolutely great news. I mean, Nate does fall, though, on the regroup, which is 100% deserved.
He's not out yet.
No, he absolutely is.
He's not out yet.
They're not getting him. They're not getting him.
Oh, they're going to get him.
Okay? You got to trust me on that, please. The few hours I've watched this game. you gotta trust me on that one.
Yeah.
Though getting 3 players to the high ground here is a really big blessing, regardless. As long as they're heavily looted, could be a great game off the back of this.
Yeah, I mean, 3 players on that high ground, as you say. It is a lot of potential.
Especially when it's so central, too.
Yeah, Vampire with their last player up against Alter Ego, who have got 4, but not all in this spot. Rosemary does tag on some damage. There is off angles. Okay, this is going to force him out to the sight lines, and it's going to be the end of Vampire's day. Oh, not an East Island circle. That's so sad. Everyone hates that. Everyone would have wanted to go to the East Island, I'm sure. But no, we have to go to Impala. We have to help out DXAVIA one last time. Oh, Nate didn't make it either.
I told you.
Oh, man. And I didn't believe you.
You didn't. You really did not believe me. And that's okay. All right? You don't have to believe me on everything, but I usually am right.
Do I have to believe you or not having to believe you on everything?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I like how Shane was like, just fall. Fall over, please.
Stop it.
I had a really bad game.
Yeah.
I had a really, really bad game. Give me that flush.
Come on, please. Please. Please give me the flush. Oh, come on. Give him a little bit more. I don't know if he has a vehicle up here to drop down with, but should be able to drop either way. Even if he has to get rezzed, is doable. AJ steps a little bit closer, R8. Not really having the pace into these finals that they would have liked right now. Their last match today, they're already cut down to size. No elims found either for the cost of their player. So not how you want to kick things off. Alter Ego chiming in on open season towards R8. But Rosemary, stays too long on the peak, stays a little bit too far forwards. And Go team, they spot him. They're out in the blue zone as well, out on that west side. I don't think that's Reservoir. I think Alter Ego have just fully lost a player there, and the rest of them might be falling soon.
Yeah, I think Alter Ego, again, we just have this weird split right now where we've got Snape over towards the north side. I don't think they're quite confident in what they want to achieve in these matches at the moment. And they play way, way too split. We fixed this, actually, in their group. They absolutely did fix this in their group. They were able to get an insanely high placing in that group, too, with a lot of points. We're kind of returning to old habits again. These can be fixed, though, but with 26 points, is that going to get you a podium finish? That's a question for tomorrow. But it's going to be a difficult question to answer.
Yeah, it's... I mean, if you keep doing 26-point days, then no. No, of course it's not. It's not going to be enough. The question is, can you have that stand-up from that position? Do you have enough room to be thinking about putting, you know, close to 70, 80-point days on the board? Because that's what it needs to find a comeback, right, from that sort of level. Towards the top of the tables, you need to make it up over to that level. Breaking 100 puts you in the contest, right, over 2 days. Breaking 50 today, that puts you in the contest. Getting high 40s, okay. You're starting to get a little bit risky with it, but anything over 60, you're very happy in terms of your competition for the top spots.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the 60 points is actually phenomenally good. For DXAV being on 54 here, that's very, very nice. I think a lot of teams underneath them, because they are down to 3, they'd love them to go out early. But with that spot they've got on the high ground, it's like they're going to live out for a while. And I quite like that maneuver from them. They saw how close they were to that 60, 70-pointer. If they just get themselves 10 points off the back of this game, they put themselves in really good stead. And that's what can happen once you start to build up a points base, right? A points foundation is that towards the end of days, you can start to relax things. Rather than having to push out, get a load of points, you can pull it all the way back, get an average of 10, and be very happy with your result at the end of the day. You don't have to pull what currently DRX have to do, which is where they're still pushing, because they need to hit another 20-point game to really set themselves up in good stead.
I mean, I've said this before, right? If you want to increase your scoring, you're playing an 18-match set. Sure, you can get 18 more points in one game, and that will really bump your score up. Or you could do exactly the same impact by getting 1 more point in 18 games. And so finding those little extras, those little top-ups are really important. Alter Ego try and make their way in, but they do just get pulled apart there. They are now down very, very low. Mad Bulls probably losing Tulika here as well. We're going to an Impala Circle, Blank. We're going to an Impala Circle. It looks fairly likely that we're going to end up in the town, but it could go down to DXAV's Mountain.
It could do. I do think Impala Circles horrid at the best of times. Yeah. So unenjoyable to traverse through. And it really does feel like we're sort of with this big old grandfather clock just counting down until DEFCON 5 when we get through to the central area where teams are just struggling to move their way in. You get across that road and you get blitzed. It is painful.
Absolutely. We're nearly at the end of our first day. We'll be a third of the way through our tournament after this game. The only team to get an elim so far on DXAVia for this match. Looks for the lineup towards APG, but just about line cover.
Yeah, Paragin, a little bit difficult to find any value off the back of this so far. It will probably start to bear fruit a little bit more once we get an eastern or a southeastern shift on the circle. But right now it's tough. Right now it's very, very tough. Go in a good position. I'd be quite happy to see Go do some good here, but DRX, one player, looking over towards Rufus.
Ooh. I hear the desk oohing and erring over there as well.
Bit of a horror game.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It will be. Oh, he peeked up there. So easy. I don't know if Rufus clocked it. Kaisei could really pop this one off, right? If he starts taking shots or like gets a little bit too bold, bait Rufus over. We've seen a lot of overpeaks here.
Yeah, this is It's diligent from Reefus. I'll give him that. Continuing to watch this angle. He's kind of playing Five Nights at Freddy's at the moment. Just making shots that keep eyes on everything.
Is that Markiplier? No. That's the only person I know who play. I'm really lacking on that, on the lore from that. But Reefus does step up and Kaisei does go down. So easy still. Silent as a statue.
Okay, but did you check the second guy? That's who you're going to be really worried about.
What? Okay.
He
Found it.
did check the second guy.
He checked the second guy. The second guy got checked right there. Okay, APG able to get rid of the threat on the mountaintop. And they're up to 4 elims now, Blank. They did lose Yol a lot earlier on, but they managed to move in towards the mountain.
That's big experience. Big experience from APG that makes that happen. It's similar to how Regnum Kai, you were able to spot out Thunder Talk on that Arangel game. You really do have to do your due diligence inside of these matches. And often it pays off with 2 elims there, at least for APG. And it does cut DRX short in terms of the chaser just behind them. Currently now in 3rd place with APG jumping into 2nd.
Kara losing CEO and their match. Well,
it's really horrible.
They did lose the match. They're not playing anymore, are they?
That's true.
No points.
No, you're right. You're right.
Nil point.
You are correct. Just the way you said it.
Yeah, well, you know.
We're at the end of the day.
It's the way they played it, actually.
Yeah. There's no 7th match.
Yeah. There's no 7th match. Looks like they didn't know that.
There is tomorrow. Just in case people
Oh, no, there is
confused.
a 7th match. Yeah. No, it is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We aren't just finishing now.
No.
For vibes.
Yeah, we're just making sure that that didn't come across as a miscommunication. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Team Flash as 2.
Just there isn't going to be a 7th match.
Trying.
Not
right, but like late.
But like
not
later.
right, but like later.
But like tomorrow.
Hopefully Thunder Talk will be there, because right now it's looking less and less likely they're going to be in the rest of this one. They do have King on the inside of Impala. Well, inside just about in Impala. So they have managed to cross one, but that will be all they'll see. But later.
But later.
Yeah.
But later. But later.
But we do. But
Tomorrow.
Yeah. So you know today? Yeah, so you know today, right?
But tomorrow.
Yeah, but like if you like wait for one more day, then it'll be tomorrow, and then the match will be number 7, but it'll be the first, but only that for tomorrow. So yeah. Cool.
I felt like that's probably a nicer thing to say than just watching Sighting getting peppered right now.
Yeah, I was trying to stay away from that. He's trying to stay away from the bullets, but it's not working too well.
We've been on this 3x angle for the last 2 minutes, which is fair enough to the observers, because this is why I don't like Impala, because nothing ever happens.
And then it all happens immediately. And that will be the case. Probably moving in towards Circle 7. We have 12 teams remaining, Blank. We are 24 minutes in.
Oh, it's such a boring...
it will be exciting for 30 seconds. Because right now
but
this lobby is...
There's no reason for anyone to move.
Actually,
we're filling time for the next 3 minutes.
Blank, this lobby is already exciting, because we don't have sighting anymore. It is sighting.
So true. So true. Well done.
There you go.
That's some good wordplay from you.
You are right. It was brilliant. We all had a good time with it.
Usually you're more of a word worker.
Where are you going with
this? You're all word work and no wordplay.
Oh, it's been a long day for us too. We are going to be getting into Impala.
I'll tell you, nothing ever happens. It's finally we get a little bit of excitement
with this circle.
This circle is nicer. Does mean Goat has to move. I think that's the only team. Oh no, Ulf.
The solo.
Oh yeah, Alter Ego as well as APG. Yeah, I'm just missing those.
Kind of DX Saver as well.
Zoomed in on my map feed. It's a regroup.
Okay. Yeah. Not a full move. Not a full move.
Anyway, let's. Analyzing this circle a little bit more, because it does bear merit, is that DX Xavier likely in the near future is going to have to drop down either on the north side or down on the west. They could hit up the southern buildings here, which wouldn't be a bad idea, but you would have to fight up against D+, which is slightly hard. Also, for D+, this is a ginormous game. This is a ginormous game for D+. It's a really good chance to get quite a few eliminations, get yourself a chicken dinner. I think if they get themselves up towards the middle of the pack, there is hope for tomorrow.
I don't know why Doc just went down. He was trying to reverse a vehicle or something, maybe climb up in the vehicle to the top of the hill. But APG, that was a completely unforced knock and flush. Coming through for that one. And APG will be playing on us too. They're going to have to drop down. They do not have an option. Fortunately, D+ not really watching this angle. Solus might catch them though. As they try and drop down, they will start to cross into sight lines. Teams will start to take shots. Blank, we're into minute 27 now. And there's still 11 teams alive.
It's a good wrap from Goat as well, by the way. It's a nice wrap from Goat. That's on the southwest side. They were at the back of the queue here, but they're able to get in. Not too much shots taken back towards them because the team that would be holding them out is King, and he is a solo there from Thunder Talk. And there's no team that is across the road either. So everyone was able to make a pretty astute rotation into this one, which is what you would expect at PMGC. So I'm happy to see that.
Point denial coming through from Ulf. Yeah, he burns himself out there. Not going to be allowed, but the knock sent back over towards, that is APG. Reefer's actually getting flushed by DXavier, who will have to leave their high ground now for Shawsies on that east side. They're going to have to drop down. And finally, teams are going to start to take the tumble. And rightly so, because at stage 8, and nobody's told them, it seems, that there's supposed to be single-digit team numbers at this stage.
I mean, I know.
Come on!
10 teams remaining here.
What are you doing?
Is kind of silly, but I don't mind it too much. It's quite exciting. Quite exciting. We're going to see if DXavier can make this cross down. I think it's going to be very hard for them to make it happen. Where do they really go here? They'd have to crash into the Flash. But the Flash, you can see there, they're pulling pins on grenades and putting pins back in grenades. They are very prepped and ready for this kind of play from DXavier. They will know that a team's playing on top of the mountain as well. But an interesting maneuver from Mad Bulls, trying to get further in here under the preamble that a lot of the teams on the eastern side are going to have to move. Alpha 7's got a tough approach ahead of them. They can't really make this cross either whilst DXavier's up here on the eastern side, John.
I mean, it is DXavier who probably are going to have to move first. Alpha 7 can hunker down. But I think DXavier just crash onto Alpha 7. I don't know if they have too many other options at this stage.
I mean, you could do the Flash. You could do the Flash.
Could potentially as well. Thunder Talk, last player standing. King, he's been alive for a while. Goat, yet to breach the building. They haven't spotted him, but he certainly knows about them. Waiting for them to jump on in. Oh, I think they've spotted him now. No, they haven't. He doesn't know. Is he going to jump in through a window? He's waiting for the Vault. King is holding his time, biding his time here, holding his nerve. Killer Joe, step in.
Get him.
Okay, there we go. King's like, nah, we're just going in for it now. We're going for the fight. Steps in for more, but won't be able to find the second. Will fall, but at the cost of one, Goat can't march forwards as effectively. Now it's go time. Blank a big nade from the high ground.
No, it's not a big grenade.
Oh, wait, not. No, it's a terrible grenade. It's a tiny little grenade. Carrillo. What are you doing?
Oh my God.
Not again.
Carrillo catches the nade like a seal on his nose. A nice trick, but not one you want to see here at PMGC.
Oh dear.
Dear me. Sending that one up as well. Unfortunate. But do you get two of the players there? So it was nicely done. They redeemed themselves fairly quickly. King is dethroned from inside the building, but I'm glad at least he was able to find the one knock and a flush. Goat can't really get cracking back up again, back in the blue ocean for him.
Now the teams are really going to start to suffer because it's stage 9 with 7 teams remaining. Alpha 7 getting naded out by Team Flash, who have 4 elims. Now Revo is pushing up to the wall side, Obscure on the back lines. Maybe looking to pick Carrillo back on up, but it's not to come through just yet. The nade goes long. That is a brilliant little flush out coming through from Win, but he gets caught. There's the burnout on the sidelines as well, and now it's just Zeus left standing. Alpha 7 may be able to make this cross. So many teams still left in this one, but for D+ Blank, this is what they needed so desperately. With 4 elims on the cards, they want more, they need more, and it has to come through now. Amori doesn't want to let that happen.
Come on, Amori, get those shots in. Alpha 7 vaulting into the building. ZS pulls the pin on the grenade, has to put it away really quick as Revo, the shotgun maestro, is here. Won't even need it. Uses the side up against him, basically.
And that's Amori to purloin that point from Alpha 7. R8 with another one. Pusher now pushing in towards Joker. Spots him, launched the nade. Joker trying to play fancy on the feet. Will not find it, but Pusher goes down to the burn. That's Revo actually finding that Molotov and getting that elimination point. Now 3 teams remaining blank within the space of 30 seconds. We're down from 10 to 3. And R8 suffering. D+ looking to roll on through. They want more nades. They want more points. R8 do fall. One goes down. And now it's all up to Amori. A nade goes long, good on the bounce, but Amori still alive. Hits the deck, stands out for the spray. Revo and Obscure for Alpha 7, the last challenge for D+ to find the final Elim. But can they do it?
Oh, no!
Fabian's
Oh,
down.
no!
Oh,
my
just
goodness
at the final
me!
moments. It is D+ here to put our nerves at ease. That was so close. And what a relief for them as well, to find the final chicken dinner today after what has been an abysmal performance, all things considered. They close down with success.
I mean, I'm looking at Alpha 7 over there. They're just as surprised as I am. So insane, so insane. What a play there. I think they got 3 of them total, and it was one player from D+ able to bring it back to action. But yeah, you can see Norbu actually looks sadder than usual.
That is saying something.
Yeah.
That is saying something. And it was a very low Elim chicken dinner, is the thing.
Yeah.
I think they can't have got more than 3 or 4. Like maybe
it was 6.
6 Elims? Oh yeah, they had 4 at the
7.
start.
7 Elims, because they had 4 at the start. They got 2 onto there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
7.
Still.
I did not say 6, 7.
6?
I did not say it.
So about 6.
About 6
maybe,
or 7.
Maybe one more or so.
It could have been.
We just don't know.
7 on 8. Potentially.
6.5. Something like that on average. We are going to be closing down the day with a chicken dinner coming through for the defending champions. When they needed it most, from the bottom of the tables, they find a little step up. But will it be enough? Let's head back to the desk.
Man, a sigh of relief indeed. Our 2024 champions have been in trouble all day long, but finally here in the last match, they put something on the board.
In the weirdest way possible. In a city finish, D+ are like, we got this. And actually, it was initially because of a setup they had in the mid game. They had the 2-2 split. They held Church and a position in the center of the city itself, over to the east of Miramar. And later on, as they know, okay, this is 100% his 7 going to be a city finish, they fully regroup in like 2 buildings max, meaning that whatever fight they take, they're fully stacked together, ready for any fight coming their way.
And even then, a sketchy finish. Honestly, the player that I've been talking about this whole time, not usually Nobu, All-Sao clutches it up for the squad. And I mean, a great bounce back for D+, a much needed to finish the day. If not, it would have been a completely different story for this squad. Good to see. Hopefully they can continue on tomorrow, and hopefully it's not when a crazy circle like this happens. I have to give props to one player though.
Who's that?
At the end. And it's not going to be Carrillo, because Carrillo ended up nading himself, even though he got picked up by a teammate. It's going to be Revo. Revo was absolutely popping off throttle. Then you had the other player from Alpha 7, which I can't currently remember the name. He kept going after Carrillo, picking him up. Carrillo goes back down again. He tries to go for the pickup, and then he gets flushed out. Meanwhile, Revo was just up front and just charging at all the teams, using the utility. And at the end, Revo was the one that almost clutched it up for the squad.
It almost worked out perfectly there. Using the wall really to its full potential, waiting for you to get overpeaked by D+, which D+ got a little bit greedy at the end. It was like, wait, are you throwing this game? But I think that they just, okay, we'll just peek around the corner, go for the big pre-fire with the shotgun to the face, and that is going to be more than enough to wrap it up. They're looking at this still, these top 4 player stats. I'm waiting for Chips to perform. I remember right, Hodges. Looking at the entirety of the league stage, Chips, top player, left, right, and center. So far, kind of invisible for this grand final. So you know what? It's just a matter of time before Chips is back, because so far it's not been the start we've been hoping for this guy.
What can I say? All-Sao just wants to be the MVP.
He's nading
my
Chips.
boy.
He naded Chips. I saw it happen.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Chips, the whole stage was just going crazy. I was saying he had that ice water in his veins, that clutch factor, but to be fair, man, D+ were having a tough time all day long.
Now looking at this mountaintop though in this replay, Xavier playing it again. How the hell do they get these amazing center positions every single time? But I love the APG push right on top of, I believe it was DRX.
Yes.
And Hyunbin, not Hyunbin, sorry, there was, which player was hiding and he was not moving whatsoever?
It was somebody from DRX.
Yeah, a player from DRX. And actually, I think you pointed out something very interesting because they did not spot out that play from DRX as APG push up.
Yep.
Just that build with jump animation, which that build elevation alone, 7, I think is what alerted them of his presence and get the easy nade wipeout.
That TPP advantage. You can see Osal there. This just how much this meant to the team. And now we're going to be looking at the rotations from all the squads. One team, I got to point out, once again, I've been talking about them all day. R8 continuing on their aggressiveness today. They finished off this last match with 6 eliminations. And even though Alpha 7 didn't end up getting a bunch of elims, they're at least now able to secure some of those placement points. What was I talking about Alpha 7? I wanted to see some more of those placement points, and they were able to showcase it here, especially in Miramar.
And I think they played the city finish position really well. You're going to see as we move deeper and deeper into this game on their rotation recap. Here, playing next to the water. It's not going to be an island finish, but here on this circle, they go next to the cliff, which keeps them safe away from the Xavier. And that's the best way to play these positions for Alpha 7, which is sweeping from the outskirts, moving inwards, and able to do that so many times here for Alpha 7. So, sure, it's not quite a win, but in a city finish, that is how you play a city finish down to a T for Alpha 7.
Yeah, crazy numbers put on the board here, guys. T+, look at that, 18 points. That's more than triple of what they've done all day long so far. 7.
Oh, wow.
It has been. I mean, for this squad, I'm hoping, as I said earlier, I'm hoping it continues on until tomorrow, and I'm hoping it doesn't come because of a crazy, crazy circle that we ended up getting. I gotta give props. Who was it? Pusher from Mad Bulls, where he ended up getting an insane nade? What team was it?
Kara.
That's right. Yep. I mean, if they can continue to do that, right now, Mad Bulls, they were able to at least secure some eliminations there. And then we go to the second half. APG, even though they don't end up getting those placement points, you were talking about it earlier, Max. You really enjoyed the adjustments from APG once they realized that DX was going to be looking at them.
Yeah, they're like, okay, well, Xavier are going to be holding that position on the other side of this big rock. We're just going to be giving it to you for free. We're going to go inside the church of the city, and it was a good transition point, but after that, D+ had the perfect setup to kind of eradicate the entirety of APG. But I saw you were excited there, 7.
Yeah.
Osal, the game MVP. Let's go.
My boy Osal, yes! 4 eliminations, clutching up that win.
We both have a boy from Korea. I have Hyunbin, you have Osal.
I mean,
so, good pick.
QXCC, you know, my boy too, but
you can't have 2 boys.
He didn't get MVP on this
I'll take him. I'll take him.
All right, there you go. Hey.
Let's go. Let's go. What a crazy. Let's see the leaderboards, though. Man, Xavier, Max, the consistency from this squad. That central position paying off so much. 35 placement points.
They would have gone more if it was not for the fact that it was a city finish where you got solo surviving super late. I think we had still 11 teams alive at the end, so you're not going to get many. If it was not a city finish, chances are they would still maybe make a top 5 finish in this game. So Xavier, wait, 35 placement points. Of course, they got 2 wins, which that's going to inflate it heavily. But
they're still
the second
15.
highest is, what, 18 with DRX, which that is an insane lead in placement points alone to have on 1 day's worth of games.
And for everybody currently watching that, I want you to keep an eye out on the eliminations for the Xavier, because that's going to be a little bit scary for me. And but before we even go into that, Reefus?
Whoa!
Wait, everybody from APG, he's the daily MVP?
So we got 3 global MVPs on the team, right? You
Yeah.
got Doc, you got Top, you got Zeol, and now Reefus is like, I'm going to join the club.
Let's go.
I'm going to be the global MVP club. And if he can make it happen and keep it up for the next 2 days, no way we get a new MVP on APG.
Reefus just said, you know what? I want the car. All right, I want it.
Yeah, but to be fair, I feel like there was a lot of doubt. Like, Reefus, people are looking at Top, they're looking at Doc, they're looking at Zeol. Even Easter joined the team recently, but the fact that Reefus is stepping up in the team this stacked with storied players, Reefus, he's not crumbling under that pressure, and I love to see him perform under these kind of circumstances.
Whoever is in charge at APG, I want to let you know, congratulations on making one of the smartest moves on the roster, and that was bringing in East, because it sparked up the team. They were more than likely going to be sitting out top. That was not the case. As soon as top saw East come in, they were like, you know what? I got to step up my level, and boy, have they.
Man, what a crazy day so far. You know what, guys? It's time to hear from some of the players. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage with Barney for a sick interview.
The first 6 maps of the PMGC Grand Finals have now concluded, and one team name sits at the top of that leaderboard, and it is, of course, Xavier. So I've got Levi here joining me for a very quick interview. Levi, what an impressive first day. You know, 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. You guys have been incredible throughout. I just want to ask you a little bit, if we wind the clock back, since qualifying via the Gauntlet, what have you and the team been focusing on
in order to come into day one so strong?
Xin chào Levi's, thì các bạn đã có một cái khởi đầu rất là bùng nổ. Vậy thì và mình đã vào trực tiếp vòng chung kết từ vòng Gauntlet. Vậy thì đội của mình đã tập trung vào những điều gì để giúp các bạn có được màn biểu hiện như hôm nay?
Bọn em tập trung vào việc đi bo và việc luyện tập kỹ năng mềm thôi ạ.
We focus on circle rotation and practicing our skills.
Speaking of rotations, something that the casters and the analysts have picked up on today especially has been your rotations and your utility usage as well. So getting into really good positions and also defending those positions really well. I just want to hear from you, how happy are you with you and your team's performance today?
Thì hôm nay cái việc đi bo của các bạn cũng như là sử dụng trang bị rất là tốt. Các bạn vào vị trí sớm và đã bảo vệ thành công khu vực của mình. Vậy thì mức độ mà mình hài lòng với phong độ ngày hôm nay của mình là như thế nào?
Phong độ ngày hôm nay của bọn em vẫn 50-50, cần khắc phục những lỗi của cá nhân trong team nữa.
Well, I feel about 50% happy with our performance today. We still have some individual mistakes that we need to improve on.
50% and you're at the top of the leaderboard. That's pretty good. Final question, I just want to ask about your confidence. Going into tomorrow, clearly you guys should be feeling supremely confident. However, a lot of teams will now be looking to you and maybe looking to single you out or even adapt to your play style. How do you feel about that? Or how do you feel about going into tomorrow?
Vậy thì không biết là nghĩ đến ngày thi đấu ngày mai thì cảm xúc của mình như thế nào, mình nghĩ như thế nào? Tại vì mình có thể là cũng tự tin đúng không? Nhưng mà cũng có thể là các đội khác sẽ theo dõi mình và thích ứng theo lối chơi của các bạn. Thì bạn cảm thấy như thế nào?
Ngày mai bọn em vẫn bắn thế này thôi mà cần phải tập trung hơn.
Well, we will still play as we do today, but we need to focus more tomorrow.
Focusing more tomorrow. Xavier sitting at the top of the leaderboard. What an incredible day. Levi, thank you so much for joining us in this post-match interview. We can't wait to see what you and Xavier bring into tomorrow's matches. But for now, let's head back over to the desk to round out day one of the PMGC Grand Finals.
Hey, love to be able to hear from Levi right there. But one of the questions that stood out to me is that he said he was only 50% happy. Seven, why do you think that is?
Even the last answer, he was like, we just need to focus on tomorrow. Levi's, look at me real quick. Don't just focus on tomorrow. I want to see more eliminations from this squad. That's going to be the big question mark. And I'm pretty sure if we don't talk about it right now, we'll talk about it tomorrow at the beginning of the show.
Yes, we will. So, guys, of course, for one last time, we're going to give a big thank you to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone for 2025 PMGC. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory. Go get yours out today so that way you guys can outplay the rest. By the way, for one last time, make sure you guys hop in the game, get your predictions going. I'll tell you what, man, if you're going to predict Xavier being in the center circle, I think you might just be right on that one, Max.
As per usual. No, actually, I really want to go back to your point you were talking about right there, right, Seven, about Xavier.
Yes.
And getting more eliminations. That Miramar game, I feel like you need to understand when not to peek too much. Don't get involved in the fight you're not willing to take at that point. You're not ready to take at that point. That is one thing that if we can see fixed tomorrow, that could heavily increase the amount of elims they can get per game.
And now that I have a little bit more time to actually talk about that point, it has to come down. What happens if they don't end up getting fed those circles over and over again? They need to find ways to get those points besides just those playment points. I want to see them being able to do that.
Well, guys, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you later.
Every second that I breathe is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our battles. I'll show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me. For you, no matter the circumstance, no, I won't back down. No matter how they show up to lose.
Yo, I'm back with my squad, fight for my squad, chasing that high glory, trying to make a story, never been the one to own it, now's the chance to show it, PUBG Mobile, striving to be a mogul, get your hopes up, number uno, not so far from you, so move on. When you thought it was over, better keep goals on different types of mode. Keep your focus, feet below. Your hoe is an enemy, and so keep yourself cautious. Never see me strike like that.